practical and fun for tens of thousands of high school students. We offer agricultural villages with a range of tools, seeds, processing plants, and crop storage facilities through our Feed a Village program. We are also deploying water infrastructure through a spectrum of projects, now providing clean water daily to around 2 million villagers. You can help us to help the needy by donating funds, introducing us to business contacts, providing subsidised goods, or volunteering your expert services. Please help us to serve mankind and to give long-term hope to the developing world. You wouldn't think that in the 21st century 1 billion people would lack safe drinking water, or that hundreds of millions would starve every day, or just how many suffer blindness at a young age due to malnutrition, or even hold out little hope of training or of a sustainable career. In this new millennium, we're also seeing massive-scale disasters across the world, such as the Asian tsunami of 2004, the Pakistan earthquake in 2005, the Haiti earthquake in 2010, and the current drought crisis in East Africa. Sometimes tens of millions of people are displaced and face malnutrition and disease. Humanity First is an independent and global aid agency delivering assistance to the vulnerable on the basis of need alone, irrespective of race, religion, colour, or politics. Humanity First is registered in 38 countries across 6 continents and has been able to help millions of people efficiently and effectively, despite modest budgets, through an army of dedicated volunteers and subsidised materials sourced globally. Most of our management and operations staff are expert volunteers. Humanity First is training and educating people in the developing world to reduce their reliance on others. By working with local people to understand their challenges and needs, we have set up training facilities that offer subsidised or free services managed by local staff. In the last decade, Humanity First has helped over 400,000 people suffering as a result of earthquakes, tsunamis and cyclones, volcanoes, drought and famine, or even man-made conflict. Our army of specialist clinicians around the world provide first world medical care in the first 4 weeks after a disaster. Whilst local infrastructure is being re-established, we are also able to run food camps, provide safe water. We offer agricultural villages with a range of tools, seeds, processing plants, and crop storage facilities through our Feed a Village program. We are also deploying water infrastructure through a spectrum of projects, now providing clean water daily to around 2 million villagers. You can help us to help the needy by donating funds, introducing us to business contacts, providing subsidised goods, or volunteering your expert services. Please help us to serve mankind and to give long-term hope to the developing world.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello and welcome to
You wouldn't
Humanity
think
First Telethon.
that in the 21st century,
I'm the Director of
a
Fundraising.
billion people would
And
lack
we have an amazing
safe
program
drinking
lined up for
water.
you over the course of the next 6 hours or so. And hopefully we'll capture within that time the amazing phenomenon that Humanity First is. And I'll describe later what I mean by phenomenon. As to the 6-hour schedule, we have on every hour, on the hour, one of our flagship programs being showcased. So in the first hour, we will have the disaster response team talking about the disaster programs that we have. And followed by that, we will have between 11 and 12, the Water for Life program will be showcased. Between 12 and 1, we have Feed a Village. Between 1 and 2, Knowledge for Life. And between 2 and 3, Learn a Skill. And in the final hour, we'll have our wonderful doctors strutting their stuff. That's the schedule that covers the breadth of the program and the work that we do. However, today's primary purpose is to raise funds for these flagship programs. So I hope that you will be involved throughout these the hours that we've broadcasting, so that we can raise the maximum funds and you'll be inspired to donate by what you hear. And please get everyone else that you know involved in the program. I know it's a 6-hour program and it will be difficult for people to sit there for the duration of the whole 6 hours, but do encourage people that you know to tune in for a few hours, and I'm sure once they tune in, they'll be motivated to donate. We would urge you to donate at the earliest opportunity. Clearly there's an issue about, people will probably want to wait till the end of the program to donate, but I would urge you to start donating as the program proceeds. We have 3 fundamental ways in which you can donate. One is by text, another by going onto our website and filling in a form, and that will get the donation through. And the third is, of course, if you are not comfortable with that, to ring us, our call center, the number of which we'll be giving you shortly. Of course, if you don't have ready at hand a credit card or something that you can donate with immediately, then by all means, ring in and promise to donate something, and our finance department will follow up. If you want to speak to our presenters, by all means ring in and explain to the people while you're donating that you'd wish to speak to the people in the studio. Unfortunately, the system that we have at the moment, we will have to call you back. And if you can bear with us, we will get back to you as soon as possible. Hopefully, it won't be too long. It is the first time that we are trying to do this program, the Telethon. Our partners in America did it a few weeks ago and quite successfully, and we're hoping to model that. And if there are any shortcomings, then hopefully you'll bear with us. We want to raise a substantial amount today, and I'd urge you, as I say, to get as many people involved in tuning in over the course of the next 6 hours. I did say that we will start with the disaster response program, but before we do that, I'd like to introduce our vice chairman. He's a very virtuous man. I don't know, vice doesn't suit him in any shape or form, but our vice chairman, Dr. Shabir Bhatti, he's going to talk briefly about, give you a brief introduction to Humanity First before we launch into the program we have got for the rest of the day. Dr. Saab, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling a bit nervous and a bit apprehensive, and we are hoping and wishing for the best, and we have sought the help of Allah Almighty. Of course, that's the biggest help we can get. So, well, today my task, of course, is to just give you a very brief introduction of what Humanity First is, and then we have a very busy schedule to follow after that. So for those who do not know, Humanity First is an international charity whose primary aim is to serve humanity anywhere on this earth, irrespective of color or creed, and purely for the sake of our Creator. Its roots first started in 1993, when several convoys were sent to Eastern Europe during the Bosnian conflict, I should say. And 2 years later, it got registered officially as Humanity First. And after that, up to now, we have had over 40 branches in and around 6 continents across the world. And now, in addition to responding to disasters and Humanity First aims to be the first to get to a disaster and is usually the last one to leave from it. Humanity First has also been working in human development projects. In the course of the telethon, you'll be able to see and get acquainted with quite a few of these projects. And these involve things like Gift of Sight, Feed a Village, Water for Life, etc. Now, I hope you will stay with us and see some of the work that Humanity First does with the donations that we receive from you. We pride in the fact that Humanity First, that the donations you give to Humanity First, over 93% are used for the projects actually, and very free for administration. Now, the value of the project is, or the contribution is even more if you consider the fact that most of these professionals that we use, like doctors or architects or engineers, they work entirely voluntarily for free. So the value is far greater than the contribution that you provide, and so it's enhanced by the volunteers. For this telethon, we have received many messages of support and well wishes, good wishes from well wishers. However, the message of support that we value most above all others is the one we received from the head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Al-Khamis, Ayyadat Allah bin Nasr al-Aziz, Mirza Masroor Ahmad, and I'll read that message for you. It says, Dear Chairman, Humanity First, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I have come to know that Humanity First will inshallah soon be holding a telethon to raise funds for charity. May Allah the Almighty grant success to your program and enable the Humanity First to extend the best possible services to humanity. May He enable more and more people to participate in this cause, and may the world come to understand the task of service to humanity and developing the spirit of sacrifice for it is important. Ameen. Yours sincerely, Mirza Masroor Ahmad. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us, and I now wish you Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Dr. Sab. I'd just like to echo the point that Dr. Sab was making about the leverage that we have in terms of the funds we raise. I have a very simple way. When I go to schools and do a presentation, I normally ask children, what is the first question that comes to their mind when they donate £1? And 80 to 90% of kids will tell me that the first question that occurs to them is how much of that goes towards the people they intended to go. And then I follow it up by asking them, how much do they think goes towards the people they intended to? And there the responses vary. You'll find some people thinking 25% of it goes to the people that it's meant to, meaning that 75% is taken over by overheads and administration and so on. And others will say, no, 75% goes. And I respond by saying that there isn't any benchmarking done around this, but typically it's said between 10 to 15% is taken by administrative costs. Now, the interesting thing about Humanity First, and when I described it as a phenomenon, is that while with other organizations you have a proportion of the money that is raised going towards administrative costs, here the story is somewhat different in that every pound that we get, we're able to multiply that because of the extensive pool of engineers and doctors and the like that we have. Now, it is all very well me saying, you know, this is a phenomenon, but I think at the end of the day, it's what testimonials you have. And we've got lots that we can refer to, but one that I often draw on is one by a local MP, who's a minister now, in fact, who said at one of our fundraising dinners that there are many charities doing excellent work, but Humanity First is unique. And I've just mentioned one aspect in which we think we are unique, or at least one of very few, which is able to use such a phenomenal pool of or reservoir of experts who donate all their time and skills free of charge. Another, I think, unique point about us is our phenomenal reach. Dr. Saab mentioned the 40 countries that we registered in, but the fact is our reach extends beyond the 40 countries. We have people present in over 80 countries or even more, multiples, I think 120 countries we could pool local resources from. And one of the things that you find people object to is, you know, people coming and parachuting in and then parachuting out. But we've got local intelligence and local people that can work with, who are aware of the local cultures and so on. I mean, I don't want to take too much time over this, but because the invitation is for you to join us for the rest of the day. And so, I need to come back. All right. And Dr. Saab will want to say a few more things on that.
Yes. I just wanted to just clarify the message that I've just read. The last sentence, I think there was an error from my part, and may I just read that again? Hazur said, may He, that is Allah, enable more and more people to participate in this cause, and may the world come to understand the task of service to humanity and develop the spirit of sacrifice for it. Ameen. Wassalam.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I think that's a nice place to end, in a sense, to get maximum participation. And the point that you've just made is what we all hope for. Today's program will help us achieve.
I think we now have we will now await.
You wouldn't think that in the 21st century, 1 billion people would lack safe drinking water, or that hundreds of millions would starve every day, or just how many suffer blindness at a young age due to malnutrition, or even hold out little hope of training or of a sustainable career. In this new millennium, we're also seeing massive-scale disasters across the world, such as the Asian tsunami of 2004, the Pakistan earthquake in 2005, the Haiti earthquake in 2010, and the current drought crisis in East Africa. Sometimes tens of millions of people are displaced and face malnutrition and disease. Humanity First is an independent and global aid agency delivering assistance to the vulnerable on the basis of need alone, irrespective of race, religion, colour or politics. Humanity First is registered in 38 countries across 6 continents and has been able to help millions of people efficiently and effectively, despite modest budgets, through an army of dedicated volunteers and subsidised materials sourced globally. Most of our management and operations staff are expert volunteers. Humanity First is training and educating people in the developing world to reduce their reliance on others. By working with local people to understand their challenges and needs, we have set up training facilities that offer subsidised or free services managed by local staff. In the last decade, Humanity First has helped over 400,000 people suffering as a result of earthquakes, tsunamis and cyclones, volcanoes, floods, drought and famine, or even man-made conflict. Our army of specialist clinicians around the world provide first world medical care in the first 4 weeks after a disaster. Whilst local infrastructure is being re-established, we are also able to run food camps, provide safe drinking water and sanitation, and emergency shelter. We do this using international best practice enshrined in our disaster response manual and train our teams well in advance. We also work in collaboration with other agencies such as the United Nations, the Red Cross, Save the Children, Oxfam, and others to maximise the benefits that we deliver. We also offer a range of proactive programs in the developing world. Through our medical and gift of sight projects, not only do we run medical camps and provide surgery in remote areas, we are also training local doctors and nurses in the latest techniques to the benefit of over 5 million people. Our schools and training facilities provide excellent education, and we offer certified vocational training in fields such as information technology, construction, and tailoring. We are providing schools with science laboratories and libraries to make education practical and fun for tens of thousands of high school students. We offer agricultural villages with a range of tools, seeds, processing plants, and crop storage facilities through our Feed a Village program. We are also deploying water infrastructure through a spectrum of projects, now providing clean water daily to around 2 million villagers. You can help us to help the needy by donating funds, introducing us to business contacts, providing subsidised goods, or volunteering your expert services. Please help us to serve mankind and to give long-term hope to the developing world.
Good morning to the viewers at home, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and this means may the peace and blessings of Almighty God be upon you. So we're here in the Humanity First offices, Humanity First International, and today is of course the Telethon. We are raising funds for Humanity First. This is a really important day and a very important day for us in the studio and hopefully you at home. In this first hour we're talking about disaster relief and the important work that Humanity First does in the disaster relief context. I'm very fortunate to be joined in the studio by both the Medical Director, Shahnawaz Rashid, Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid, and the Deputy Medical Director, Dr. Hamad Khan. So, welcome to the Telethon in the studio.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, let's start and let's think about what sort of work are you doing in the area, but also what are your roles in the area. So, if I could start with my immediate right to Dr. Hamad Khan, what's your role in Humanity First?
Well, as you've already mentioned, for the people watching at home, I am the Deputy Medical Director for Humanity First. What that means in terms of my day-to-day work, I'm overall in charge of personnel. And when Humanity First sends teams out when a disaster happens, teams of doctors, nurses, paramedics, then it's my responsibility to ensure that that team comes together, that they're all ready, that they're prepared, that they're trained, and they have everything that they need, and they're fully briefed as well. And obviously, it takes a very specialist team of individuals to be able to respond in a disaster. You can't just send anyone out. You need to have people with the right skills. And in their day-to-day jobs, people may not necessarily have those skills. So, for instance, my day job is working as a paediatrician. And you may ask, how does that mean that I'm ready to work in a disaster? I'm very comfortable working in the hospital that I work in the UK, knowing where everything is and having the luxury of all of the nice equipment and everything else. So training in that respect is incredibly important. And we work very, very hard to train all of the people that we send out on disasters so that they feel comfortable working in that situation where they're going to have very little, apart from the supplies that they take with them.
So why is this work so important? Because that's what we're looking at this morning, disaster relief. Why is it that Humanity First have chosen to focus on this area? And why should the viewers at home feel What would you tell them so that they recognise how important this work is? Could I direct this to Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid?
Well, if you look at the world over the last 30 or 40 years, the number of disasters has increased exponentially. The reasons for that, people don't really know the answer to that question, but we do know that potentially climate change, potentially more urbanized societies where people are much more cramped together has led to a much bigger impact for these events. So we're talking about things like earthquakes, hurricanes, cyclones, floods, and we've responded to the whole array of these events over the last 20, 25 years now. It looks like these events are increasing, but it's not just the event that's important, but it's the effect of that event itself. And so, for example, if an event were to happen in America, they might have a better response mechanism in place, and you compare that to somewhere like Indonesia, where people are living in much more crowded environments, and the effect is much, much greater. So we talk about disasters in terms of, we classify it in terms of level 1, 2, and 3, where level 1 disaster just requires a local response to meet the needs, level 2 requires a national response, and level 3 disaster implies a global effort is required to respond to the disaster. And these are the kind of events that we're generally involved in.
So you talk about level 1, level 2, level 3. In terms of the human impact, for those who don't know so much about disasters, how do disasters impact on human beings in the places you've been working in, Dr. Khan?
If I can just add to what Dr. Shahnawaz has said, the thing that makes a disaster, as he's already said, is the inability of local services to be able to cope with that. But the sad thing is, for people who sitting at home are watching this and they'll watch on their news an earthquake happens in a country in the developing world, the fact of the matter is that the poorest people in the world are the ones who are disproportionately affected when disasters happen. So it's the people with the least money themselves, with the poorest housing, the ones who are the least well educated, and therefore when a disaster happens, they're the ones with the poorest life skills to be able to cope with these situations. It's children who are worst affected, because they're the ones who, if families are displaced, they're the ones who may lose their parents, may lose the comfort of their immediate surroundings. They're the ones who will suffer because they don't get the nutrition that they need, who will be disproportionately affected by diseases, infectious diseases that become incredibly rampant in the sorts of conditions that happen after a disaster. So the impact that we see and the impact that our teams see when they go out there is really on the most vulnerable members of society. And the ability to be able to help those people is, I think, the real reason why the disaster response work is so incredibly important. Because you could argue that disasters only happen every so often. And Humanity First certainly is involved in other medical programs as well, the sort of the day-to-day work of Humanity First. But when these disasters happen, then a huge number of people are immediately impacted. And our ability to be able to go in and make a difference to those individuals, help those individuals get back up on their feet and start to rebuild their lives, is the thing that's incredibly important.
Okay. So it's the most desperate circumstances for people who are the most vulnerable, and you're going very targeted interventions. Yes, Mr. Rashid.
Exactly. If you look at the events, again, when you sit on television and you hear these numbers, 10,000 people affected, 100,000 people have died. The way I think about it, the way we all think about it, is 100,000 individual people who have had their whole lives completely turned upside down. Imagine an event here, let's say, and we're all these people are exactly the same as us, and they're going about their own activities. They're going to schools. They're fishermen going off to catch fish for their families, and all of a sudden, this great big event happens in what is already a very, very disadvantaged society, and the whole world gets turned upside down like you cannot imagine. So when we prepare for these disasters and when we deploy teams to the disasters, we always retain our humanity in that. It's very easy to lose your humanity when you look after multiple patients. You know, in my day job, I'm a cancer surgeon. So I look after individual patients with complex cancer needs. I operate on them, but I can concentrate on one person at a time often. In these environments, like for example in the Pakistan earthquake on the side of a mountain, you've got a crowd of 2,000 people waiting for your attention. And it's very easy to lose your humanity. So when we train people and prepare people for disasters, we actually concentrate on that element of it, of how do you maintain your humanity in the most desperate of circumstances. And the way we think about it is, imagine a 10-year-old girl who's lost all of her family and she's made it her way down the side of a mountain to be treated for an injury, maybe she's broken her arm or something. And when we look after that girl, we're not just looking after the arm that's broken, we're looking after the fact that she has lost absolutely everything. And you can't make it better in the sense of, you know, a patient of Hamad's or mine in a normal hospital environment. You can't cure the problem. But what you can do is provide compassion, kindness, obviously the highest level of medical care that we also provide, but we do it with kindness, compassion, and a consideration for the absolute needs of these individual people we're looking after. So it's not a matter of a technical exercise, and that's the thing I'd like to emphasize. We're not doing this as a technical exercise in order to try and go off to these far-off countries. We're looking at it from an individual point of view. And all of these people that are affected are actually so badly affected you cannot even imagine. And the stories that, of the lives of the people that we've seen and the impact that we've had has been enormous. You know, we're talking about tens of thousands of people that we've been treating. And often when we go to these places, you know, Pakistan earthquake, Haiti, Japan, Philippines, we have the same philosophy that we employ whenever we do this kind of work. And we do it in order to save lives. Of course we do that to try and lessen the impact of it from a medical point of view, but also from a human point of view.
So it's humanity first, not only in terms of the scope of your interest, but also the philosophy you take in terms of meeting disasters.
Absolutely.
You've mentioned a few different disasters in passing, but it would be useful for us to get a sense of where have you been over the last few years? What sort of disasters have you responded to, Dr. Khan?
Sure. I think that Dr. Shabir Bhatti, our Vice Chairman, referred to the fact that the origins of Humanity First back in the 90s. And within Europe, the Bosnian conflict was a disaster, really, in every sense, but in the sense of the need, the immediate need that was there. And really it hit home for a lot of people, and the response was the formation of Humanity First within the UK, and then convoys and young people going out and essentially just trying to provide some sort of help for those individuals who were so badly affected. And things really went from there, and those were very humble beginnings, really, and it was people without any sort of training going out, essentially driving vans themselves across Europe to go out and help these individuals. But things really sort of started from the medical point of view after the 2003 Boxing Day tsunami. And that's when our first medical team went out. And when I say medical team, it's not just doctors and nurses, but we have individuals who have a role as far as logistics is concerned, and as far as non-medical needs of the individuals that we're going out to look after. Because we have to recognise that, as Dr. Sharon has said, it's not just medical needs. There are many other needs for these individuals, and we have to try and address those needs as well. Mm-hmm. Following the Boxing Day tsunami, we, I have to say, improved hugely in terms of our level of professionalism and our ability to respond. After the Pakistan earthquake of 2004, again we sent a team out to Pakistan to help individuals who were affected in what was one of the most, or what still is, one of the most deprived areas of Pakistan in
we
Kashmir.
Have some pictures actually which are, I think, connected with this. Carry on, please, Dr. Khan, just for the viewers at home to understand.
And you can see the level of devastation that happened after the Pakistan earthquake, because homes were flattened, villages were utterly destroyed, people's livelihood was destroyed, families were displaced, people were injured, they had no food, no shelter, no ability to get clean running water. And Humanity First were able to set up a huge camp in the foothills of Kashmir and able to give medical treatment, but also to house people, to give them food, water, and actually there was a huge amount of work, and there was an immediate need, and there was a huge amount of work. And I know that Dr. Shabir Bhatti, who was part of that medical team that went out, he'll be talking in more detail about the work that was done there in Pakistan. But that really was one of the examples where Humanity First was able to make a really big difference, a huge impact for the people on the ground, and the number of people that were helped by Humanity First after the Pakistan earthquake runs into the thousands.
So these are the world's largest disasters to some extent, the most serious disasters, and you were looking to provide a really comprehensive degree of support. Dr. Rashid, with your work, why is it that, I mean, you won't say so yourself, but I know that you're actually a very successful doctor here in the UK. You're doing there's a great amount of work needed here in the UK, but you're taking time out of your day job to volunteer for this charity, to give your time, and so is Dr. Khan. Why do you do it? What do you think is important about this charity that makes you actually give up your time to contribute to this charity? What's so important and special about Humanity First?
Well, I mean, I've been involved with Humanity First as the sort of medical lead since the tsunami, the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami. Before that time, I was involved with some disasters in Africa, and I've always been drawn towards helping people who need help. I mean, by the grace of God, I'm very fortunate. You know, I've got all my health is intact, I've got a lovely family, I've got a very good job, and so personally, there's nothing that I need. There's nothing that I personally need. And I think that there are people, I know that there are people around the world who desperately need help. And so when I do this kind of work, I do think about the 10-year-old girl from the Pakistan side of the mountain, the 5-year-old child who's lost everything, the family who've lost their home. And that's what drives me, because once you've seen these kind of environments, once you've worked in and met these people who are affected, the one thing that you realize is that we're all the same. Humanity is one great big conglomeration of individual people. And what I would hope would be the Ugandan doctor would be happy to help me in the same context if the roles were reversed. And so I couldn't really not do this kind of work. It's something that I'm drawn towards, I feel so passionate about, because I know that the work that we do has a direct impact on people's lives. That's why I do this work. And yes, in my day job, I look after patients, and I do it in the UK environment when I've got access to all of the different scans and all the different things that I need. But in some of these places, you know, in 1998, I went to work in the Gambia as a doctor. When I went there, within about 2 or 3 days, they heard that this doctor from England had arrived. And within 48, 72 hours, there was a queue that stretched around the hospital of people that were coming from 20 miles away to see this English doctor. I was a very inexperienced doctor in those days. This is like nearly 20 years ago. But I felt humbled by that fact, and I felt if I can do something to help these people, then I'm doing something worthwhile. You know, otherwise, you know, you only get a chance to live this life once. You only get the chance to do these things once. And if you have an opportunity, if you have the skills and the knowledge, I think it would be wrong not to do this kind of work. You know, I would turn that question around and say, how can people not get involved with this work? All of the people in our team are all volunteers, you know. Hamad is a consultant neonatologist at one of the top hospitals in the world, as is my other medical director, Faisal. He's an eye surgeon who does this job in one of the best hospitals. And all of our team are highly professional who do this work as part of their normal work. And they take time out of their normal schedule to do this because they feel that passionately about it. And, you know, that's why I'd like to ask the viewers at home to be part of that, you know. we're very inclusive in our organisation, and we want everyone who wants to help to help. I see part of our work to facilitate the wishes of people who want to help with this kind of work. You know, people watch television programs on the news and they see disasters happen, and I've heard this from many, many, many people. People say, I feel helpless. I really want to help in this environment, but I don't know how to help. And that's why I'd like to urge people at home, be part of this thing. Either contribute your time or your money or your expertise, but be part of this thing. You know, my vision is to change the world for the better. All of our vision is the same thing, and that's based on the founder of our organisation, the fourth caliph of the Ahmadiyya movement, Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmad, may God be pleased with him. He set this vision out, and he said there's an enormous need in the world. People are desperate, and we need to have a vehicle in order to help those people, whether they be part of our community or whether they're not. And actually what we found is that within our organisation, there's plenty of people who are part of the Ahmadiyya community, there's plenty of people who are not. And what joins us together is that willingness and that desire to help people that need help.
So we've heard a very, very in-depth understanding of the personal benefits, not only for the team members like yourself, for the people out there, the most important people who are in great need. If I were to ask a difficult question, to ask a question which may be in the depths of somebody's mind at home, there's been a lot of press about charities, and a lot of people have said, you know, maybe we shouldn't support charities. Why do you think that it's so important to support charities, but also why humanity first? Because, you know, there are so many options for people to get involved in these things, potentially. Why have you chosen humanity first, and why would you advocate for people at home to choose humanity first? Dr. Khan.
I think actually that's a really important question. It's a fundamental question, really. And as you say, some people perhaps have lost a little bit of their faith in charities. And I think that part of the reason for that is that charities have become big business. And charities are, the majority of charities who do international work are huge organizations with huge administrations, and they really are run as businesses with people hired and fired for the purposes of doing the administration of the charity. The advantage that Humanity First has is that, as Dr. Shabir Bhatti mentioned, actually more than 90% of the money that is raised by Humanity First goes directly to the people that we are trying to help. And so how do we manage to do that? We manage to do it because Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid, who's sitting next to me, doesn't get paid to be the medical director of Humanity First. He is doing a job which, out in the corporate world of big charities, would pay £100,000 a year or more, but he's doing that for free. So the same goes for every single person that we have who works for us. That spirit of being a volunteer and gives us two advantages. One is that there aren't any costs associated with our manpower. And the second advantage is that people who come to work for Humanity First come because they're inspired to work for Humanity First. They come because they believe in the principles of Humanity First, which is to put humanity first, that any individual, any human being out there in the world is deserving of our help. And that really is the principle that draws me to Humanity First, and I think is what makes Humanity First different. And it's the thing that really sort of brings alive the spirit of Humanity First. There's sort of an exceptional feeling when you meet people who are like-minded, who are coming together and saying that actually we want to make a difference, and whether they're Muslim or whether they're not a Muslim, when people who have the same sort of thoughts and ideas about wanting to change the world for the better and to help people come together, then that change then just escalates and grows and grows and grows.
So I think the viewers at home now should have a very clear understanding of why they'd want to get involved. I think everybody in the studio and at home will now feel very inspired to get involved. But Dr. Rashid, how can they get involved? Can you tell the viewers at home this is how to do it?
Yeah. Well, we're a very inclusive organisation, Anybody can come and help and be part of our projects. You'll hear about the different projects and different ways people can help. Within our disaster response team, which is what we're kind of concentrating on more so, we have clinicians, which is doctors, nurses, paramedics. We have logistical support people. And so if people want to be part of our disaster response team, they'll be most welcome. We actually run training courses to train people in how to run a disaster operation. What we learned from our Pakistan experience is that you can take doctors and nurses and put them in the disaster environment, and they will be effective, there's no doubt about it. But you can increase the efficiency of their effectiveness. You can increase the amount that they can do by training them, by organising and having a structure. So we run training courses. People are most welcome to come and join our training courses, be part of our disaster response team. The 10% of the money that we talk about in terms of 100% of our money, 90% goes towards people that need it. The 10% of the money that we spend is on things that we need to deliver that care. And so it's things like medical equipment, medical supplies, and you'll hear a little bit more about that in a minute. So people can donate money and we can help buy that stuff that we need to deliver that care. People can donate, they can phone the number 0203 307 00134. People can call in and have a chat with us if they'd like. They can call 0203 3770 3843. They can find us at Twitter, at Humanity First UK, or they can contact us through the website. But we'd be willing to have them as individual people, we'd like to have their contributions, and we'd like them to be part of something that we're building here that actually we feel we can change the world for the better. I mean, if that isn't a great opportunity, I don't know what is.
I think I would add to that and just say that if someone were to donate money for our disaster relief work, what actually happens to that money? How do we spend it, and what impact does their money make to those people on the ground? As we've said already, the individuals who work for Humanity First are voluntary. Many of them pay for their own tickets to go out to a disaster. So the money that people donate, it goes directly for the supplies that we use to help those individuals. So whether that's medicines, whether that is surgical equipment, whether that is food or water, blankets, all of those things that directly impact and make a difference to individuals, to those families, to those children who are affected by these disasters. Their money goes directly to those individuals, and the teams, the disaster response teams, are really there to facilitate that work. And so it is incredibly important. The money that people give is incredibly important and makes a huge difference, a huge difference to those individuals.
Okay, well, you've heard it directly from the medical director and the deputy medical director of Humanity First. They're experts in their day jobs as leading doctors here in the UK, but they are also experts in their volunteer roles in Humanity First, and they're helping the most vulnerable, the most needy people across the entire planet. And today, and as is every day, but particularly today, the Telethon is your opportunity to get involved and to help and be part of this team, be part of Humanity First. As Dr. Rashid mentioned, the way you can help, one of the methods, if you would please donate, call in at 020 3307 0134. And if you'd like to take a live call, come on air with us, speak to one of the experts, either the medical director, deputy medical director, or some of the other guests later today, then please call 020 3370 3843. So you've heard it direct. I think we know now why we need to give, and I also think we have a very clear sense of why this is such an exciting opportunity with Humanity First. So thank you very much for joining us on the Telethon today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Humanity First, one of the exciting things about this organisation, this charity, is that they don't work alone, and they're in no way, in any sense, territorial about their role. They want to collaborate and partner as much as possible with all of the other charities that they can possibly work with. One of the partners they've worked with is Hugo, and they've worked on in particular a disaster partnership with Hugo. We've got a video we want to show you. This will help you to get even more of a sense of what it's like on the ground and some of the really exciting work Humanity First is doing. Let's take a look now.
You wouldn't think that in the 21st century 1 billion people would lack safe drinking water, or that hundreds of millions would starve every day, or just how many suffer blindness at a young age due to malnutrition, or even hold out little hope of training or of a sustainable career. In this new millennium, we're also seeing massive-scale disasters across the world, such as the Asian tsunami of 2004, the Pakistan earthquake in 2005, the Haiti earthquake in 2010, and the current drought crisis in East Africa. Sometimes tens of millions of people are displaced and face malnutrition and disease. Humanity First is an independent and global aid agency delivering assistance to the vulnerable on the basis of need alone, irrespective of race, religion, colour or politics. Humanity First is registered in 38 countries across 6 continents and has been able to help millions of people efficiently and effectively, despite modest budgets, through an army of dedicated volunteers and subsidised materials sourced globally. Most of our management and operations staff are expert volunteers. Humanity First is training and educating people in the developing world to reduce their reliance on others. By working with local people to understand their challenges and needs, we have set up training facilities that offer subsidised or free services managed by local staff. In the last decade, Humanity First has helped over 400,000 people suffering as a result of earthquakes, tsunamis and cyclones, volcanoes, floods, drought and famine, or even man-made conflict. Our army of specialist clinicians around the world provide first-world medical care in the first 4 weeks after a disaster. Whilst local infrastructure is being re-established, we are also able to run food camps, provide safe drinking water and sanitation, and emergency shelter. We do this using international best practice enshrined in our disaster response manual and train our teams well in advance. We also work in collaboration with other agencies such as the United Nations, the Red Cross, Save the Children, Oxfam, and others to maximise the benefits that we deliver. We also offer a range of proactive programs in the developing world. Through our medical and gift of sight projects, not only do we run medical camps and provide surgery in remote areas, we are also training local doctors and nurses in the latest techniques to the benefit of over 5 million people. Our schools and training facilities provide excellent education, and we offer certified vocational training in fields such as information technology, construction, and tailoring. We are providing schools with science laboratories and libraries to make education practical and fun for tens of thousands of high school students. We offer agricultural villages with a range of tools, seeds, processing plants, and crop storage facilities through our Feed a Village programme. We are also deploying water infrastructure through a spectrum of projects, now providing clean water daily to around 2 million villagers. You can help us to help the needy by donating funds, introducing us to business contacts, providing subsidised goods, or volunteering your expert services. please help us to serve mankind and to give long-term hope to the developing world.
Okay, so after this, the brief video, which is a very powerful video looking at the partnership of Humanity First and Hugo, then we're back in the studio for the telethon and we're going to talk to Dr. Shabir Bhatti, who is the Vice Chairman of Humanity First International. Now, Dr. Shabir Bhatti, could you give us a brief sense of your role? What is it that you do within the charity? But particularly, again, yourself, I know that you're a leading doctor within the UK, so why do you think this is so important in terms of your own volunteer role? Why do you give up your time and what do you do?
Well, I've just recently been appointed to the post my main role is to support the chairman and act when he's absent from the UK, because this is the main headquarters. So I basically fill a role while he's absent and keep him fully appraised and informed of what's going on. The main direction comes from him, and he takes his main direction from Hazur Khalifatul Masih. But in addition to that, there are many projects that are initiated. But the important thing is that whenever we initiate a project, we do seek the sanction and guidance from Hazur Ayyadat Allah bin Nasr al-Aziz to make sure that it is appropriate. And many times we are advised about the best way to approach a project and given guidance about how the best results will be achieved. So we are very fortunate to have a very experienced guide.
And for those at home, I guess, when we're talking about the Khalifa, then this is the head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community UK, and in this sense, Humanity First is part of that wider organisation, but is also entirely a distinct charity which is focused on humanities of all faiths and all religions.
Precisely. We have to emphasize the fact that Humanity First is not that sort of a branch of the Ahmadiyya community which is involved in the propagation of Islam. It's not that branch. Its main function is serving humanity purely for the sake of Allah. So we do not go out to do a project in order to preach or to relay the message of Islam. If it comes indirectly, well and good. But primarily the aim is to help humanity. So we're not going there to preach to them about ideals of Islam or any other religion. We are mainly there to serve them in their hour of difficulty and need. And we do that as much to the best of our ability. And our ethos and our goal and aim is well recognized by lots of other people. So we have lots of non-Ahmadis and non-Muslims who join with us and serve with us with great zeal and enthusiasm.
And this is why it's called Humanity First in that context, yes.
Precisely.
So for yourself, Dr. Bhatti, before taking on this role of being the Vice Chairman, then you have yourself quite a good experience, a vast experience of working in some of the disasters. What work have you been involved in? And why do you think it was so important that Humanity First are doing the work in these disasters that you've been engaged in yourself?
Well, as I said, our aim is serving humanity, and there are two aspects to that sometimes to that service. Sometimes there is a disaster that afflicts a section of the human community anywhere in the world, and our aim is to be there as quickly as possible, and we try to be one of the first ones there. We're not a search and rescue sort of an organization, that's a different type. We're there to help people who have been made homeless, who have no medical need, who do not have any food or sanitation. So we go there for the purposes of satisfying that need as much as we can. And to that extent, this is called disaster response. But after a disaster, there is also a requirement for the rebuilding of the communities. So that's the second aspect of Humanity First. I have mainly been involved with disaster response, and next to me is Dr. Tariq Bajwa as well, who has also been to a disaster with me. And we went to the earthquake in Kashmir, which was one of the most devastating earthquakes of this century. And we were there within the first week. And the big advantage we had was that we had a huge volunteer force already there. So we were able to tap into that and effect a very effective disaster response. We were able to open 2 camps in Kashmir and follow it up for long periods afterwards. Lots of disaster response agencies were there, but they soon leave as soon as the journalists and newspapers leave. But Humanity First stayed there for much longer, because our primary aim is serving humanity, and that's what we've tried to fulfill.
So this was the really terrible Pakistan earthquake you've mentioned. Also, viewers at home will have followed in the news over the past years the terrible situation in Haiti, Dr. Butty. What sort of work have you seen Humanity do in Humanity First do in Haiti, and what sort of individual personal impact has it had on the ground for those Haitians that have been so terribly affected by the disasters in Haiti?
Okay, well, first of all, just to mention, Haiti is a Christian country, a very Christian country, but that did not stop us from going there, and we were one of the first ones there. We set up camps there, and in partnership with our American partners, we did a lot of work there. The thing that had an impact upon me personally was the utter devastation that you saw. Fractured buildings all over the place. People who were injured, living up in the mountains and who couldn't get down to you and were making their way down a week or 2 later with broken hips and legs. And to see their pain and to see the difference in medical care that they have. If it was in the West, there would be a helicopter that would be flying there. The person would be put into a stretcher and airlifted to a hospital. But these people were making their own way down. There's no question of a helicopter. And they were coming to a makeshift camp. The only thing we could do there was to alleviate their pain, give them antibiotics for their wounds which were infected, and then refer them onwards. But they were even very grateful for even that. And it just brought it home to me that I am so fortunate living in the first world and not afflicted by a disaster. You know, you can have a disaster in the first world and that area can become worse than the third world area because the infrastructure is destroyed. And that is precisely what happened in Haiti. It was a country that's a very poverty-stricken country. People are living on the bread line. But they, too, have been further damaged and thrown into the 4th or 5th line, I think, by the devastation of the earthquake. So we saw, and I saw many, many people, young orphans who had lost their parents or who had practically lost their parents, because a parent there earns a living, and if a leg is broken or is been amputated, then for practical purposes, that parent is now unable to feed the child. See? So and it's in some ways worse, because you can see the parent there who is unable to fend for the family that they are supposed to, and the child who looks upon a parent who is unable to support them. So it's very, very weighty experience.
So this is why we're here today, because I guess, to be honest, while Humanity First is run by volunteers, and we've already heard that more than 90% of the funds will go directly to, while it's run by volunteers, and that's a huge part of Humanity First, they do need donations as well, because this sort of work that's been done in Haiti, the work that's been done in so many disasters around the world, really is so greatly impacted by donations and by charitable donations. So this is our opportunity today to help. So please do call in. The donation line is 020 3307 0134. And if you want to call in and speak to our guests, then you can call in on 020 3370 3843. And also we're on social media. So you can tweet and you can join us via Twitter at Humanity First UK. That's at Humanity First UK. Dr. Shabir Bhatti.
I may add, we are having a few difficulties with the donation line, so that should not put people off. If you are inspired to donate, I'd say please do. You can donate directly online as well and on the phone. But we are having a slight difficulty with the donation line, and we're trying to resolve that at the moment.
I'm sure that won't stop the viewers at home. So you can call the donation line, but also this is, of course, there's a website. Please go onto the website. You'll find the donation method there. And on the screen in front of you now, you can see the address was just up online. So I'm sure you would have noted that down. You would have recognized it. If you can't find it, Google it, and you'll most definitely find the website. Go on there, you can give. So if you would like to make a difference to the people's lives around the world that are struck by disaster, again, it's on the screen now. Tragically, Haiti is not going to be a one-off occasion. We can see, and we've heard from Dr. Rashid, that these disasters are increasingly happening. So unfortunately, we need to be there to respond to them, and Humanity First are doing that work, so do donate. Now, this is from the international to the domestic, because we know that not only are Humanity First working in poverty-stricken and disadvantaged countries around the world, but they're even here in the UK working on domestic crises and disasters which can take place. So recently, of course, the floods struck many parts of the UK, and people were left in a terrible state of homelessness, of many people being almost left destitute by the floods which impacted. Humanity First was there to help, and in the studio we have Mudassir Ahmed, who's the regional coordinator for the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association for the Middlesex region. And Mudassir Ahmed, along with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association, teamed up with Humanity First, and they responded to the floods. So, Mudassir, what happened? What sort of work were you doing in response to these floods? How did you engage?
So, this is going back obviously to beginning of February. We were listening on the news to what was going on.
Let me stop you for one second. I want to know much more about this. We've got a call in, so let's call in. It's someone from Dubai, so we'll take this call and we'll be straight back. Yes, please welcome to the show our caller from Dubai. And he'll be coming in just one moment. He's gone. Please do call back. We'd love to hear from you. Our caller from Dubai. We're very excited you're calling in, and we're waiting for you. Back to you, Mudassir. You were saying that with the floods...
Maybe just introduce, before I do actually, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association, the organisation that I belong to. It's an auxiliary organisation of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association, the umbrella. So we are based around the whole of the UK. We have 17 regional branches up and down the country. And the region that I belong to is Middlesex, and that's where parts of the flooding took place in around Surrey, so the Thames and so on. We sort of were working with our National Director of Charities, Yusuf Aftab Saab, and he was working very closely with Humanity First. There was a lot of liaison going on there. When we went to find out, myself and our National Director of Charities and a few other local coordinators, we arrived at Raisbury on the first day, the village of Raisbury in Surrey. And what we met was a village that was completely flooded with water waist high. And there were no emergency services there. There were hardly any police officers. There were no ambulances or the fire brigade or the army or anybody. It was just local volunteers that were trying to do what they could. And we arrived and we sort of tried to find out what we could do to help. We very quickly found out that the following day there was going to be 10 trucks of sandbags arriving, and sandbags are the primary measure of defence against flooding of this type. So we very quickly that evening called up our local volunteers from our local youth groups, and the following morning we had about 17, 18 volunteers that were ready to help and assist. So we went down, and what we were basically doing was offloading sandbags as they arrived in trucks, loading them into local 4x4s, and then distributing them around the village where they were needed. And I think some of your photos that came on just a moment ago showed some of the areas that we were hit quite badly. And the first day we were advised and directed to go to a specific area of Racebury. So we drove down about 2 miles or so, and we got to a point where the area was flooded thereafter. So we parked up and we began to walk on. And we realised that the waters were actually quite deep, and a lot of our guys, you can see there in this image, they didn't have Wellingtons or proper waterproofs. So I asked them, I said, look, guys, you may as well go back, wait in the car, we'll try and do what we can here, and then we'll come back and go somewhere else. But all of them said, no, we're going to go in and we're going to do this, we're going to do this properly. And they walked into the water, knee-high, without a care for their own comfort or anything, and they did whatever they could to help.
Right. And what about, how did you work on this really important work with Humanity First? Because you weren't doing it alone, you were able to partner with them. What sort of relationship did you have, and how did it help you as the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association to get better results?
So what we provide is manpower. That's what we're good at. We're good at getting on the ground quickly and doing what's needed. But what we don't have are resources. We don't have money. We don't have water. We don't have supplies. And these are the essential things that Humanity First was able to provide us very quickly. Within an instant, within a phone call, the supplies were ready. We went, we picked up the goods, got them out to where they were needed. And that was, again, a very essential part. In fact, this photo you can see the water supplies that were arriving. And there were literally 4x4s coming and going throughout the day, bringing supplies. And that's absolutely essential in this type of situation where you've got not just locals that need help.
Mr. Robert, I'm going to jump in again. We've got a call. Okay. Let's come straight back, because these calls are going to help this sort of work, aren't they? So yes, welcome to the caller. Welcome to the show. Mr. Mohammed Yusuf from Dubai, welcome back. Yes, we can hear you in the studio. We're getting the call in now. It should be coming in any moment. We're getting it. It's coming. We're going to carry on. This is an international call. It'll come through in a moment. Please do call back. We're ready to take your call. Thank you very much for calling in. Mr. Ahmed, carry on. So, really important work being done, collaboration between Humanity First and Ahmadiyya Muslim Association. Yeah, so essentially the supplies that were needed were not just needed for the locals that needed, because obviously their houses being flooded, they'd lost their food supplies, their blankets, their clothing was all gone and wet and sodden, so they couldn't use it. So some of these supplies that were provided by HF were not just being used by the locals, but also by the armies of volunteers that were there. So they also needed, food to eat and water to sustain them, and this really helped for the volunteers as well as the army that eventually did arrive also to help. I see. What sort of impact was it having on people who were living in these areas? Were they? I mean, these were serious floods. These were some of the worst floods that we've seen in the recent era in the UK. Personal stories that you came across. How were people sadly affected by the floods, and how did you help them to get over that sort of trauma? What did you see? So, we weren't just there to provide manpower and lift heavy things and move things around. We were also going door to door, knocking on people's doors and asking whether they needed any help or if they were in trouble or not. And in fact, some of the images you saw there was one image of one of our local coordinators in Morden. And they were knocking on doors, asking if they needed help. And they came across elderly people who were, as you said, they were destitute, they were stuck. They had no way of escaping their house because it was all flooded outside. And there's an image of one of our coordinators lifting an elderly gentleman out of his house into his own car and then driving him to safety. So these were the sorts of things that our guys were doing on the ground. Okay, and that's why we're here today, because you at home, viewers at home, can be a part of this. So again, I'm going to give you the number. Please do call in and please donate. And again, like our recent caller from Dubai, we'd want to hear from you in the studio. So the first number, 020 3307 0134. You can see this on the television screen in front of you. Please call us live on air. We will take your call. And this number is 020 3370 3843. Both of these numbers are operational and we're ready to take your call. If you have any problems whatsoever, don't worry, go straight to the Humanity First website. Either Google it or call or type in the link you can see on your screen right now. That's www.uk.humanityfirst.org. And if you would like to come straight through to the donation element of the website, put a / on the end of that website address and type in Telethon. Telethon, and that'll take you straight there. So just before we finish with yourself, Mr. Ahmed, after this really inspirational insight into the floods, what was the spirit of the volunteers like? How were they contributing to this? Because this gives us an insight into how Humanity First works, I guess, doesn't it? Because it's an organisation run by volunteers. So what was the spirit of the volunteers?
I think one of the key things that the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association and Humanity First have in common is that I think they both have a real unwavering passion for serving mankind. And that spirit was clearly evident in the volunteers on working on the floods. These guys, as you mentioned before, some of these are doctors, they're engineers, they're marketers, they're managers and so on. They all have a day job, but they all really, really wanted to just do their part to help and serve the people of the community. And a photo you just saw there was of one of our colleagues cleaning a church. And the story behind that, there you go, is we had about 60 volunteers out on the weekend in the southeast. At the same time, we had about 100 or so out in the southwest, in Somerset and Cornwall, and we also had a few dozen up north as well around Yorkshire. But I had a call from an MP in Chertsey, and she said, I know you guys are very busy right now, you're doing some fantastic work. However, tomorrow we have a wedding taking place in a church, and the church is completely in a mess. We've had coordinators coming and going throughout the day, and they're wearing Wellingtons and waders, and there's all types of equipment coming through. Is there anything you can do to help? And I said, of course we can. Helping is whatever form it's in, we're going to do it. So we got some broomsticks and some bleach and so on, and we went down, and a few of our volunteers, they cleaned the whole church out, inside out. And the following day we saw on Twitter the happy couple coming out of the church, and all of their friends and families were holding broomsticks over their heads as they walked out. And it's quite an amusing scene, but it was a very nice touch to
it's a very human touch, which is I think what this is all about. We've heard already from the guests on the panel that it's a humanity here which is making this charity successful, moving beyond the stereotype of bureaucracy or administration which has been given bad press. This is a very unique approach to charity which returns to the human element, and I think the very beautiful story of the wedding gives you an insight into this. Now, moving back to the international, some of the biggest crises that have touched humanity in recent years, we're now joined by Dr. Tariq Bajwa. Now, Dr. Tariq Bajwa, welcome to the telethon. You're a member of the Humanity First medical team, and before I come to you, I'm being told we've got a call on the line, Dr. Bajwa. So I'm going to come to you in one sec. So yes, please, it would be wonderful to have our caller. Hello, welcome to the show. Hello, can you hear us? Hi there. Can you hear us on the phone there? Can you hear us? Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome to the show. This is the Humanity First Disaster Relief section of the Telethon. Welcome to the show.
You are asking me?
Yes. Welcome to the show. Have you called to donate? It would be wonderful to receive your donation.
Yes. I want to donate, please.
Excellent. And thank you very much for calling in to donate. I guess we should receive your donation now. So you can tell us however much you would like to give. How much would you like to give?
I would like to donate £500.
That's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Could I ask your name?
Naima Shabir Bhatti.
Naima Shabir Bhatti. Thank you very much for calling in, Naima Shabir Bhatti. Your money is greatly appreciated. We've heard how it'll be spent. More than 90%, 93%, I believe, will be given directly to the people on the ground who will receive help from this. This will go towards disasters as well as many of the other projects that are being done. So we cannot thank you enough for calling in and donating. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Hopefully this will inspire even more people to call in. Please do call us. You can call in on 020 3307 0134. That's 020 3307 0134. The number's in front of you now. This is the purpose of today's show. We're talking about the work of Humanity First, but really this is your opportunity to get involved. Today is your chance to make a difference to people's lives all around the world. So please call in, just like Mrs. Bhatti just called in a moment ago. Dr. Bajwa, thank you so much for joining us on the show. You've been and you've worked in places around the world responding to disasters. What have you seen? I think you've been to the Pakistan earthquake. What did you see when you were there?
I'd like to start with Assalamu alaikum. That's the salutation in Islam. And what it means is peace be on you. And I think that gives the message that how can you be peaceful if somebody who's a human being is not in peace. So our community has this motto that we try to serve mankind wherever is possible. We were in Africa long before even people thought of going there and helping people. So we had our schools there, we had our hospitals there. Before Humanity First, there was a scheme by our third caliph, third supreme head of the Ahmadiyya community, which was started in 1971 to have hospitals to supply, to provide medical provision in Africa. So I have myself served for 3 years as a voluntary in Tanzania in East Africa. So Humanity First was actually started by our fourth caliph, fourth supreme head. And the purpose was to actually expand the work we were already doing.
Dr. Batra, yeah. I am going to come back straight back to you in one moment. We've got Mr. Mohammed Yusuf. Let's take him. Okay. Welcome to the show, Mr. Mohammed Yusuf.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam rahmatullah. Is this Mr. Mohammed Yusuf?
I called 2 times, but most of the time the call was dropped.
Apologies
for that. I want to donate 500 dirham.
Thank you very
much. In the head of Water for the Life.
This is wonderful news, and thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed Yusuf. Just to clarify, you're donating 500 dirham to Water for Life. You're calling from Dubai, and that's the currency within which you're operating. And we're an international charity, so we greatly appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Could I ask you?
All of you.
Could I ask you?
Alaikum.
Thank you very much. Alaikum salam rahmatullah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Yusuf. So again, we've heard from 2 callers now. They've called in, they've donated. That's over £1,000 from 2 individuals alone. A really great donation, to be honest. Again, I'm going to give you the number so you can call in as well. The donation line is 020 3307 0134. That's 020 3307 0134. Please do call in and continue to donate. Thank you very much for your call. So Dr. Batra, you were telling us that you've served yourself 3 years in Tanzania, hospitals, schools which are being run.
So I had a bit of experience working in Pakistan originally, then in Africa. And here, when Humanity First was started, obviously we were very keen members to work for it. And even when I started my job as a general practitioner here, in my contract, I got it written down that I'm a member of Humanity First. Anytime I have to go for a disaster response, I should be allowed to go. So that was part of my contract. So I was on standby. So when this news came of the earthquake in Pakistan, obviously everybody was worried. Particularly, we have a special relationship with Pakistan. And so we were, straight away we are on standby. And then we were called by our supreme head, who's the current head of the community. And we were asked to go in. So we were one of the very first ones who went from UK to this place of disaster. So we went to Islamabad, reached there, and it was an interesting story as well. That we wanted to go to the place where we had to work, and all the roads were blocked because of the earthquake. Nobody knew what was happening, whether we'll be able to reach there or not. There was no communications. So so ultimately, people who came, personally, some people came walking and got the news, okay, this is the situation. So it was decided that we are going to hold 2 camps. One was had in Bagh, and the other one in Muzaffarabad. So we were supposed to go to Bagh, and we were about 7-8 members of the medical team.
Back to you in one moment, Dr.
Yeah,
Bottom.
sure.
What we're going to do, we're going to take a call that's made this work possible, hasn't it? So this is Mr. Javed. I hope I've got your Mr. Latif. My apologies, Mr. Latif. Welcome to the show. Can you hear me okay there?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Saqib Latif from Canterbury.
Very good to have you on the show. Are you calling in to donate, Mr. Latif?
Yes, I'm calling first to make a donation. I would like to make a donation of £500.
Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated.
And would just like to say a couple of words, if possible. Well, first, really wanted to congratulate Humanity First medical team, as well as the projects about Feed a Village and the water projects, and a lot of projects that Humanity First is doing in parts of the world, primarily for the welfare of the needy and poor. And this morning when I was hearing the news, it was very striking and a shame that there are some charities which are getting money in the name of humanity, but then using for religious purposes. So it really makes Humanity First an outstanding charity which is working solely for the purposes of humanity, which is, I think, a hallmark of Humanity First.
You've understood perfectly, I think, the very essence of the ethos of Humanity First, and your money will go directly towards doing that work. So here at Humanity First, we can't thank you enough. Thank you so much, Mr. Latif, for calling in.
Thank you very much. Jazakallah. Thank you.
Dr. Bhatt, you were telling us that there is this very unique opportunity to help humanity in Islamabad, in Pakistan.
Yeah, we went to Islamabad, and obviously the main struck area was the Kashmir. So we decided to hold camps in Bagh and Muzaffarabad. So traveling to Bagh, when we reached there, that was the first thing to do. How can we reach there? So we managed to find out that there is a route. It is possible to go there. So we had a big truck which contained all our tents and other arrangements, and we were in a smaller jeep. And on the way, the road, because there was a landslide, so the road was blocked. So this jeep managed to get through, and we reached by evening to Bagh, where we had to go, but our truck was stuck behind. Now we had nothing, no equipment, all was left behind. But we were there, but still we went there. We tried to find out, because it was disaster everywhere. Everywhere you saw the ruined houses and the people crying. It was terrible to see them, and we wanted to help them as soon as possible, to be on ground to help them. So we tried to find out where to go, and was there any organized place where to go. So ultimately we decided to go to the military army camp to find out where we are supposed to go. So we went to them, and they said, well, go anywhere which is empty. So we tried to find a place, but some people were already there in those areas. So we said, okay, it was too late in the evening, and we said, okay, we'll decide tomorrow, but wherever is the place. So the place very near to that camp, the army camp, just by the side of the road, we settled there, and we said, okay, but we had no equipment. So we went to the army camp and said, our tents are behind, so can you help us with something? And there was an aeroplane had come from somewhere with help and said, take whatever you want. So we had the tents got from there, and we slept overnight in that place. And in the morning, we were floating in the water, because that was actually a riverbed where we were sleeping overnight. And overnight it had rained, and the water was flowing underneath us, all of us. But luckily that place proved to be very useful for us. So next day we got to the better places and the higher places, and so we started. I had a colleague, Dr. Amjad, who's a psychiatrist as well, and he says, okay, let's put a chair and table here and see how we can help people. There was nothing we had, and soon after that there was a queue of people coming to us just by the side of the road. And so we were happy that at least we've got people, and meanwhile we were trying to find out where else to go. And so in that way, the next day our the truck arrived, and we all settled down. Now the people who were coming there, it was amazing to see them, that some of them, I remember one guy, he had his arm broken from 2 places. And I said, you are coming here after 3 days. This should have been treated immediately. It's a fracture. And he said, well, I have been burying my family. They have all died. I'm the only one who is left, and I didn't have time to come to any medical place. So, so things like that, we are coming across, and people, the ladies, the children, everybody was, it was terrible to see them. And when we went out into the town, every house was ruined, nothing was left behind. There was a whole school which had just settled down, and all the children had died underneath that. So you see, in that place, you really remember, one thing you remember is that we could be in their place, okay, and if we were there, would anybody had come to help us? So, but an important thing was that people they had their own camps nearby their places of residence, and they would even leave those camps and they would come to us. And I asked them, why are you coming to us? You have traveled so much distance to come to us. And they said that you talk to us with compassion. And really that happened. We spoke to them, okay, how is your family? What happened to them? And the ladies, they would start crying, and they took out, nobody had spoken to them with that sympathy. So they said, at least we are treated as a human beings here in this camp. So that's why we leave that area. We try to come to you. So it was a very great success there. We had there, our team stayed for 2 weeks, and then another team came also from our team, because these were mountainous area, and there were areas where nobody had reached yet. So we divided our team into smaller groups, 2 or 3, and we traveled up the mountains on foot, taking the medical, medicine and etc., and tried to reach them where nobody had reached them. So, so that's why, the people were very thankful to you because you had come there. Again, it's just the way you treated them, to talk to them politely, and they knew. And the reputation of the camp built up so much that we had run short of medicine, because we had gone from here, we didn't have much of the medicine and other things there. And the people, seeing our reputation, they would stop at the road. And I remember, because it was shocking for me, a police truck which had come from Punjab police, they stopped there and they said, do you need anything? It's a strange thing to listen from a police department in Pakistan. I said, we don't have any water here. And he said, okay. They unloaded the whole truck of bottled water for us. So people, they didn't have any water, and we had plenty of supply of water there. God provided us. Similarly, people would stop there and they said, oh, do you need any medicine? We don't want to give to anybody else because we don't trust them. But you are treating people, and we can trust you. So that's way Allah also helped us. That yes. We had enough supply of medicine. We had, and then another group came, and then yes. another group came. Yeah. We were there, but it never stopped, because it's the after effects again. We had to, after 3 days, the acute need was stopped, but still. Well, another thing.
Sorry, Dr. Barger, I'm going to have to jump in. So I think this covers Pakistan earthquake perfectly, doesn't it? You've given us an insight into the humanity of the medical operation, but also the very essential technical support you gave. You were meeting all the basic needs, and then moving on from there, you dealt with their long-term needs as well. Yeah. And this is why we're here today, isn't it? Because this sort of work depends on the generosity and the care and the compassion of the viewers at home. Now, we have one caller who's just called in, so let's take that call now. Welcome to the show, and thank you very much for calling in.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Alaikum salam warahmatullah. Could I please ask your name?
Yeah, my name is Adil Mubashir, and I'm calling from Dubai.
Welcome to the show, Adil Mubashir. Thank you very much for calling in. would you be ready to donate today to Humanity First?
Yes, I would like to donate 200 dirhams for Water for Life category.
Thank you very much for calling in and donating 200 dirhams to the Water for Life project. And coming up just after the disaster response theme, which we're looking at the moment, is going to be Water for Life. So stay tuned for this, because it's going to give you a full in-depth analysis of how Humanity First are providing water for life. So thank you very much for calling in. So now in the studio, I'd like to also take a look at how we are working with field hospitals around the world. And to do this, I'd like to invite another guest into the studio. This is Dr. Faisal Ahmed. Please do join us in the studio in any moment now. And also we'd like to be talking to Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid, who will join us again as well. And in fact, So what we just saw here was Water for Life. So we're about to move on to this section in a moment, but before we do, we'd like to take one more caller, and we'd like to also take a look at the field hospital work, which is being done by Humanity First in relation to disasters. It's an essential part of their work. We'll have a quick look at that with a guest in the studio. Before we do, we are joined online by Dr. Shabir Bashir. Welcome to the telethon, to our guest.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Welcome to the show.
I would like to thank you very much. I have been watching your show live. Mashallah, it has been a very good event.
Excellent. Thank you very much for calling in. How much would you like to donate today?
I would like to donate 500 dirhams.
Thank you very much. And are you calling from Dubai as well?
I'm calling from Dubai. Yes.
Okay. Well, Dubai are an incredibly charitable nation, and we appreciate your help very, very much. Thank you very much for calling in. Thank you. Jazakallah. So we have another caller. Just before we get the caller in, I'm going to remind you of the number. You can see it on the TV screen in front of you. It's really essential that we get as much help as possible today. Please call in on 020 3307 0134, and your calls will be answered here in the studio for the telethon. Now, welcome again to another guest who's calling us in, calling into the telethon. Please, can you hear us there? Hello to the guest who's calling in. Are you ready to donate? Okay, we'll be coming straight back to you. Please call in. If you lost the line, give us another call. We'd love to speak to you. Now, back to the studio. Part of what we've looked at today, well, we've looked at disaster relief. So we're joined in the studio by Dr. Faisal Ahmed. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks very much.
Now, we know you're Deputy Medical Director for Humanity First, Dr. Ahmed. And the particular thing we'd like to hear about is the field hospital work which you're doing. And I know you're running a field hospital appeal at the moment. Could you tell us a bit more about this, please?
Yeah, sure. So the field hospital is for disaster response. So you can imagine when a person normally goes to hospital in this country, they have an injury, they'll go to the A&E department. If they need surgery, we'll then go to the surgical department. Yes. So our job in supplies is to be able to provide that environment for our doctors that are trained in the field. So we have to be able to set up a hospital in the middle of the field that will enable the doctors to provide treatment, look after them afterwards. And then also, if you think about our doctors in this country, they go home, have some sleep, eat something. I've also then got to be able to provide their nutrition, shelter, and look after them. So what we want to do is maximize the amount of time that they can work and look after patients without them having to worry when they arrive in a disaster situation, where's my food, where's my shelter, and so on. So we give it to them as a package. Part of the development was that of a field hospital, because we know that it's very hard and there aren't any field hospitals that you can quickly put into a small package and take with you. So we've actually worked with a manufacturer to reduce the size of their tents, which are too large for us to carry. We have reduced the size so that we can carry them as a single package on the airlines, because airlines themselves have a small amount of, and you can actually see them on the screen. So the larger ones are 60 kilos in size. So what we had to do is split the tents up into 30 kilos. So we split the tents up into much smaller sizes that can take on. And hopefully with the video, which only came in yesterday, because the technical aspect is still going on, and hopefully the video will come on.
Dr. Ahmed, I think someone's calling in for your appeal. Can we take this call?
Sure. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So thank you so much for calling in. You've obviously heard Dr. Ahmed talking about the appeal. Welcome to the show. From Dubai again. Can you hear us in Dubai there? I think there's a delay, but we're ready to take your call. If you can hear us, we'd love to speak to you.
Yes, I can hear you well.
Thank you very much for calling in. What was your name, please?
Ashraf, ASHRAF.
Very good to speak to you, Mr. Ashraf. And thank you very much for calling in. We'd love to take your donation today.
Yeah, I have already made the pledge. I called them earlier, and I gave water for life.
Thank you very much.
I was waiting for participating in live program.
Thank you very much. Your call is greatly appreciated, and your donation is extremely appreciated. Thank you so much. And please do continue to watch and donate again if you would. Thank you very much. We have another caller who's calling in now. Let's take this call as well. Hello there to our next caller. Can you hear us on the line there? Welcome to the show. We've lost you there. Please call again. We'd love to speak to you. Okay, you were saying, Dr. Ahmed, this appeal is really important. You've got these tents which have been reduced in size.
So we've reduced them in size. We have specific technicalities. You can't just use any old tent to use as a hospital or part of an A&E department or even as a surgical department. So we have technical aspects we've changed to it. We've only just made the technical aspects quite recently, and hopefully the video will be playing at some stage. So this is a one-off hospital unit, shelter unit that nobody else has, that we've developed. And hopefully it'll mean that as a package, you can take on a package onto any commercial airline, because commercial airlines have a weight package, and it's coming up on the video now. So this literally video has come up from yesterday, showing how easy it is to put the tent up, how light it is. And you can see that 2 people have just put this up, and that size of tent, I know it's not come up great, but we literally only had the factory send the video in yesterday, because they've only been making it very recently. And sort of the size of it is such that we put these together. They're all modular, lightweight, so we can actually put lots of tents together. And as you see, they literally just pull out. Within 2 minutes, you've got a shelter up and going. So this will help with the weight allowance. And the idea is that these modular, lightweight tents, which are very sturdy, can be put together. So as much as are required, so it's not a disaster happens, we have to put in a huge amount of money to put in a huge tent. We will decide on the ground how many we need. So the first team will take a few out with them. If there's a requirement to have more, then we will send more in with them. And as each team goes out with it to increase the capacity of the work, we increase the size of the tent, they bring their supplies on board. So in actual fact, for our last budget, we've made these shelters within a budget of £2,500, 2,650. So anyone feeling particularly generous, 2,600 will let us buy another shelter. £2,600.
Okay.
And the idea is then we can take these shelters out into those disaster areas as a pre-packaged sort of supply chain. So in high-risk areas, we can put these tents there, so if a disaster happens, they're already there on the ground for the team to use.
Excellent. We've got another caller. Let's take this caller, and welcome to the show.
Hello.
Welcome to the show, Mr. Ishmael from Dubai.
Yes, hello. My name is Ismail from Dubai.
Welcome to the show. And you're very welcome to donate.
I've completed my pledge.
Pardon me, could you repeat that again? Sorry, Dr. Ishmael.
Yes, I've already made my pledge initially.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say Jazakallah to the audience. The project which is being carried out by Humanity Force is actually very, very nice. And we are...
I think what the key to what Dr. Ishmael is saying, Mr. Ishmael, he's still on the line,
yes.
But if I were to paraphrase, oh yes, please carry on.
Yes, I said I've already made my pledge initially. So I'm actually making another pledge of 200 dirham on behalf of my son Salam.
Thank you very much.
And I'm actually placing this under the disaster package.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all the work that is being carried out by Humanity First all over the world, using this opportunity to say Jazakallah. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. So this is money being given directly to the disaster relief section we've talked about today.
Yes,
it's going to go
yes,
to the causes
yes,
which we've heard about. So Mr. Ishmael, your
from
support
Dubai.
From Dubai, our most generous nation so far. I think we should create competition between the nations in charitable deeds. So please, Dubai callers, keep calling. You're greatly appreciated and you're most welcome on the telethon today. So to sum up for this section, we've heard from Dr. Hamad Khan, we've heard from Dr. Shabir Bhatti, Dr. Tariq Badra, Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid, and also from Mudassir Ahmed. The common theme we've heard from everybody is that disasters can strike at any time. And when they strike with a terrific ferocity, which can really destroy people's lives. We've heard about death, we've heard about terrible injuries, heard about disease, on a most profound level that is almost hard to imagine for us here in the UK or for any developed nation. But it's your cause today to be able to support Humanity First to respond to these tragedies, these disasters. So please do keep calling. The number is 020 3307 0134, and the live call is 020 3370 3843. Thank you so much to our callers who've already called in, and we warmly welcome and appreciate everybody that's planning to call in for the rest of the day. Stay tuned and continue to offer this incredible support to Humanity First. It's greatly needed and greatly appreciated, not only by us, but all of the people around the world who are being helped and are working with Humanity First. So thank you very much for tuning in, and please continue to give. Thank you very much to our studio guests. Thank you.
Welcome back. In the next part of the program, we've got one of our most popular programs that we run, and it's Water for Life. And I'm joined with me, joining me are Fazil Ahmed, who is the program director for the whole range of programs that we run, and accompanying him is Ibrahim Asante, who is the training manager for the team. Welcome to the studios.
Thank you.
Shall I just say, as a bit of an introduction, Fazil is one of our mainstay in Humanity First. I don't say this because he's one of my colleagues, but he's an amazing and incredible person. He suffered an injury while on holiday with his family, and just last night he slipped and did his back in. So he's if he's grimacing, then it's because he's in severe pain. So please, thank you, Fazl. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you for coming in. But as I said, we've got a caller on the line. All right. Thank you. Who can I have your name, please? Caller.
Yeah, my name is Nishad Sharif.
Sorry, I didn't get the first name, Mr. Sharif.
Yes.
Welcome to the program, Mr. Sharif.
Yes, thank you very much.
Would you like to say a word or two, or do you want to start with a donation?
Yes, I think we'll get right into the donation because I'm right now in my office, so I have not much time.
All right. Okay. How much would you care to donate?
I would like to donate dirhams 300 for this.
Thank you very much for it's a good start to our Water for Life program. I think we are as you know, having some technical difficulties, but I understand there are lots of people on the calling. So thank you very much. I understand, in fact, there is another caller on the line. Next caller, please, if you can give us your name and where you're calling from.
Hi,
Hello.
My name is Kamar. I'm calling from Dubai.
We've got lots of people calling in from Dubai. Thank you very much for calling, Kamar. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I think you guys are doing a great job, and I'd just like to pledge some support and give a donation of £2,000.
Thank you very much. Amazing. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. £2,000. What would that get us, Fazl?
It would get us a few water wells.
Few water wells.
Yeah, 4
right.
probably.
4 water wells, depending on which part of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, the interesting bit is I've had the privilege of going to Pakistan to do an audit of our chapter there. And we've got in some parts of it the state-of-the-art water filtration program in Muzaffarabad. Nowhere else in Pakistan do you have that kind of system. And on the other, we've got in Mitti and Tharparkad region, one of the poorest areas where there's a famine going on at the moment, where you have hand-dug wells. So you've got the state-of-the-art and the really kind of seemingly primitive but very effective way of providing water to people in the desert areas. So we'll be talking, in fact, to General Noori Saab, who's our chairman of the Pakistan chapter, in due course. But going back to Fazl. Fazl, you as a program director, clearly you've got a whole range of programs under you. What is it specifically that you think, just by way of an introduction, you think Water for Life faces in terms of challenges? I think Ibrahim might want to comment on the challenges that we face in Africa, but overall, what are the kind of key challenges around Water for Life?
I think water, we take it for granted. I mean, look, I've got a bottle of water for when I get thirsty. We've got water on tap in Europe, even in places like Dubai. But for those parts of the world where they struggle to have access to clean, safe drinking water or sanitation, that has such an impact on your whole life, on your ability to learn, on your ability to earn, on your general state of health. So water is a fundamental which we see that when you start to make provisions, you have a much wider impact than just a glass of water. And I think Ibrahim's going to give you, a sense of what the impact has been in Africa.
Right. Fazl, I think we've got a caller, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Have we got a caller on the line? I think we have somebody on the line.
Might be
Assalamu alaikum, caller. That's it, dropped. Right, okay. Ibrahim.
Hello.
Tell us about the problems and challenges in Africa in particular, because we've got a massive program happening in various parts of Africa, but what is your kind of general take on the issue of water?
Well, coming from Africa, born in Africa, Ghana, I have first-hand experience, but I'll start.
Ibrahim, do you mind? We've got a caller. We've got to. All right. I understand Mr. Nadeem's on the line. Assalamu alaikum, Mr. Nadeem.
Actually, my name is Nadeem Bhatti, Nadeem Sami Bhatti, and I'm ringing from Dubai, UAE, United Arab Emirates, and I want to donate a couple of hundred dirham towards disaster relief fund.
Thank you very much. I'm being told to speak a bit of Urdu as well, not that I'm necessarily an expert in it, but
जी मैं उर्दू
जी आप बोलें ज़रूर बोलें हम ज़रूर आप अपने feelings उर्दू में
जी दुबई से मैं बात कर रहा हूँ और मैं 200 दिरहम डिजास्टर रिलीफ फंड के लिए
जज़ाकल्लाह बहुत शुक्रिया बहुत शुक्रिया And anyone who feels more comfortable speaking in Urdu, they're welcome to do that. We'll hopefully entertain calls in other languages. All right, thank you very much for that 200 dirham donation. We've got another caller on the line.
Yeah, hello?
Assalamu alaikum, caller.
Yeah, hi.
You're online.
My name's Kamal. I'm calling from Dubai. I don't know if you got my donation before.
Unless you're another comer, I think we spoke to a comer. Go on.
No, then you already have my donation.
All right. Was it the 200 dirham?
The 2000.
It's no, it's £2,000.
£2,000 one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We've spoken to you before. Thank you very much for that.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Ibrahim, we'll have these sorts of interruptions. We'll have to get used to it. We're all learning in the process, and as you know, we've had some challenges, but callers are persevering. So carry on. You were describing your early experiences in Africa.
Yes, born in Africa, in Ghana. I have had first-hand experience with lack of basic amenities, especially when my father was a missionary doctor for the Ahmadiyya movement in a small village called Akrofum, close to Obuasi. I mean, I myself had to, in occasions, go to fetch water with the bucket. And you would see that mostly it is the children and the women that normally go to fetch water. And if you look at the statistics in the world today, over 1 billion people around the world live without, proper water, and over 2.5 billion live in poor sanitation. And with about 4,000, staggering 4,000 children dying every day due to water-related and hygiene-related diseases like cholera, like diarrhea, malaria. It's a big issue. And if you look at what Fazl Saab said, this can affect the lifestyle of the people. Children are not able to go to school because of diseases. Parents are not able to work, and it affects the income generation of the people, so poverty comes to play. So water is really key. Even if you look at the anatomy, biology, our bones, 25% is made up of water. So it goes to tell us that having proper water or sanitation for the people as Humanity First is championing is a worthy cause to support. And we are very grateful for those people who have already donated, and we are looking forward to more people also supporting us in that direction.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Fazl, I mean, the statistics are stark and kind of pretty painful, and I think people who have actually visited have an actual feel of it. I mean, otherwise we just hear these statistics on a regular basis and perhaps got immune to them. But really, in terms of the challenges that Ibrahim has identified, what is it that we're doing to address those challenges?
So Water for Life, people might be familiar with some aspects of the program, but Water for Life is a spectrum of projects. We start off, earlier we had the medical folks talking about disaster relief. So when there is a short-term disaster situation, we have solutions like water straw, which is about this big, has a number of carbon filters in it and lasts around 12 months. And you can go to any stream, pond, river, and just drink contaminated water safely for 12 months. In the same way, we have filter survival boxes which we send out to disaster settings to allow you to consume water whilst the infrastructure is being reset after a disaster. Then we go on to village level solutions. Now we've got village solutions and we've got metro solutions for towns and cities. The reason I differentiate between the two is that, as Ibrahim well knows from his part of the world, there are some cities like Accra, but then when you go out to the remote areas, you tend to find small pockets of communities, villages of 300, 400, up to 1,000 people. And sometimes you have clusters of villages that have shared resources. And so we have solutions for villages which include, a hand pump, which we often export from India, but increasingly we're seeing, I was in Ivory Coast last year, and they are making those pumps in Abidjan. And I know we have people watching, sending messages from Burkina Faso, from Ouagadougou, from Ivory Coast, from Mali. In that part of the world, we're looking not just to deploy more of those pumps, but also to do the manufacturing locally. And we've been training dozens of engineers in that part of the world and in East Africa to do the maintenance of those pumps.
Are we expecting some callers from Africa? I thought you said.
We may be. We have folk in Ouagadougou who were scared about phoning in whether we could speak French to them. So, si vous voulez, phone in. Phone in. Ouagadougou, you would be welcome.
All right, I've got a caller on the line. Assalamu alaikum, caller.
Hello?
I understand Mr. Habib from Dubai again. I think Dubai is doing rather well. The technology there seems to be more advanced than yeah. But carry on. Caller from Dubai.
Hello?
Assalamu alaikum. I can hear you.
Yeah, tell me.
Yes, go on.
Hello?
Assalamu
I cannot
alaikum.
hear you. So, yeah, I'm calling from Dubai.
Mr. Aziz from Dubai, I understand.
Yeah, Rafiq from Dubai. Rafiq, R-A-B-W-F.
Rafiq. Rabif.
Hello?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Mr. Rabif, is it?
Yes, Rabif.
Yes.
I'm calling from Dubai.
All right. Go on. How much would you care to donate, Mr. Rabif?
50 dirham. F50.
50 dirhams.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rabif. Interesting name. That's why I was getting confused. It's not an unusual name.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much for that. Confazil, in terms of the numbers of wells that we do on an annual basis, perhaps, are there any facts and figures that we can give around that?
It varies. I mean, we have teams from around the world involved in Water for Life. We're doing about 200 to 300 new installations or refurbishments in villages every year. Up to now, we've done around 1,400 installations, and you could say that every day 2.6 million people are accessing their safe drinking water through Humanity First. Now, I described village level projects, but at metro level, at town and city level, you mentioned Muzaffarabad and the type of projects we've been doing there. We can cater for up to, say, 100,000 people with a megaflow system. You saw the big fat pipes in Kashmir. In the same way, we have a slightly smaller system that we've been deploying in places like Brazil and in Haiti, which can cater for 20, 40, 50,000 people. And in Brazil, 2 or 3 times after disasters, we've been in and actually rebuilt their water infrastructure at that level. And then coming back to villages, apart from the hand pumps, really we see Water for Life as a spectrum of solutions, and we use the right project in the right place. And you know that in Ghana, the geography varies from the north to the south, from the east to the west. If you're going towards the Benin border, it's different. So we also have well protection projects and spring protection projects, where these are wells and springs that already exist in parts of Africa, but because they're not protected, you get wildlife also accessing and it contaminates the water. So we are protecting them.
Faisal, I'll have to interrupt. I'll park a question with you. Actually, the proportion of refurbishments as opposed to new wells. Yeah. That's an interesting one. I have a caller from Dubai, Mr. Kashif. I understand Mr. Kashif from Dubai is online. Hello, Mr. Kashif.
Assalamu alaikum.
You're online. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, my name is Natullah Kashif. I'm calling from Dubai.
A pleasure to be speaking to you, Kashif sir.
I would like to donate 500 dirham for this cause.
500 dirham. Thank you very much, Mr. Kashif. Would you like to say anything?
I just would like to say that this is very good initiative by Humanity First, and I pray to Allah that it gets very successful by the end of it.
Thank you very much for that. I understand there's a Mr. Ashik from Dubai on the line.
From Dubai. I'm also, I've been appointed as the manager for Humanity First Middle East.
Oh, well done. He's one of our colleagues ringing in. Thank you very much for calling, Ashik. What would you like to say? We can allow you slightly more time.
It's a wonderful job you guys are doing out there.
Thank you very much. We do.
Since it's Sunday, from Dubai, it will be really hard for many of the donation to come through, mainly because it's a working day here. Still, we have tried our level best to make it to the maximum members possible.
You're doing very well. In fact, we've had the bulk of our callers have been through from Dubai. Obviously, we're having some local difficulty, but thank you very much for the effort you've put in. Anything else you want to say?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you a lot.
Maybe next year we'll do the event in Humanitarian City.
All right, yeah, we'll hold this event next year from Dubai. Okay, going back to, I think that I was raising with you, Fazal, the issue about refurbishing old wells and digging new wells. The reports I read is there are lots of wells that need refurbishing in Africa, and that is more cost effective than kind of digging new wells. But clearly there are some areas where there isn't. So how do we kind of decide on what our priorities are, in a sense?
Well, refurbishment is an easy answer because there are, Ibrahim, you will know that you go from village to village around Wa, and you will find hundreds of wells which have fallen into disrepair, and it just requires new pipe work, new filter to get them working again. So it's a much more cost-effective program to take installations that are already there out of repair and to repair them. But actually, I described earlier that we're training engineers out there, and now they go from village to village to proactively check on the status of the pumps. They have supplies, repair supplies with them, and they can maintain those pumps before we visit ourselves and find that it hasn't worked for 7 years. For new bores, I'm not sure if people are aware that to dig a well, maybe we'll have to start digging them in London if the water situation gets worse. But to dig a well, you need quite a large rig, and depending on the geography, you might have to dig 100, 200, 300 meters into the ground. Now, you have to do a geological survey first, because I saw in Senegal that there were some where they dug to 300 meters just because they could, and the quality of the water was very salty. So as a result, that water, was no good for irrigation, no good for drinking. So you have to dig to the right level to get drinking water. And then, you find that a different solution might work. Drilling for water might be easy in some areas, but for example, in East Africa, around Mombasa, which is funny enough on the coast, drilling for water just slightly inland from there towards Voi, you've got less than 1 in 10 chance. So you have to think carefully before you do a new bore, which is probably 8 to 10 times more expensive, whereas refurbishment is cheap and quick to resolve.
I'm hoping we can get in touch with our chairman in Pakistan, so if an attempt can be made to get in touch with him, because, all right, as I'm told, they're having a go. Ibrahim, in terms of your role in Humanity First, what are the kind of key things you would want to prioritize?
Number one, I have zoned it into 3. The first stage is the awareness. People need to be aware that, for example, over 3.4 million people die each year because of water-related issues. People need to be aware that over half of hospital beds in Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, the diseases that get the people there are as a result of water-related or sanitation-related. So the awareness has to be there. Number 2, we all also have to put our hands on board. It could be through the donation. It could be through your time. As Fazal Saab has said and other panelists have said already, we are all volunteers. We work normally, we have our professions, but we need people to also volunteer their time to come and serve. And we also want people to know that we are the preferred choice. We deliver. Over 90% of all donations given to Humanity First goes directly towards projects. So Humanity First, positioning it as delivering the results. And finally, we want the impact that is being made to grow in quantum numbers, because we love all, we hate none. And as you could see from the clip, we had some volunteers repairing churches. Love all, whether it's a synagogue, it's a church. It doesn't matter who the person is. What really matters is that we are delivering on our promise. Let's give the water to the people. Let's give life to the people through Humanity First. A nice cue for me to remind people of the telephone numbers they can. For the donation line is 020-3307-0134. And if you want to come on air, the line is 020-3370-3843. So get on air if you want to speak to Ibrahim or
Go on, you're looking at me wanting to say something.
I just wanted to, Ibrahim didn't tell his full story because he is a professional trainer. He trains in Russia, in the Middle East, across Europe. He is a professional trainer. His actual role is, we have teams of people, not just here in our plush headquarters, but if you go out to Gambia, if you go out to Sierra Leone, if you go to Mali, Burkina Faso, we have fantastic local teams there. His job is to train them.
Can I interrupt you? Sorry.
Sorry.
We've got Mr. Khan from Hounslow, I believe. Hello, Mr. Khan. Wa alaikum salam. Hello. Mr. Khan from Hounslow, you're on air.
Yeah, Abdul Latif Khan from Hounslow.
Go on.
Sorry.
Go on, Abdul Latif Sahab. What would you like to say?
Oh, I'm just saying that this is a wonderful job what you are doing.
Thank you very much.
And I pray for Almighty God that God bless you, because this is a very, very important thing. And also, I donated for the Water for Life. And Water for Life is very important, because I know how much important is to water for the people. And I'm very grateful your jobs and what you are doing. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. And perhaps you can encourage other people in Hounslow. They've got to beat Dubai, surely, in terms of the callers we're getting. So get the people in the Hounslow ringing in, please. Sorry, I interrupted you.
So Ibrahim is bringing his expertise in training to train our local teams. So we assume that everyone knows how to use Excel, manage projects, manage funds, manage teams of people. And you know, for the folk that their hearts are huge. You know, if I think of people like Yankuba in Gambia, these are superb characters with open hearts. We need to train them to help them become more effective. And so Ibrahim is taking international best practice and gradually starting to train these local teams so that they can manage their operations in their countries much more effectively. And even one day, the teams in Africa might be sitting in our shoes, running the whole world's Humanity First. What a dream that would be.
I would love to see that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm being told, and this is for future callers, that if when they call in, if they can turn the volume down on their TV or set so that there's not an echo. So I'll remind you of the donation line again, 020 3307 0134. And if you want to get on air, it's 020 3370 3843. And of course, there are other ways of donating as well. You can text in as well as go online and donate there. Fazl?
So I was going to say that, sorry, I'm in a lot of pain. The smaller solutions that we talked about, you know, £10 will pay for a water straw, £30 will pay for a small filtration kit. The village level projects, a refurbishment is £500. A new bore can be anything up to £2,000, £2,500. And we're very fortunate that we've had a number of people in the last year who've been donating for a new bore on behalf of a relative, a deceased parent, or a significant family member. And we've been doing projects in Gambia, in Sierra Leone, in Uganda on their behalf. So if anyone wishes to do that, just let us know. We will give you some options of the countries and projects that are available, and you can decide which you would like to go for. And you'd be welcome to visit and see the plaque of your family donation in that village being used every day.
Thank you, Fazl. We've got Dr. Noori, who's our chairman in Pakistan. He's online. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Dr. Saab, how are you?
Assalamu alaikum ji.
Wa alaikum salam. Dr. Saab, you're on air. This is Masood Lone. How are you?
Masood Saab, I'm Rana Sultan from Rabwa.
Sorry, okay. You're on air. How are you?
Rana Sultan Ahmed.
All right, Rana Sultan Ahmed. I thought I was given the wrong name. How are you doing this morning? Or is it afternoon now?
It'll be after.
Rana Sahab, you're on air. Do you want to speak, say something, or donate?
Hanji.
All right, okay. We'll get back to the caller. Sorry, you were saying, Fazl?
Yes, so if people want to make a gesture towards, for a family member, we've had a number of those in the last year, and a number of those people, from Greater London, for example, are now talking about visiting in those countries and seeing the project in action. So you'll be welcome. In fact, get involved in setting up the pump in the first place. It takes a day's training, and then you can do quite a lot.
Really, I mean, this is one thing we keep repeating. If you go to those countries and volunteer your time, it'll transform you. I mean, we've got, in fact, if I can plug the ladies, there's a ladies contingent going from Bradford. I think they're taking a container in the next few weeks, and they've got addicted to it. I mean, Mrs. Razia Amini, if I can mention her name, she's done those trips previously, and she's taken a contingent of women, gone there, and she's just, and she's an incredible person. She held a fundraising dinner in Bradford a week or two ago, slightly longer, and raised, in just one event, she raised about £15,000. And so there is no substitute for actually going out there, and that really is enriching for individuals, and particularly young people when they go. We've got one person who has designed the fridge, the desert fridge. A remarkable young man. I mean, when you speak to him, you see how enthused he is by the difference he's actually made, and that's a really key thing. With a little effort from our home's comfort zones that we live in, how significant an impact you can make by doing a little bit, and that I think is a humbling thing in a sense. That by going over for a week or two and kind of doing some projects and so on, how big an impact that has. So thank you very much, Fazal, and I think we need to, we've got a couple of other guests in the studio who are joining us later on, and we've got a few called. We're going to take a short break and then have somebody else occupy the chair. Right? Thank you very much, Ibrahim and Fazal, and may you recover very quickly.
Thank
we
you
need
very
you.
much.
We've got plenty of doctors here, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're at World Waterworks today, based in Bristol, who work quite closely with Humanity First in providing water kits which are used in our disaster response. Let's go inside and talk to Hugo, who's the director of World Waterworks, and find out what do they do, what does the kit consist of. Hi Hugo, can you give us a few seconds if we ask you a little bit of information about World Waterworks?
Yes, of course, no problem.
First of all, could you tell us what does World Waterworks do?
What we do is send humanitarian aid out very soon after a disaster. Usually it's a natural disaster, maybe an earthquake, a tsunami, cyclone, typhoon, that sort of thing. And it's really designed to give people a quick means of purifying water. As you will appreciate, in many cases there's lots of water, flooding for example, but the water is contaminated, so they need a means of purifying that water to stay alive and stay free from waterborne disease.
Brilliant. Could you talk us through maybe what the kit consists of? I know there's some items laid out here. I think it will be helpful to find out what items are actually in the kit and how is it actually packaged.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing, and which obviously flows on from what I've already said, is the water purification. And we've recently changed from one based on chlorine tablets and a means of making them taste good, which is a carbon filter, to this item here, which is called an aqua filter. It's a commercially produced product, which we're able to get at a discounted rate because of being a registered charity. But what that will do is deliver up to 18,000 litres of clean water. And we reckon that a family of 5, for example, each member would get 10 litres a day for a year, which is a significant improvement on what we've had before. It works on the basis of a very fine filter, a micro porous filter, which is so fine that no bacteria can pass through. So the water under pressure will pass through here and comes out in this of this tube, this blue tube, and cup by cup or litre by litre you will get your water. So that's how it works. So that's the first thing, and that's the most important thing. Sure. Now in some cases we only send these out if all that's needed is a clean water system. Okay. But in many cases, indeed in most cases, they also need a whole raft of other vital items because they've lost everything. Their house has been destroyed, or it's been flooded, and everything's been washed away or washed out to sea. So they will need basic things. They're, if you like, I mean, they're one category you call health and hygiene. So soap is vital. People must keep clean, otherwise they run the risk of getting disease. So soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, things of that sort, antibacterial wipes. Quite often they will have cuts and bruises, so there are things like bandages and plasters, things like that. So that's one category. And then they need to eat and drink. So there's, if you like, a kitchen set. And here again you can see the sort of thing. We've recently upgraded to this standard. Previously we had not quite as good as that, but this is now a new product out of India that we've acquired. And there are two large cooking pans. There's a frying pan that has a separate handle to attach it, and then a set of 5 plates, 5 bowls over there, 5 mugs, and then there's cutlery and some knives and spoons for use in the kitchen itself. So that's the second broad category. And then the third would be what we would call simple tools and basic protected covering. For example, tarpaulin. There's a bivouac here, which can be made into a 2-man tent, that type of thing. So you've got a whole raft of, and then other things like these tools. There's some, like a Stanley knife here. There's a trenching tool here. There's a hammer. There's some nails and some rope. All those things come together as another category. And then odds and ends, I suppose, things like a poncho to keep people protected against the extreme of weather, very often monsoon-type rain, those sorts of things that also go in. Anyway, you can see it all displayed there on the table.
Fantastic. I see that it's all packaged in a box. Is that correct? It just goes into a single box.
Here you can see a box that contains all those items. And you might say, well, the amazing thing is it all goes in the box, but it will. And so that all goes out. We send it by air, and usually between confirming the arrangement. Somebody, for example, most recently, we had a request from Chile. They'd had an earthquake and a tsunami at the beginning of April, and we have spent the last 10 days confirming exactly what they want. They've done the needs assessment on the ground. We know they need clean water. We know that a number of the families have also lost all their household possessions, so they need this version of the box. And we're aiming to send 200 of those boxes out. Now, here we are 10 days after the event in a position to send them out. The paperwork's all going to be done, and they'll be on their way.
How long have you worked with Humanity First, providing these boxes?
I don't remember exactly how we first started the contact with Humanity First, but suffice to say, we have found it incredibly helpful to us. I guess it goes back about 7 years. And one of the first of those occasions was out in Bangladesh. There'd been I think, sadly, all too often this happens, but a cyclone had come in and devastated the coastal area. And occasions was out in Bangladesh. There'd been I think, sadly, all too often this happens, but a cyclone had come in and devastated the coastal area.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to the studio here, and I believe we're going straight to a caller. Caller, please welcome. Thank you very much for taking your time out of your Sunday to give us a call. Please give us your details and tell us what you'd like to say.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone there. My name is Tasneem Nadeem and I'm calling from Dubai.
Great, fantastic. Well, thank you very much for calling and taking your time out of your day. Are you kind enough to put a donation in our direction?
Yes, my family and I we've been watching the program. We think it's really wonderful, all the great things that Humanity First is doing. And inshallah, may Allah bless all your endeavors. We'd like to pledge 300 dirhams for Water for Life.
That's each, right? Or is it just for you?
For us.
The whole family?
For my family.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, that's very generous of you. Thank you. And tell all your friends to keep ringing, and let's keep the donations flooding in, because we're in the midst of our Water for Life segment. And previously we had Fazl Saab giving great details of the scheme. And we've got some other people here that have had some personal experience. And first, if I come to Mansoor Shah, who is the former vice chairman of Humanity First and carried us for a great deal of time. And Mansoor Shah, you're sort of just stepping down from Humanity First, but you've spent the last sort of over a decade doing this work. So please give us some of your experiences.
Almost 2 decades.
2 decades. Well, I'm doing you a misservice.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very glad that I'm here. There are many people who are ringing up at this time, and I just want to remind them. You see that in the Holy Quran it says those people who announce it also in the public, and those people who pay it secretly, Allah will reward them most certainly. So Allah says in the Holy Quran, وَمِمَّا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ يُنْفِقُونَ, which means those people who give out of that which God has given to them and spend out of that fund, that is the best way. It is one of the signs of a righteous person. So please, if you are thinking, that my name will be announced, please be brave enough and tell us your name, because this encourages other people also to donate money. There's another aspect, I wish to remind people about, and that is that those people who believe in God, they are the ones, who also have got a sympathy towards mankind. And Humanity First has built its cornerstone on its service to mankind, and it is this which we take forward. And we want to ensure, you see, that there is no woman who puts her children to bed hungry, and there is nobody who tries and lives an existence, with needing water or food or anything like this. So this is the heart of our projects, that we undertake.
And in your personal experience, I mean, we're talking Water for Life here. You've seen the water delivery or the struggles that people go through. I mean, today in England we've got terrible rain showers, so we've got our own Water for Life here. But you've seen it in first hand.
Yes. Now, if you forgive me, if I can switch into Urdu, because I think there are many people who are speaking Urdu speakers, so, and they haven't been addressed. तकरीबन 2.5 साल पहले मैं अफ्रीका में गया, कीनिया में, और वहाँ पे साहिल के इलाके के नज़दीक बहुत सारी जगह हैं जहाँ पे पानी की किल्लत है। तो एक उस वक़्त शाम का वक़्त हुआ जा रहा था, तो एक औरत जा रही थी, तकरीबन मुझे लगता है 28-30 साल की औरत थी। उसके पीछे उसने एक अपना बच्चा बांधा हुआ था कपड़े के साथ, और सिर के ऊपर उसने एक बड़ा सा डब्बा लेकर जा रही थी। मैंने किसी को रोका, मैंने कहा इससे पूछो कि इस वक्त क्या ये लेकर जा रही है। तो उसने कहा कि ये पानी इकट्ठा करने जा रही है। तो मैंने कहा अगर ये पानी लेकर जाने वाली है तो ये कितनी दूर लेकर जाएगी। तो उसने जब उससे सवाल पूछा तो वो कहती है कि देखो वो वहाँ पे इतनी दूर हमारा विलेज है, यहाँ से तकरीबन 10 किलोमीटर। मैंने कहा 10 किलोमीटर तो आपको गलती लगी होगी, 10 किलोमीटर नहीं होगा, कि 3-4 मील कुछ हो गए। कहते नहीं, मुझे उसने अपने हाथ पकड़ के लेकर गई दूसरी तरफ। कहती है देखो वो ये बीच में एक वैली सी थी, उसके अंदर से दिखाया उसने कि मेरा घर दूसरी तरफ है, पहाड़ी की दूसरी तरफ। तो उसका घर नज़र आ रहा था, वाकई तकरीबन 10 किलोमीटर थी। तो आप सोचें कि एक औरत जो है अपना बच्चा हाथ के ऊपर सिर के पीछे लगा के और ऊपर ये डब्बा लेकर जा रही है, हर रोज़ उसने 10 किलोमीटर चलना है, और ये 28 साल की या 30 साल की या जब भी उसकी जवानी की और सारी उम्र जो है इसी में गुजारी है। हर रोज़ उसने 10 किलोमीटर आना है, 10 किलोमीटर वापस जाना है, 20 किलोमीटर उसने अपनी ज़िंदगी के हर रोज़ गुजारने पानी लेकर आने के लिए। और ये क्या ज़िंदगी है इस किस्म की? हम यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, क्या हमारा काम नहीं है कि हम इनकी मदद करें? तो जिन लोगों के पास पैसे हैं, बेशक कुछ भी हो, बेशक चंद पाउंड ही हों, आप ज़रूर इसमें ज़रूर हिस्सा लें। अल्लाह ताला कहता है कि जो लोग अल्लाह ताला के लिए इस किस्म का सदका जारी कर देते हैं, हमेशा उनके लिए उसका अजर मिलेगा। अगर आप कोई इस किस्म की ज़िंदगी किसी को दे दें कि हमेशा आपके वफ़ात के बाद भी वो लोग पानी में से उनको उसमें से इस हिस्से में से उन्हें बेहतरी हो, तो हमेशा उसका अजर आपको मिलेगा। इसलिए आप अगर इस किस्म का काम करें, मसलन ये हो या अगर आँखों के किसी की, हमने ये भी प्रोजेक्ट है हमारा, इस किस्म के जो काम है अगर आप करेंगे तो हमेशा अल्लाह ताला आपको इसका अजर देगा, ना सिर्फ आपको बल्कि आपकी औलादों को भी। और उनको भी सिखाएं कि इस किस्म का सदका दिया करें, ताकि हमेशा ज़िंदगी जो है आपकी इसी तरफ रहे। So I just want to repeat this a little bit in English, and that is that those people who have got some sort of resources, even a little bit of cash, if they are able to give a little bit of money, a woman who is about 28 or 30 years of age, who is carrying a jerry can on her head and a baby tucked down at her back, and spends 10 kilometers every day to come down to get water,
there
and then
back,
and then another 10 kilometers
20
back,
a day.
20 kilometers every day. Take amount of time of our life which is spent just in coming to fetch water and bringing it back to her family.
Sure, so that's wonderful. I would say that. So these are fantastic examples. We've got a caller. Your emotions have pulled the heartstrings of our audience. So please, you're through to the audience. I don't know who it's calling. Mohammed from Hertfordshire, sunny Hertfordshire. Please, you're through to the audience. Please let us know what you'd like to say. Thank you. Mohammed from Hertfordshire, please, you're through to the audience. The live students.
Oh, hello. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Yunus. I'm calling from Hertfordshire, Stevenage. What a wonderful job you are doing. I would like to say thank you and God bless you and your team. And I would like to donate for behalf of my family £50 Water for Life.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. That's very good. Excellent. Well, the more the merrier. Keep everyone ringing in because it's very important. What I would suggest is you cancel your Sky Football. All those people that cancel their Sky Football today can turn that money into Water for Life. Do you not think? I think if we cancel Sky Football, £30 a month, that's many wells. So what I would say is we've got some examples there, but Mahmoud Rahman is our General Secretary of the IAAE European chapter. And so if you've got sort of people out doing the work in the field, would you sort of reinforce what Shah Saab was saying?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. I represent International Association of Ahmadi Architects and Engineers. We are very fortunate that 10 years back, Hazur Anwar Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasir Aziz advised us to look after drinking water facilities in Africa. He said, you work in that area if you want to serve humanity. So we sent our young engineers to explore the feasibility, and we found that Hazur also informed us that there are hard rocks underlying there, and you need to use diamond bits to do drilling, but and it cost quite a big amount, 5,000 to 6,000 pounds for one water point.
Right.
And Hazur said, I'm interested to establish low-cost water points,
yeah,
so that we can establish more water facilities. So since then, we have been able to establish 1,100 water points in various countries in Africa, which is serving over 120,000 people there. So imagine we have the prayers of so many people when they use drinking water facilities. And we have worked in joining hands with Humanity First, because they were there, they explored various villages. So
Can I ask one thing? That and these requests for water, is this coming from the villagers, or how do we find places where it's required and it's necessary?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, we have a very integrated system where our local administration, they have full information about the places where those are dry villages.
Yes.
There's no drinking water. People are using drinking water from water holes where animals are drinking water. Can you imagine humans using same drinking water for drinking? So and that of course results in so many diseases and deaths and all that. So our local administration, they have full information about various villages. So they guide us that these are the villages where we need to establish water points.
Actually, what happens is, you see, there is a Ministry of Water in these countries, and they have, done a map of all the country, and they define, which part of the country doesn't have water resource.
Right, I see.
Or there is a water table, which is very deep, or
yeah.
Water table is a little bit shallow, and therefore you're able to tap into that information, and then they tell you, that there are so many wells here, or there are no.
It does sound very interesting that we've got wells that were put in by the sort of government authorities that have fallen into disrepair. But I tell you what, we are going to a caller now. Is it Daud Khan from Dubai? Please, you're through to the studio.
Yes. Hi, speaking. Assalamu alaikum to everybody in the studio. I was just calling to commend Humanity First and all its fantastic efforts, and particularly the Water for Life programme. As a kind of a long-time supporter of Humanity First, I think from personal experience, one of the key distinguishing factors of the charity is the very high proportion of funds donated which actually used directly on projects rather than absorbed through admin and other costs, which I think is particularly impressive for people. So I just wanted to commend your team and all the efforts that you're doing.
Well, I think if with the more volunteers we have, the higher that number goes up. 93% we're saying of funds go to, wouldn't be great if, we all volunteer our time for free, and so we're always struggling to get that bit more. Have you got any donation for us, or you're already paid?
I do, yeah. I'd like to donate £500 towards the Water for Life appeal.
MashaAllah, thank you very much. Enjoy your the rest of your Sunday, and tell all your family to ring in and try and beat you to get more funds in for these fantastic projects. Jazakallah, thank you very much. Exactly. Now, what we're saying is that I was going to go, if I can bring inside Lone, who's personally got experience. We've got a young 83-year-old here in the audience today in our studio, to tell us a little bit about your last 6 months spent in Tanzania. You're a Swahili speaker, so please, I would ask you to speak to us in English, but by all means, disperse.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have been in Tanzania. I was born in there, and I'm 83 years old. I have been, for the last 6 months I was there, and because I could speak Swahili language, so it is advantage for me to go there. So Alhamdulillah, I have been going to various places, and at the local president, they let us know, where to go and all this, as Mansoor Shah Sahab explained it. And I have been to the places where most water is required, and I have been there. And one incident I want to explain. One of the lady who came, she was 93 years old, and she kissed my hands and says, "You are doing a lot of job, and I appreciate, because I had to travel a long time, and you are giving us water. It's a great thing. Humanity First is doing it, and Allah bless you and give you a long life." So this was the incident which touched my heart, and I had been doing for a long time, because I saw so many on the road, tarmac road. The water was raining, and most of the children were collecting rainwater. I said, "What are they doing?" He says, "There is shortage of water," and it is. So ever since I devoted myself to fundraising and all this thing, and locally I took about 13,000 pounds, and at that time it was drilling, and it was very expensive. For 5,000 pounds, it was very expensive. And later on, the Humanity First, Akram Saab, selected me. He says, "You just go there, and the World Bank has stopped giving aids, and please, what you do, take out the old ones and replace the new pumps, Mark II and all this thing." So ever since I have been doing this one, And Alhamdulillah, Allah has given me this opportunity to serve the humanity first here.
And you were saying that you're not necessarily, we have an engineer here, that you are not an engineer. You are just a normal man, but speaking Swahili with your heart,
right,
you're going there to coordinate. So is it really interesting, Shah Sahib, that we as people in the Jamaat, we can help physically and go there with using our project management skills?
Yes, the water pump itself doesn't require a tremendous amount of engineering skills.
Right.
So somebody like him, who's actually seen how this thing gets done, how you can do a reboring of a hole, is a tremendous amount of skill itself. So he is able to therefore tap into that one,
yes.
And therefore we are able to benefit from his resource. There are many people like him, you see, who are able to go in this manner. All you need is a little bit of supervision, in any country, and therefore you are able to spread out the benefit, of this water resource. It isn't just, in some countries, you dig a few feet and you hit water. In some countries, you go much deeper. And sometimes you have to tap into a few yards further down, and you're able to get water. So I think there is water available, but it's a question of being able to get it and get it down to the people who need it most.
Exactly. I'm being told a bit of good news. We've reached a landmark of sorts. We've got £10,000 pledged today, so that's very good. But we're sort of a couple of hours in, so we really need to push that. We've got quite an extensive target today. £10,000 is going to, be sort of fantastic work that we can do in sort of renovating wells and the like. But we really need more donations. So please do give us a call 020 3307 0134 to anonymously donate. But we would love it. People that who want to get their checkbooks out today on this wet bank holiday. Sunday, Easter Sunday, and give us a call if you want to come through the studio. It's 020 3370 3843, and we've got great emotion here. People of more years and experience than I.
I'd like to tell some of the incidents which our boys and engineers they saw when like a village which was totally abandoned because there was no drinking water. When our team went there and established water point, the chief of the village he was so much emotional. He said, now my people from my village, they'll come back because they had abandoned the village because there was no drinking water. Similarly, like Akram Saab, he's our chairman, he had his own experience that people have been walking for 10 miles to get one bucket of water, and for 24 hours that water point was on. And he said, he woke up at middle of the night, 3 o'clock he got up and went to check the water point. He said, still queues of families from different villages, and they have they have allocated time slots that for that village this is the time to get water. So that's a scarcity of water there. So anyone who is going to chip in, who is going to donate for this noble cause, probably is going to, for rest of his life, is going to be he will get prayers from and rewarded from Allah.
Very good. Yeah. I would just say we've got another caller, and it's a caller from sunny Roehampton. Is it Mohammed from Roehampton? Is that right?
Yes. Hello, sir. Is it? Am I on air?
You are live on the air. Please donate generously. Yes, please. It's Kaleem Edwards here. So please give us your name and your donation, if I may.
President Wolverhampton, I wish to congratulate you, Mansoor Shah Saab, and other organizers of your team for undertaking such a fantastic, such a wonderful work. May God bless you immensely in every respect, and may God give you great deal of success in your wonderful work. And I wish to donate £50 from me, from my family, and I wish a great deal of success to your fantastic work. May God bless you and your team
and your wife and your children. Right? Is that right? Or is it?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm donating £50 from me, from my wife, and from my children, and I wish you a great deal of success in all aspects of humanity first.
Excellent. Jazakallah, thank you so much. And now ring all the rest of your family and tell them to ring in and pledge more to beat you. Okay?
You should
thank you so much.
These similar programs more often than once in a, in the blue moon. I'll be grateful if you could arrange, and God will give you great deal of success.
Inshallah, inshallah. Thank you so much. So 83 years old. How do you find some extra energy to do all these projects?
Yes. I'm very pleased. Allah has given me the health, and I'm positively prepared to go again and again and again and again until my last day of marriage.
Well, we've got a few more minutes to wrap up, so it's time for, we'd like to really thank you for all your emotional time, and you're a great servant throughout. Shah Sahib, do you want to just give us a few...
Yes, I think, that this project, that Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Ayyadullah Ta'ala ibn Aziz has set, humanity first, and through, IEEE also chipping in with the
great partnership there,
yes,
isn't it? With the skills that you can offer humanity first.
Both of us, working together on this need of the time, especially in Africa, and Africa is going to be one of those continents, which is going to emerge, and maybe as, the future of the entire world will be dependent upon them. So in that case, if they have been provided something that they need now, they will remember, that this thing has been provided, to them, by people like you and people who have been watching in, and Yasin Saab, who rang in just now. Those are the sort of people, who have actually contributed towards the life of Africa at this time. So, what better to address a need of the time, at the time that it is needed most. May Allah bless everybody,
Excellent. I would say that we've got a great sustainability, though, that because we've got people on the ground and you're doing maintenance, it's not just putting new boreholes, where the renovation work it's a tremendous thing.
About maintenance, we train local young people as well, so that in case some pump breaks down or there's some parts needs to be replaced, they don't have to call us here. What we do, we leave some of these parts there, so that local khuddam, they can replace and carry on, and there's no water pump doesn't stop.
I mean, is it sometimes you get a small problem in the pump and it's just a very small little issue?
So we have made these projects sustainable, that local khuddam, they can repair and it carries on. I'd like to mention some of the sacrifice which our young engineers who travel from Britain and they go and establish these water points.
2 minutes, away you go.
I tell you, they stay in tents there. I mean, some of the boys, they told me that they are hit by mosquitoes like bullets. So they can't sleep through the night, but during the day they are working, drilling boreholes, rehabilitating, replacing filters and pipes. So it's a great deal of sacrifice these young boys are doing. So I think all those who are listening all this program, even if they contribute and donate from here, it will be they'll join us actually in prayers and efforts. So even by donating for this noble cause, and drinking water is a basic necessity for every human being.
I think for us, I mean, during Ramadan we fast, and we know how beautiful that taste of water is. So for 30 days a year, we experience how scarce water is. Absolutely. When you travel the people, you see the 10-mile journey to get water, to taste.
Yes. It's tremendous, you see. I think, we turn on the tap and we think, this is something which is never ending. But down there, where there are no taps available, to people, and people have to actually use their hands, to scoop up water and things like this.
Amazing.
This is tremendous.
We have a caller from Epsom. Come in, Epsom. Dr. Saab, I'll call you Dr. Saab from Epsom. Please introduce yourself to the studio, and you're live. Dr. Hamidullah. Away you go, Dr. Hamidullah. You're through to the studio. Hoping we've got Dr. Hamidullah from Epsom. We've lost him, apparently. The mobile phone signal in Epsom, probably the Water for Life is interfering with the mobile phone signal, possibly. Or maybe it's got into the offices here. Well, anyway, I think we're getting very close now, so I really would like to thank Shah Saab for all your time. You are we saw a plaque and we had an internal presentation. Yes. Mabur Rahman, fantastic work, the IEEE, and thank God we've got that excellent union. And Sideloan, I hope another 83 years of Swahili service.
In Swahili, they call it Maji ni Uhai. It's a life, water for life. It's the translation in Swahili.
Lovely.
Maji ni Uhai.
Means
this is the...
Maji is water.
Maji?
is for, and life is high.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, we've got our Dr. Saab's now back. So, Dr. Saab from Epsom, please, you're through to the audience.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Can you hear us? We can
Yes,
hear
I
you
can
live
hear
and
you.
clear.
This is Dr. Hamidullah Khan from Epsom in UK.
Okay, excellent.
And I want to congratulate you for a fantastic job you're doing. And I won't take much time. Can you accept £200
We'd love
from
to
me
say
and my wife?
Fantastic, that's excellent.
Excellent job.
Thank you so much, and tell all your family to ring in and try and match that donation if we're possible.
Thank you very much.
We're really grateful.
Dr. Hamad is, fixing up some equipment in the background, for us, your son.
Oh, we've got another caller now. We've got another doctor, but this time from a doctor from Dubai. So, Dr. Saab, Dr. Attar, please, you're through to the audience. Please, if you care to have a discussion about your donation or any feedback you've got today.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
This is Atta from Dubai. I would like to thank you all for this doing a great work for this. Your slogan is very good at serving the mankind. And your name is also Humanity First. And nowadays, and you're doing a great job and keeping the humanity, serving the humans being such a great job. I would like to donate 50 dirham each for all the 4 categories.
Fantastic. So that's you're going to do the 4 main parts of Humanity First of 50 dirhams each. So Jazakallah, thank you so much for that, and do let all of your family and friends know to ring in and and join that donations. Well, that sort of wraps up our Humanity First Water for Life hour. I really hope and pray that everyone got the message. We need those donations. Please cancel your Sky subscription, or cancel your holiday. Throw the money in our direction, and we will serve water for life. And okay, so what we've got coming up now, we've got a small video into another fantastic scheme of Humanity First, Knowledge for Life. So I think we're going to sit down and enjoy a video on Knowledge for Life. Jazakallah. Thank you.
So for that reason, they are now today also this is extra class.
Millions of children will not complete their education this year, and in fact 75 million children will not attend school at all. Education in poorer countries is just survival within mud brick walls. No posters, no practical lessons, no books, no videos, just learning by rote. Yet the children respect their teachers and hang on to their every word, as they are acutely aware that education is their route out of poverty. Humanity First's Knowledge for Life program aims to provide resources to empower students from poorer backgrounds and to inspire them through a practical education. We are building libraries and providing a range of reference books indexed to the International Dewey Decimal Classification System. Books help the children to feed their imaginations.
Okay, and then for the...
We are providing schools with science lab kits such that experiments become practical and exciting. Multimedia facilities provide a portal to the wider world, either through documentaries on nature and science, or through the internet to seek answers to any question the children may care to ask. We have built many new schools in remote areas, from Haiti through Mali and Gambia to Pakistan. Sometimes schools are damaged through storms, mudslides or earthquakes. We have helped to repair many schools in places such as Haiti, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Uganda, and recently in the Philippines. In the UK, many schools are donating books and other resources. Small businesses are donating stationery, uniforms and sports equipment. Or you can donate. Just £500 provides a lab or a small library for a school. Please donate, help with resources, partner or volunteer.
You wouldn't think that in the 21st century 1 billion people would lack safe drinking water, or that hundreds of millions would starve every day, or just how many suffer blindness at a young age due to malnutrition, or even hold out little hope of training or of a sustainable career. In this new millennium, we're also seeing massive-scale disasters across the world, such as the Asian tsunami of 2004, the Pakistan earthquake in 2005, the Haiti earthquake in 2010, and the current drought crisis in East Africa. Sometimes tens of millions of people are displaced and face malnutrition and disease. Humanity First is an independent and global aid agency delivering assistance to the vulnerable on the basis of need alone, irrespective of race, religion, colour or politics. Humanity First is registered in 38 countries across 6 continents and has been able to help millions of people efficiently and effectively, despite modest budgets, through an army of dedicated volunteers and subsidised materials sourced globally. Most of our management and operations staff are expert volunteers. Humanity First is training and educating people in the developing world to reduce their reliance on others. By working with local people to understand their challenges and needs, we have set up training facilities that offer subsidised or free services managed by local staff. In the last decade, Humanity First has helped over 400,000 people suffering as a result of earthquakes, tsunamis and cyclones, volcanoes, floods, drought and famine, or even man-made conflict. Our army of specialist clinicians around the world provide first world medical care in the first 4 weeks after a disaster. Whilst local infrastructure is being re-established, we are also able to run food camps, provide safe drinking water and sanitation, and emergency shelter. We do this using international best practice enshrined in our disaster response manual and train our teams well in advance. We also work in collaboration with other agencies such as the United Nations, the Red Cross, Save the Children, Oxfam, and others to maximise the benefits that we deliver. We also offer a range of proactive programs in the developing world. Through our medical and gift of sight projects, not only do we run medical camps and provide surgery in remote areas, we are also training local doctors and nurses in the latest techniques to the benefit of over 5 million people. Our schools and training facilities provide excellent education, and we offer certified vocational training in fields such as information technology, construction, and tailoring. We are providing schools with science laboratories and libraries to make education practical and fun for tens of thousands of high school students. We offer agricultural villages with a range of tools, seeds, processing plants, and crop storage facilities through our Feed a Village program. We are also deploying water infrastructure through a spectrum of projects, now providing clean water daily to around 2 million villagers. You can help us to help the needy by donating funds, introducing us to business contacts, providing subsidised goods, or volunteering your expert services. Please help us to serve mankind and to give long-term hope to the developing world.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to the Telethon. We're absolutely delighted that we are getting many viewers from across the globe. I'm joined by three very distinguished guests here in the studio. But just before I come to their introductions and having a chat and a discussion with them, I understand we have a caller from the UAE, from Dubai, Muhammad Irfan Saab. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu
alaikum. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
How are you?
Yeah, my name is Muhammad Irfan and I'm a Sri Lankan living in Dubai.
Okay, welcome to our telethon, and I understand you wish to make a donation, sir.
Yeah, I would like to donate $1,000 each for each program. That means the four programs, $4,000.
Well, that's a great start to this hour. So thank you very much, Jazakumullah. God bless you, and for covering each program.
Further, I would like to say within the next hour, whoever the callers are donating, I would like to match that also.
That is a very generous.
$5,000.
What can I say, Muhammad Irfan Saab? You know, they say if you do a Bismillah with such a noble intent, and you've shown that intent is matched by action. Jazakumullah, God bless you, Muhammad Irfan Saab. It's a very generous offer, and I'm sure thousands, if not millions, of people around the globe ultimately will benefit from that donation. A very generous start, and God bless you in every way. And inshallah, we'll catch up with you hopefully later on, Irfan Saab. In the studio, I'm joined by three very sort of eminent people within the Humanity First family. But to my immediate right, of course, regular people on viewers from within the community will know him very well. He's, of course, the president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in the UK, Rafiq Hayat Sahib. But he joins us also today as in his capacity as a trustee of Humanity First. Welcome, Hayat Sahib, to the programme.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's a telethon, as you've seen. We've had a great start already with this hour. To his immediate right is Adam Spittle, who's, of course, the programme director of the programme we'll be focusing on, which is the Knowledge for Life. And Adam will come back to you on the moment. And again, anyone who's worked with Humanity First will know the gentleman to his right, someone who I know as a personal friend for all of my life as well. And we've been through a few football battles, but on the same side, I would say. A great Womble in the making, in the true sense. A great supporter of football, but ultimately he's one of the key directors here at Humanity First, Fazl Ahmed Saab. Welcome, Fazl Saab. I know you've been scurrying behind the scenes, but it's great to have you actually sitting down for a moment as well. Gentlemen, our focus on this hour is on the importance of education. And clearly education is at the essence of development of a country. I mean, any country that seeks to empower itself and seeks to build its future focuses on education. And Rafiq Hayat Saab, I mean, if we can just start generally, I mean, the notion of education is a vital one for any country moving forward.
Yes, indeed. If you look at the history of Islam,
yeah.
Islam actually, one of the injunctions is that you should seek knowledge wherever you can find it, and even if you have to travel to China, then you should travel and seek knowledge. And if you look at the early history of Islam, you find that because the rulers at that time encouraged this injunction of Islam, there were great universities, great libraries created, books were translated from Greek into Arabic, and we had the scholars exploring every aspect of God's creation. And at that stage, we had Muslim scholars who were great mathematicians, who were great medical scholars, who were great philosophers. And in every aspect of life, they excelled themselves. And if they were around today, a lot of them would be Nobel laureates. But once Islam stopped, or Muslims stopped this seeking knowledge, you see that intolerance set in, and we've seen where Islam we end up today.
That's why I suppose the work of Humanity First is vital in what it's seeking to do and establish
very, very important,
around the globe.
Very, very important that especially in the third world and even in the Muslim countries, we encourage knowledge, because with knowledge comes enlightenment, and with that you have a more tolerant society. What we're finding, for instance, in Africa is where we have put in educational institutes, things have changed drastically. People who are educated, more enlightened. Recently, we had a visit from the president of Sierra Leone to the UK. And with him, he had 5 ministers and the High Commissioner. And whilst talking to them, this is going back 3 or 4 years, while talking to them, I found out that out of the 5, 4 of the ministers were actually educated in Ahmadi schools. And the High Commissioner were also educated in the Ahmadi schools. And you can see how that education transformed their lives in that country. Also, on a recent visit to Nigeria, Zuriaktas was asked the question, what is it that you can give to our people in Nigeria? And Hazur said education.
Well, education, as we say, far be it for me to quote a previous Prime Minister, but he did say education, 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 and it's often, you won't get me quoting Mr. Blair, but that's one thing he certainly did focus in on. I understand we also have another caller. Dubai seems to be leading the way at the moment. We have another caller. Saida Saiba joins us from Dubai. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Tariq Uncle, how are you?
I'm very well. Being called uncle on camera live, it always catches one out. Jazakallah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Jazakum.
I'd like to say my salam to all the people next to you. My name is Maria Said and I'm calling from Dubai.
Okay, Mario, it's great to hear you. And you're going to make a donation as well, I understand.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's over to you.
I would like to donate £2,500.
That's very kind, Maria. Jazakumullah. God bless you. Salam to all your family as well. And thank you very much for that. And for all our viewers, I mean, we've already had 2 donations and a little birdie tells me in my ear, I understand one of our trustees, who's not sitting too far from me, has also made a donation. I'll say no more to embarrass him further, but please, donate. The donations, for your donations, it's 0203 307 0134. I'll repeat it again, 0203 307 0134. You can follow us on Twitter as well. Make your donations there. It's at Humanity First UK. And just before I come to Adam and Fazl, and indeed to Rafiq Hayat Saab, the callers are flooding in. So we've got our next caller, and this is Nasir Saab, not from Dubai, but from Gillingham. Assalamu alaikum, Nasir.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullah.
How are you?
Yeah,
I recognize that voice.
We are sitting in Nasser Mosque in Gillingham at the moment. There are about 5 of us. And we'd like to donate £300 from us at the moment.
Jazakumullah, God bless you. Nasir Saab, thank you very much. I know there's a new mosque there in Gillingham, and God bless your efforts both locally and indeed thank you very much for your donation. Adam, if I could come to you here. Rafiq Hayat Saab was talking about the importance of education. Indeed, he mentioned the Sierra Leonean president when he visited, the importance there. You've obviously been leading, you've been at the cutting edge, leading the programs. Perhaps for our viewers, and again I say to them, when you hear Adam, you hear Fazl, you hear Rafiq Hayat Saab, that also means that dig deep in your pockets and let's get the donations up. But what can you say to people tuning in and saying, why should I donate? Why to this particular initiative? What does it do for people?
Well, if I can start, the Knowledge for Life programme with Humanity First, it's got several things that are quite unique to it. One of the things that Humanity First have is a presence in each of the countries that we support. So Humanity First, I'm not sure if it's been mentioned previously in the programme, but it's broken up into 4 main hubs of the UK, Germany, the US and Canada.
Okay.
And each of those support about 10 countries each. So the UK support people like Gambia, Ivory Coast, Benin, and places like those. So things that Knowledge for Life programme do very well is actually get you more boom for your buck, as it were.
Yeah.
So for every dollar, every pound, every euro that's given to Humanity First, it actually goes directly to the people. So the majority, I think it's like over 90% of the donations go directly to the people who need it the most.
And that's an important distinction, isn't it? Too often when people give, and I think this for our people sort of tuning in is an important distinction with Humanity First. That the absolute bare minimum is, you know, a lot of people, as we've already heard on the telethon, give their time up voluntarily, be they doctors, be they teachers. And, you know, that means that ultimately, as you said, getting most for your, you know, the bottom, you know, getting the most out of each pound, each dollar means it goes to the cause that it's intended for.
Exactly.
Well, if I can bring Fazul in as well, I mean, we've heard from Adam about Africa. I think it was one of Africa's key sort of people, the key people who put Africa on the map, Nelson Mandela, who once famously said, the greatest weapon in life in bringing about change is education. And certainly this particular programme is testament to that.
Yep. I mean, for us, Knowledge for Life is about inspiring children in Africa. And if I give you an example, Adam and his wife both went to Gambia a couple of years ago. His wife set up a science lab in a school. They both visited a number of schools, distributed books and did some fantastic work. I was in Mansakonko, and the children there were saying, yes, we're in the secondary school in Mansakonko. And I said, what are you going to do once you've finished your education? Well, we'll see whatever job we can get. And I said, when you're trying to cross the river from Janjanbureh, how long does it take you to do that 100 yards? 4.5 hours. Who's going to build a bridge there? Well, maybe if someone from Germany comes or someone from France. I said, why are you waiting for Germans or French or British to come and build you a bridge? You should be the next engineers that build your own bridges, build your own hospitals, build your own facilities. You shouldn't be shy about that. And so the programs that we've put in place are to make education practical for the children in Africa and inspire them that they can do exactly the same things that they see on television.
So inspiring people is one of the key things. Rafika Yatsab talked about, you know, had even in the Muslim world, indeed, people continued investing in education. Many a Nobel laureate would have come from that. We may have inspired a young budding Nobel laureate. I understand we have, I've been told in my ear to call you Master Said. That sounds like you're a teacher, but I'm also told you're 7 years old. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you?
I'm fine.
And what's your name? So all our people, all the viewers can hear your name.
My name is Sayyid Zain Ahmed.
Acha, assalamu alaikum. And you want to make a donation, I understand?
Yes.
Yes? How much would you like to donate?
£20.
That is very generous. Jazakumullah. God bless you in every way. And you study hard as well. You heard Rafika Yatsab. Those who study, and that's what this program's about, can do well in the future and help not just your family, but as we can see from many volunteers in Humanity First, help the world. Jazakumullah. Saeed, God bless you. A 7-year-old donating £20. And for those, I hope you're inspired not just by what you're hearing here, but by the donations which are rolling in. A £20 donation there from a young 7-year-old. That's a lot of pocket money, I tell you, for a 7-year-old. I've got 2 of my own and they dig deep as well. If they had to spend £20, that's a big donation. But for any donations, a repeat of the line again, 0203 307 0134 for your donations. And you can also donate on through Twitter at Humanity First UK. And if you want to call and do your donation live on air, well, the number's also something I can share with you. It's 0203 370 3843. Rafika Yatsab, I mean, we've heard about these programs. Obviously, West Africa, East Africa, I know for a fact Humanity First have programs further afield in Asia as well. And education as a tool is empowering. I mean, I'm sure through your visits around the world, you see how important the provision of a textbook can be. The provision, we've heard from Adam how his wife set up a lab. That's a real asset for the future of a country.
I agree. I mean, leave alone a textbook. Firstly, we have to give them power, you know, some kind of energy which they can light up. So at this moment in time, they live in darkness, you know, and therefore for education, that is also a very important part of it. So where we're building schools, we have to give power. We have to, all the associated things, clean water and all those things are very key to part of making an education system work. Because if you don't have those basic necessities, then you can't have education as well. Education is something which, as Fazal has mentioned, can change the lives of people. Not only the lives, but the way they think. I think it's very, very important, because at the moment in Africa, a lot of good work is being done. For instance, they do water wells there. And I did some research. The simple task of repairing a water well or a hand pump can't be done because local people have no knowledge how to do it. Now, it's a very simple task. People going from outside are going and doing this, and people in the villages are waiting for somebody to come and do it for them. This is where I think a bit of education, a bit of knowledge will transform. They will be able to start helping themselves. As Fazal mentioned, building bridges or building homes or even sanitation. All these issues, I think, are very closely related with education, and it can transform the life of people in a society. So I think that is going to be the key to the future of Africa. Also then, if they have education, they are able to have access to the knowledge that is now available through internet. And that knowledge can assist them with every aspect of their life. You know, they can, for instance, if they're landowners and the agriculturists, having the knowledge means that they can go and seek information and be able to grow crops which are more suitable to their terrain. At this moment in time, there's very small farmers only doing a little bit on patch for their own family, and if something goes wrong, they have nothing. They don't even have the seeds for the next season.
And that's important.
And that is all part of the education system.
We do have a video we're going to show from a fellow patron like myself of Humanity First, who is a fellow member of the House of Lords, Lord Avebury. But before we go to that, just very briefly, Adam, as Rafika Yatsab has just talked about this asset building, it's about saying, right, we're going to, which this project does, it builds schools. It doesn't just provide textbooks or labs, it actually physically builds schools, which then is, I mean, it's the biggest gift you can give to a country.
Yes, I mean, the Humanity First has built several primary schools and secondary schools in places like Gambia across Africa, the largest of which is the Masuro Senior Secondary School in Yundum in Gambia. And we teach up to 450 boys and 380 girls. And one of the things that they do the most there is all about equality and making sure that both genders have equal access to all educational resources.
Gender equality, which is sometimes forgotten. I know many a government programme now is important about educating girls as well as boys, because too often, historically, these countries are focused just on young boys rather than girls.
Yeah. And one of the things that Knowledge for Life is actively trying to do is one of the things that African governments are encouraging to help drive progress in their countries is with regards to science. So there's a lot of schools that that teach science, but it's all theoretical because they don't have science labs. So one of the things that Humanity First do is if there's a school that teaches science but doesn't have a science lab, we build a science lab. If they have a science lab but it needs refurbishing, like what my wife did in Gambia, and we also send out science kits which include things like telescopes, microscopes, electrical meters, posters and things like that, because we're trying to encourage and make science education more enjoyable for the children, because we're trying to encourage and help teach children to become the future the future teachers, engineers, doctors and facilitators for their country, to drive their country forward. and so they can support themselves.
That's very key. I'm going to hold Lord Avery's video. Thank you very much there, Adam, because I understand we're inspiring people, obviously, in Dubai, and I think part of it may be driven by Mohammed Irfan Saab's generous offer about matching pound for pound, dollar to dollar, dirham to dirham, I suppose, from Dubai. But we have Nadeem Ahmed Saab, and before I begin, I'm told by my producer in my ear, he's also going to provide a donation as well. If I could have guessed where Nadeem Ahmed was from. And I was going to say Dubai, so I think it's fair that the producer should live up to his promise and also donate. But Assalamu alaikum, Nadeem Sahib.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Nadeem Ahmed from Dubai.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome. It's good to hear from you. I understand you wish to make a donation.
I just want to pass this message. I've been watching the Telethon and your documentaries. MashaAllah, very well done. And may Allah reward all your efforts.
Thank you very much. Well, it's from people like you. I understand you wish to donate as well, and the donations are important. That's what makes humanity first, and ultimately, with God's blessings, and people's generous donations, we can help people around the world. So over to you.
Yeah.
You wish to make a donation, Nadeem Saib?
Yeah, I would like to donate 300 dirhams for Water for Life.
Okay, that's very kind. God bless you, and keep watching. Also, tell some of your friends as well. Dubai seems to be marching ahead. Do tell them to ring in as well. And just for other viewers, our thanks to Nadeem Saab for his generous donation. For any donations that you wish to call in on, 0203 307 0134. If you wish to call directly, join us with our guests here as well. It's 0203 370 3843. And of course, in the age of social media, you can follow us on Twitter at Humanity First UK. I think we are almost ready, I hope, to show Lord Avery's video. So we'll tune in, we'll take a small break from the studio, and over to Lord Avery.
We are at the residence of Lord Eric Avery, who is a patron of Humanity First. Let's go inside and talk to him and find out what message he has for us and the project that he is involved in with Humanity First. Good morning, Lord Avery.
Morning.
Can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
I started life as an engineer, worked in Rolls-Royce Limited when they were making the Avon engines for the V bombers back in the 50s. I graduated into management consultancy. I worked in the city for a short time until suddenly I got pitchforked into politics in 1962 in a by-election, and I've been in politics ever since for 8 years in the Commons, and then from 1971 onwards I've been in the Lords, so altogether 52 years in the Houses of Parliament.
Fantastic. How long have you been aware of Humanity First?
Oh, for quite a few years. I mean, since 10 years ago, I suppose. When I first came across them, I was deeply impressed with the work that they do, I have to say, because we'll come on to that, no doubt, in a few minutes, but I'm a great admirer of the nature of the work that they do and of the scale of the work they do.
Mm-hmm. What relationship do you have with the charity?
Well, I have been to visit the office of the charity. I've had discussions about the programs that they're undertaking, and I've been particularly interested in individual programs, and particularly the disasters, emergencies that they tackle, and that's something which I believe is very, very important facet of their work.
What has impressed you about Humanity First?
Well, several things. I mean, one is the way in which they mobilise volunteers, and I think, this is something that other aid agencies could copy, to bring into the work these who are normally, doing their work as doctors or as engineers or whatever, and to see how they can be deployed in the aid programs that you operate. And that's something which I admire enormously, because I think the spirit of volunteerism, is one that should be mobilized. I think, we all have an obligation to do something for the huge sufferings of humanity, and if we can do it directly by employing skills as well as actually giving money, then I think that's very, very important. But I also think that the areas of the world in which Humanity First operates, and particularly the African countries, are ones that we see have not fully attained the Millennium Development Goals. Maternal and infant mortality are higher in those countries than we would like to see. So we want to help them to catch up, and I think Humanity First has done a tremendous job in that respect as well.
Fantastic. I understand that there is a library named after you in Gambia at the Humanity First Masroor Senior Secondary School. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, this library is a model. I mean, the people in Gambia say they want to copy it and replicate it in other schools. So I think that not only is it doing an awful lot for the children in the schools where it operates, but I think that sort of a beacon for the rest of the country, and showing them the way in which libraries can be deployed to help the education of the children. That's tremendously important. I think reading and looking at books is an absolutely indispensable part of a child's education. If you teach a child to read and you get them enthusiastic about reading, then they're enthusiastic about knowledge, and they'll gain knowledge. So this is the operation of that school, which I'm tremendously keen on. I think it's wonderful.
And your trust in the UK recently provided some funds for additional resources. Could you give us a few more details on what these funds are for? What sort of resources are we looking at?
Well, the funds were given for the purposes of the school. We didn't specify what they should be used for. And I think unspecified grants are much more useful for schools, because they know what the needs are. And we said to them, you decide what you think is best for the use of this money. It's not attached to a particular objective. And I think that's the way in which schools can best benefit the children. They know what the children need, and so it's best that the decisions on individual spending should be left to them.
Fantastic. Humanity First is approaching its 20th anniversary. Do you have a message for their staff, volunteers and donors?
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the staff of Humanity First on their tremendous achievements so far. But I think that the operation has a great future. I think Humanity First is doing so much already for, as I say, the helping of disasters and the mobilization of professionals for deployment in schools and hospitals and so on. And I think the next 20 years has a bright future. I think that Humanity First has a contribution to make which is almost unparalleled, as an example that they set to other charities.
Thank you very much, Lord Avery. Thank you for your time.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to the Telethon. My thanks there to my fellow patron and member of the House of Lords, Lord Avery, who's of course a Lib Dem, and I, being a Conservative, shows when it comes to Humanity First, the coalition is alive and well and kicking, I suppose. We've got another call coming in from Sayyid Nasir Ahmed Saab from London. Assalamu alaikum, Nasir Saab.
Welcome, assalam wa rahmatullah.
Welcome to the Telethon. I understand you wish to make a donation.
Yes. I would like to donate £100 towards Water for Life and £100 towards Gift Aside. And I would like to say that I've always been an admirer of the efforts of the Humanity First in serving humanity and saving lives wherever there is a calamity. And especially in Africa, there are lots of projects going on at the moment, which are saving lives and developing projects in South Africa. And I wish good luck to all the the people who are working on it and the they are working on their own accord and without any sort of payments such as other people do, like they receive the payments of salaries or things.
Well,
and, I do admire all their efforts.
Yeah, thank you very much. And along with the workers, it's people, kind, generous people like your good selves that makes the Humanity First work become a reality. So Jazakumullah for your donation, Nasir Saab from London. Just before I come back to our panelists as well, on Twitter, Holly Brown writes, I did disaster response course in 2011, now work overseas and see the fantastic work of Humanity First. And most importantly, Holly tells us she's donated. So thank you. If you want to do what Holly's done, which is donate to the cause today, this particular segment's looking at the knowledge for life, but Humanity First in general, of course, you can do so, as are people who've been tuning in to the telethon. Already know it's 0203 307 0134, or like Nasir Saab, you can call us live here on air on 0203 370 3843, or on Twitter at Humanity First UK. And this hour is a particularly special hour because we've had a very kind and generous offer. Not only has Muhammad Irfan Saab donated himself from Dubai, he's actually said dinar for dinar, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, he is going to match this hour's donations live on air, and we'll come to the total in a moment, nearer the end of the hour. But Dubai's leading the way. Come on, I mean, we're here in the UK. This is about Humanity First UK. The UK should sort of ramp it up, and let's see if we can beat Dubai, not just match them. But Rafiq Yard Saab, if I could come to you, we've got people who are ringing in, generously donating both online through Twitter. What's the sort of key message you would wish to relay to them at home? I mean, if I'm sitting back, I'm reasonably comfortable. It's very easy to turn off the television. It's very easy to say, oh, this is happening, it's their own fault. These disasters sometimes are brought about by other people. And I've got my own priorities. We're still going through tough times, and it's hard for me. If there was a sort of thought you wanted people at home to think about right now, what would that be?
You see, here in the West, by the grace of Allah, we have very comfortable lives. Everyone, even the people right at the bottom end, are able to have a car, have fridges, even have holidays, and go send their children to school, have free education, free health system. But they should give a thought for those people in Africa who sometimes have to survive on one meal a day.
Indeed.
Sometimes they have to walk 20 miles to just get some dirty water from some reservoir that becomes their life support. And if we are able to think that those people with a very small amount of help can make a huge difference to their lives, I think it will make a huge difference if we donate. Now the thing is that what I would like to suggest, obviously there are many viewers who are watching us at this moment in time, what I would suggest is that what each of us should do is make a commitment that either ourselves or from our resources we are able to gather, say we pledge, let's say 5 grand, 5,000 pounds, all right? I'll pledge 5,000 pounds, yeah. Okay? That from us, either ourselves or our resources, we are able to gather the money over the next few weeks and give it to Humanity First. I think rather than just looking at individuals, rather than just looking at your own resources, all of us have lots of contacts. And as you know, when we do marathon walks and other events, we are able to raise £500,000 without a problem. And I think this is a just cause. This is a very important cause where I think if everyone puts their efforts together, we can raise £500,000. And that should be our target for today's telethon, I think.
Well, that's throwing down the gauntlet, but as they say, you should lead from the front. I'm told by our respected trustee on my right that apart from his own generous offer, there are people around him who he will encourage, and certainly that will bring donations up by another to about 5,000. And I also understand from the UK, the Sadiq family, the Sadiq Trust family, they're donating, Assalamu alaikum, very generously, another £3,000. So I'm hoping that the inspiration that I'm trying to say, come on, I could say, come on England, I'll break into a football chant here, but come on UK, we need to go. But I think we've got another caller as well. This is Safiya Saiba from London, is it? Assalamu alaikum, Safiya Saiba. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Well, yes, assalamu alaikum. Safia Saiba, you're live on air.
Thank you very much. My name is Sophia. I am from the Shakar family, and I've donated 1,000, and I would like to urge everybody to be very, very generous in this very, very worthy cause. It's very, very close to my heart, and inshallah I will pledge more, and inshallah donate more as well.
Jazakumullah, you're doing my job for me. There you go, you've heard it from Safia Saiba. Donate generously, a very generous £1,000 donation from her, from Safia Saiba in London. And of course, for anyone tuning in, you can donate either by ringing in on 0203 307 0134. You can come on live on air, as Safia Saiba just did, and ring us on 0203 370 3843, or go to Twitter at Humanity First UK. Again, on Twitter, we were having various messages left. Holly writes, donated to a worthy cause. I've been working in South Sudan. We've also had other people, Connie Danuda Salam, in 2009 there was a flood in Burkina Faso. Humanity First came and helped us at that time. Adam, coming to, again, this particular hour, and again, I'd say to viewers, let's not forget the rather generous donation from Mohammed Irfan. Dollar for dollar, dinar for dinar, pound for pound, he will match this hour's donations, and we're already seeing people ringing in. Come on, UK, but that doesn't for a moment detract the generous people of the UAE, Dubai in particular, to carry on ringing. But what's going on here? Just Dubai and the UK? Let's make it a bit more global. Adam, the projects that you've gone and seen directly, I mean, we heard about your wife's setting up that lab. Also, what about the teaching? The school's been set up, the books have been provided, the computers are in place, or the lab's in place. What about the teaching? Who does that fall on?
Who does the teaching in the schools?
Absolutely. I mean, is it just, or is it a collaboration? I mean, surely you need to collaborate with the governments in these different countries as well.
Yeah, so there's a few things going on. One, that Humanity First not only builds schools, as we mentioned earlier, but they also help run them. Okay. So it's all fine and dandy for a charity to go in and say, here's your school, hand it over, and then someone else has got to sort out the teaching, sort out the facilities. But Humanity First also does like a BAU, a business as usual process, where we actually fund the teachers who are teaching the schools, and where needed, facilitate libraries and things as well. Just with regards to, I mean, obviously the main emphasis of today is the donations for the telethon. I just wanted to give a particular example that was quite heartbreaking when I went to Gambia. We've had lots of people calling in, giving £1,000, £5,000, you know, which is amazing, and obviously we'll want as much as possible, especially during this hour where we're having donations doubled by one of the callers. But for everybody else who's thinking, I can't afford £1,000 to donate to a charity, so I'll sit back and won't do anything. One of the schools that my wife and I visited in, the name of the village escapes me, but in Gambia, we went to a particular primary school in the rural area, about 2 hours from the main Banjul capital of Gambia. And we went and met some of the children, met the principal of the school. Okay. And as we were talking to the principal, I noticed behind him, obviously in that area they don't have computers, don't have electricity, they don't have printers. So everything was handwritten by the teachers. And one of the things was with regards to budget and expenditure. And there was an A3 or an A2 piece of paper up behind him that says, that gives a list of things that when they have money, this is what they're going to put money towards. And there were things like sports equipment, aprons for the cooks and the chefs that cook for there. Yeah. But one of the things was to fix the hand well, the hand pump. So obviously, I think we've already done the Water for Life. One of the things that Humanity First do in the Water for Life programme is we've got an open well, close it off so things can't get in, and once it's clean, it stays clean. And do the hand pump, but of course the hand pump have got an iron bar that when you do it, sometimes it hits the bottom. And one of the things they wanted to get fixed once they had the money was this hand pump. So I asked him about it, and it was all in Dalasi, which is the local currency. And I said, "You've got let me think. I think it was 300 Dalasi to fix a hand pump." And I kind of did sort of calculations as he was talking to my wife. And I realised it was £6 to pay to fix the hand pump. So 300 lassies, £6 sterling to fix a hand pump. And I noticed we went in May 2012.
Yeah.
And there was a date assigned to that particular task. And the date was April 2012. So this is something that they put together in September 2011, hoping to have achieved by April. And it was May, and it still wasn't completed. So they didn't have the £6 to fix the well to be able to provide water for the children and the staff.
Well,
and of course, when you don't have that, you have to go to school and you
that's
lose
very
education.
important, and that's why I'll say to young people like Saeed, who was 7, who donated £20. You know,
Yes.
that would have been 3 times over and more. £2 left to spare. Gentlemen, I think we have more callers, and hazard a guess where this call is from. Anyone? Abu Dhabi. No, it's actually over to Dubai again. Jahangir Saab, Assalamu alaikum. Is this the Jahangir Saab I know very well? Assalamu alaikum.
Well, Sam, how are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah.
Lovely to hear your voice.
Is doing a great job.
Jazakumullah.
We would like to make a little contribution of $2,000.
$2,000.
From $2,000 from my side and my father-in-law, Sheikh Mubashir Ahmed.
Okay.
$1,000 each.
That's Jazakumullah, Jahangir Saab. I hope you're keeping well. That's very kind. And keep well, stay well. Encourage those around you. As Fazul has just said, you know, maybe you should make a few calls to Abu Dhabi as well and say, come on, one part of the Emirates leading the way. We have another call which comes from Mrs. Salma Munawwar Ahmed. Again, she was originally from Dubai, but now you'll be pleased to know, as the president of the UK, she's a member of the UK community. She's I think from Southall in Middlesex. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome. You're live on air.
Jazakallah. I am Mrs. Salima Munawwar Ahmed from Southall, and my son Mubashir Ahmed.
Yes.
We donated just £500 online for Humanity First. Alhamdulillah, we have been paying before also for many villages and this water pump. And I remember my son Mubashir Ahmed have been going with you on Hungary trip, Humanity First trip with Tariq BT.
That's very kind, Sahib. I know you're.
So
that's
we
very.
We want to really donate more, but now we have to do much for our Southall Mosque.
Well, I think all whether you do it for humanity, if you're helping in other projects as well, but here humanity is ultimately, as we've heard our panelists today and everyone talk about, humanity is the essence. No matter what your faith, if you have no faith at all, what binds us together on this earth is humanity. But Jazakumullah, that's very generous. Salam to the family. Indeed, I remember going to Bosnia when, Rafiq Yatsab, you'll remember this. It was in 1992, the Balkan conflict, and then that was indeed the time Humanity First was set up.
That's
and
right,
I remember visiting some of the camps from that conflict. And as you rightly said, I'd just started in the city of London at that time. And there you were thinking, and suddenly reality hit.
That's right.
There was, right on your doorstep in Europe, a conflict taking place. And people did donate generously. Indeed, that was the time that then the head of the Ahmadi Muslim community inspired, and there we were, Humanity First was created.
You know, we don't realize even a small donation can make a huge difference to the people outside in the third world. I mean, the thing is that people die of diseases because of dirty water. And then, you know, just if they had a little bit of education again, that could make a huge difference. Now, the other problem that is happening in the third world is that because they are not educational institutes, the cream of the people in this country, the people who have potential, they go outside for their education. Now, I was recently traveling abroad, and with me was traveling a gentleman from Ghana.
Okay.
And he said that he did his education in the United States. And unfortunately, what happened is that because he got education in the United States, he settled in the United States.
Okay.
And his children now are born and are living in the United States. And these are the very type of people that is required by Ghana or indeed other African countries. So if we can bring strong educational institutes in these countries, which provides the clever people from these countries education at a higher level as well, then it can again transform the lives of hundreds of people in those countries. Unfortunately, there's a brain drain. The people who are capable go out for their education and in a lot of cases never return back to the countries. And that's a very sad part of the whole thing. So I think again we need to build more institutions, we need to help. And again I would urge all of the people who are viewing us today, please think about this, think how whatever you give, you're giving in the way of Allah. And this is Allah's creation, and if you can help other people of Allah's creation, then Allah will bless you. And I promise you, we have seen this many times, that anything that you give in the way of Allah, Allah returns in manyfold. And the thing is that you're never shortchanged by God Almighty. But this is now the time to go and make a difference. This is the time to go and give a donation. And also to give a small donation, £200-300 is a lot of money. But if we decide that a holiday costs us £2,000 or £3,000, and we decide that this year we're not going to take a holiday, but donate the money for the poor people of Africa or indeed the third world, then you will be making a difference to the lives of many people out there. And Allah will bless you immensely for this. So I request everyone, please, this is now the time, be generous, open up your hearts. Because
and as you said, it gives tenfold. I remember Fazl and I working with you from very young ages. The concept of blind faith was something Rafiq Hayat talked about. For any donations, please do remember 0203 307 0134 is what you should call on. You can follow us also on Twitter, UK Humanity First. Sorry, I'm reading it slightly wrongly. The Humanity First UK is the Twitter, but you can go online as well to uk.humanityfirst.org. Fazl, Rafiq Hayat just talked again about the importance of this gift of education. We're talking not just about building schools, leaving this legacy, the brain drain, which has impacted the parts of the developing world and continues to. But through provision of schools, through provision of facilities, I was reading some facts and figures from Humanity First, which was, most of us think, my God, if I need to take my child more than 10 minutes in the car, that's a big thing. Yet the average child in many parts of the developing world has to walk 5 to 10 miles on average to actually reach a place of education. And that's what we're trying to tackle here, aren't we? And it's not just about the thousands, it's not just about the hundreds. It's about those £10 or the £20 like Said gave, which make the difference, which make up that extra £6 shortfall. You translate that £1, that $1, it translates into an incredible amount of money in parts of the world.
I mean, in Uganda, for example, I was in Budaka, and a lot of the children walk barefoot with a satchel on their back. They head out for school at sunrise at 6 o'clock with a satchel, no food, no breakfast. They'll get to school at 9 o'clock. 3 hours later, they've got a 3-hour walk back. They'll go there with a smile. I know with my kids, they'll want to have their PlayStation 2 when they get back, and the food's never good enough in school. There, they don't get fed. But they hang on every word of their teachers because they know that's their only route out of poverty. And I think it's worth mentioning, we're not just building school and providing resources, we're now looking at a collaboration. This originally was a project done by a person who did his MBA at INSEAD in France and went to India and set up a teacher training institute. And he said the best way to make an impact is not doing point projects at schools, but to train and improve the quality of the tuition across all of the schools. Now we're considering a partnership, and Adam's leading on this from our team, we're considering a partnership with them in West Africa so that we can drastically improve the quality of the tuition that's provided across West Africa, and this then gets to the nub of the brain drain, because those people will take the skills they acquire and apply it locally in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in the countries that we need.
Jazakumullah, thank you. I'm just going to also take another call. This is from Ramisa in Sharjah. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
How are you? Assalamu alaikum. How old are you, Ramisa?
7.
7. Okay, and you want to make a donation?
Yes.
Yeah, and how much are you donating?
From my family.
From your family, okay. That's very good. And how much are you donating, Ramisa?
I will donate £200 from my family.
That's very kind, £200. And Fazl Uncle here was just talking about that young child who has to walk, who sometimes doesn't get any food. That money you've just donated is going to go a long way to help children like that. God bless you and your family. That was Ramisa from Sharjah, and I'm glad we're inspiring at least the Emirates. Although I'm informed, I think having Rafiq Hayat Saab here, Nasir Deen Saab from London has donated £1,000. Assalamu alaikum, Nasir Saab. Thank you for that. And another person close to Rafiq Hayat Saab, and I respect his anonymity, but he's made a generous donation of £2,500. Jazakumullah. You know who you are. I know who you are. God knows who you are, and that's what counts. For other donations, 0203 307 0134. You can go online, ukhumanityfirst.org. We've got another caller just before Ijaz Khan. Gentlemen, it's Dubai again. If I was doing something equivalent, and I'm going to make an admittance of the Eurovision Song Contest, Dubai would win hands down, but they're not in Europe, as someone will no doubt tell me. Ijaz Saab, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Can I speak Urdu?
You can speak Urdu. क्या हाल है आपका?
मैं ठीक हूँ जी।
जज़ाकुमुल्लाह,
मुझे भी डोनेट करना है और मैं अपनी फैमिली की तरफ से डोनेट करूंगा। मुझे ये बताएं कि अभी तक कितना आपके पास हाईएस्ट कितने लोगों का भी डोनेशन आ चुका है, कितना आया अभी तक, सबसे बड़ा वादा किसका आया है?
अच्छा, क्यों आप उसके मुताबिक फिर देंगे हमें या उससे बढ़ के देंगे?
उसके मुताबिक मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं सबसे ज्यादा दूं।
ठीक है, अब इस वक्त पे मैं जो मेरे पीछे बैठे हैं लोग, उनका इंतजार कर रहा हूँ। मगर आप देखें, जो इंसान 1 पाउंड दे, 1000 दे, 10,000 दे, आपकी जितनी है उसके मुताबिक आप दें, अल्लाह ताला उसमें फजल दा। रफ़ीक हयात साहब ने यही फरमाया है कि बरकत तो अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से आती है। तो आप जैसे बिल्कुल आप अपनी तरफ से करें, और इंशाल्लाह जब हमें बाद में इस वक्त डोनेशंस आपको अंदाज़ा होगा मुख्तलिफ़ जगहों से आ रही हैं, ऑनलाइन आ रही हैं, तो मगर आप अपनी तरफ से बताएं और अल्लाह ताला ज़रूर उस चीज़ में बरकत डालेगा।
मैं अपनी पूरी फैमिली की तरफ से, जो दुबई में मेरी फैमिली, मेरे भाई हैं सरफराज अहमद खान, मोहम्मद नवाज हैं और मुरब्बी सिलसिला सज्जाद अहमद है, उनका फिलहाल मैं 25,000 पाउंड की डोनेशन करता हूँ। देखिए मैं और भी देना चाहता हूँ कि और भी मजीद, मेरा मतलब 1 घंटे में और जितनी आपकी कॉल आती है उनसे जितना देंगे उतना और मैं देना चाहता हूँ।
जज़ाकुमुल्लाह, अल्लाह ताला आपको हर रंग में नवाजे। आपने बहुत ये जो आप काम कर रहे हैं, जैसे फजल साहब अर्ज़ कर चुके हैं, आदम साहब, and I apologize, I've switched languages, I'm sure your Urdu is coming up to speed, but just for our Jazakumullah Ijaz Saab, God bless you, and for all our listeners right now, we've had a very generous donation from Ijaz Saab from the UAE of £25,000. That Jazakumullah, thank you ever so much. That goes a big way towards, I think, the words of Rafiq Hayat Saab. He threw down the gauntlet of 500,000. Well, let us hope, inshallah, we can get there. And of course, we have Muhammad Irfan Saab, who made his generous offer of dollar for dollar, pound for pound, dinar for dinar. Adam.
One thing I think we should do, because this is our first experiment, and obviously people, I think we are going through the transition of doing this type of program. What we should do is that we should not limit this to this program today. We should extend this, that people who wish to donate can over the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then we can organize a proper campaign. Certainly from the UK, for instance, I promise you that inshallah we will, as a Jamaat, organize a campaign in the UK that people should participate in this very noble effort. And inshallah through that should be able to, we should still continue to target our £500,000, and until we've reached the £500,000 we should not rest, and I think that should be our basic target for this telethon today.
Okay, Jazakumullah, wise words, wide advice there from Rafiq Hayat Saab. We're overgoing the hour, so we're now, Muhammad Irfan Saab's matching will be done, but this is amazing, isn't it? We just had our last caller who came in, Ijaz Saab, who will now in the next hour be matching pound for pound, dinar for dinar. I mean, long may this continue, but I think Rafiq Hayat Saab's just also shared some valuable advice. We have Anal Ahmed from Dubai. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. I think we're getting so many calls from Dubai.
I would like to donate 200 dirhams for education.
That's very kind, Anil Saab. Thank you very much. God bless you. Salam to everyone, and do encourage all your friends, family who haven't yet donated. Remember, you can donate online, 0203 307 0134. You can go, that's the telephone number, of course. You can go online as well, uk.humanityfirst.org. Follow us on Twitter as well, humanityfirst.uk is the Twitter hashtag. Adam, I mean, this is, we're seeing very generous donations coming in for Humanity First, for education. And as I mentioned earlier, education is all about empowering. Could you talk through perhaps some of the initiatives in terms of you've seen practically on the ground where we've worked with other organisations, for example? Because partnership working, I alluded earlier to the Balkans conflict. I know, again, Humanity First had a very strong contact with people like Save the Children, for example. And sometimes working together with other organisations, each has an expertise and insight. And sometimes there's a double benefit there as well.
Yeah, so some of the people that we work with quite closely are obviously the local governments and other charities, and we're starting to work with the British Council as well to do those sorts of things.
British Council, I mean, I'll dive in here. I mean, they do a lot of important work as well, but they're looking for people such as an organisation such as Humanity First to actually come in and deliver on the ground, and that's essential because too often that's where the missing link is.
Yeah, so often organisations and governments have a big presence in their own country but have no presence on the ground. Again, that's one of the unique aspects of Humanity First, that we do have presence in each of the places that we support.
Well, Fazl, I mean, on this, I mean, support, we've talked about certain countries in Africa as well, but there's project further afield as well, isn't there, in Asia, for example, where not just the emergence, too often when people think of charity or something's happened, it's all about disaster relief. And here we're focusing on this particular segment of the telethon on the next stage, about development, about countries being able to stand on their own 2 feet.
I can give you an example. Actually, it's a mixture of disaster response and knowledge for life. We all desire peace and prosperity in the world, and the thing that holds us back is ignorance. And if you look at the Middle East, Palestine, Israel, often the children there are fed incorrect information or taught to look at each other as not human, and this leads to an ongoing problem that they face in the region. When they had conflict going on 4 or 5 years ago, we decided the best way for us to get involved was to rebuild the education infrastructure, for example, in Gaza and in Israel, and to encourage the children to have a more positive outlook on life. And so we worked with Save the Children and Oxfam. We worked with Oxfam to repair some of the schools, and we worked with Save the Children to provide a mobile library to go around Rafah and Gaza City and all of that part of the world. And it was to encourage the children that there is a point to education, there is a point to bettering yourselves, and there is a better future to look forward to, but the only people who can create that is yourselves. And we're doing the same in the Philippines after the recent cyclone Haiyan, where we've been repairing schools in Olayatan Island and elsewhere. And education is not just about books and achieving certificates. If we want to aspire to a future that is more peaceful, that is more positive, that is more collaborative, that's more all-inclusive, then education is the best way to achieve that.
Kamala, thank you.
Education, you have to be very careful because we're talking generally about education, but you have to be a bit more specific. What is education? Education can be teaching intolerance, can also be an education.
It's a type of education.
It's a type of education. What you teach is very, very important. And we find that, for instance, in madrasas in Pakistan, although they teach them, but they teach them intolerance. And we've seen the result of that. Therefore, what educational institutes that we want to create are those which will actually teach them about true Islam, about true humanity, about tolerance, about how you can achieve peace in society, how you can live with your neighbors. That is the type of education that is required. And for that, I'm sure that we will require good teachers as well. And so I think part of this campaign should also be that those people who can donate time, for instance, and go to these countries and be teachers in those countries, I think that will make a huge difference. And these should be open-minded teachers, scholars, who can actually take the true message out there and not that of intolerance and hatred.
And Jazakallah, thank you for that, Rafiq Asab. As the charity says, humanity first. I mean, it says it on the tin and it puts into practice. We have another caller, Mirza Anwar Sahib. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, Anwar Sahib. Whilst we're waiting for Anwar Saab, okay, Anwar Saab, I'm sure the line's dropped, but I'm sure you can call back. And for any other callers, 0203 307 0134. I'm informed whilst we've been on air, Abdul Ghaffar Saab from Scotland has generously donated £500. Jazakumullah Ghaffar Saab for your generous donation. This thing about teaching, just to come back to this, what you teach, what people learn. I mean, this is about future generations. You talked about Israel-Palestine. I mean, there's no better example, Fazl, of that, about how a next generation needs to not just have tolerance as their heart, but this understanding, respect for each other as human beings, respect of each other's faith, respect of each other's history, but most importantly, understanding that the true progression lies in unity of purpose and action. Yeah. I mean, when you go to certain places in the world, you see how conflicts torn apart, not just in Israel-Palestine, but in Africa as well.
In fact, we're seeing in this country, more recently, there is huge controversy taking place in this country of what is being educated in the schools in this country. And the government is of great concern that intolerance and hatred could come into any society. Even the most affluent society can be indoctrinated with the bad education, as you can say. Therefore, it is very, very important that what type of education has to be decided, curriculums have to be decided, who teaches them has to be decided. This is all part of the society that we're trying to build. And I think that is very important. Otherwise, we have the Pakistani model where we have hundreds and thousands of madrasas. And what have they produced? They produce intolerance. They may have given a bit of education to these people, but the wrong type of education can destroy societies. Therefore, it is very, very important that these educational institutes we build are based on positive reinforcement, not negative reinforcement.
And it's that positive outlook that Nelson Mandela gave an example to the world when he came back from intolerance with tolerance. And look at the impact that's had on South Africa.
No, absolutely. And he forgave, but it was about bringing people together. Adam, I'll come to you but we'll take another caller. But in advance of taking a caller, I mean, just picking up on the theme, the Humanity First has Our Kids, Our Future, which is looking at some of the deprived schools elsewhere, not just in the developing world. But before, hold that thought, we're going to take another caller. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Tariq sahab, Khalid from Kent.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I understand you're going to make a donation.
Yes, please. I would like to donate £500.
Thank you very much, Sadiq Saab. God bless you. Hope all's well, and it's raining here in London.
No, it's Khalid, it's not Sadiq. Khalid Nepal.
Okay, Khalid. Okay, how are you?
Yes.
Yeah. No, long time no hear. Now you've started talking. I know exactly. Yes, it's been a while.
Exactly,
well, good to hear your voice, and thank you very much for your kind donation. All the best.
No
Take
worries.
care. Assalamu alaikum. And we also hear Nasir Safir Saab has donated, from London, has donated £1,000 as well. Assalamu alaikum, Nasir Saab. Thank you for your kind donation. Other donations, 0203 307 0134. Go online, ukhumanityfirst.org. If our kids...
Like the people in the UK just started to wake up.
Well, I don't know. We're hoping, rather, having you here. That's why we're sort of... This hour has now become an hour and a quarter. But as we said, we have, for both hours, generous matching donors as well. But Adam, picking up what Rafiq Ayad Saab has said, this isn't just... And Humanity First recognises that. This isn't just about education in the developing world. Again, if I'm sitting back at home, too often you think, oh yes, it's people in Africa and Asia that suffer, let's give. But it's also important to look at your own communities in your own heartland. And this sort of Our Kids, Our Future initiative is aimed, surprisingly, many would say, in North America.
Yes. So basically what we aim to achieve through Knowledge for Life in Africa, we also do the domestic version. Something that the Americas are doing is this Our Kids, Our Future. And it's with regards to mini grants and things to inner schools that are sort of struggling with youth that may have drug problems or family issues and things like that, to help them to encourage teachers to do something more innovative and support them in the same way we do generally in Africa, the same for inner city schools, and trying to take them away from that path and change their mindset that this is who I am, this is where I grow up, this is who I'm going to be, to these are the options, this is where I can be, and try and help them get there.
So it's building stronger communities, something Rafiq Yatsar talked about. And I know, Rafiq Saab, that this is something that in the UK as well, through Humanity First and other, these are practical things that can be taken up.
Education only doesn't come from schools. Education comes from the home as well. And what we teach children in the home is also very important. And the thing is, that is why the mothers are encouraged to be educated. So they're the ones who impart a lot of the information to the children. They're the ones who build up the psyche of the children. Therefore, it is important that we should be investing in the mothers in Africa and Asia and other countries, because they're the ones who eventually. Now, I've also heard, unfortunately, that in, for instance, in some of the Asian countries, the mothers are being indoctrinated with the message of hate, which is then passed on to the children, and hate against particular parts of the community. And that is what is so dangerous about the society that we live in, that it is that message of hate when it's passed on, whether it's through the schools or whether it's the home or whether it is through community institutes, whether mosques or whatever, that message has to be the right message. And it is all part of education. And this is why, going back to the history of Islam, when we change from that open-minded, enlightened society to a narrow-minded, intolerant society, that was the downfall of Islam, in my opinion. And we can, and I've said many times in this country as well, that if this country, which at the moment we live in the UK, which is a very enlightened society, which is accepting of other people, it is gives rights to everyone based on merit and not on color or creed. As soon as we change in this country and we go back to those other values, then this country will also start to see its downfall. Therefore, any society which is not based on fairness and justice, Hazur has many times said that the only way we're going to achieve peace in this world is through fairness and justice. And as long as we have fair and justice, we will not see peace in our society.
In joining justice and fairness, a very poignant way just to take, I think this may be our final caller for this segment. Mirza Anwar Sahib, I understand you've been cut off once, but you're back now. Mirza Saab, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Amir Saab, Assalamu alaikum.
Mirza Saab, you have a donation, I understand. You're going to
Yes, I already actually, I just wanted to congratulate you all. I had already donated and luckily it was the daughter of Amir Sahab who took my donations. I was very pleased to speak to her. And I just want to say, Lord Ahmed, hello?
Yes, you're still on air.
Yeah, you know what I want to say is, if you remember, Amir Saab also remembers, we humbly started the Humanity First long time ago.
Indeed, we've mentioned that.
Used to have office in the Wandsworth. Yeah. And I just want to wish you all the best of luck. And I want to congratulate Jamaat Ahmadiyya, because I know Humanity First has done so much work. I just wanted to congratulate you, and I hope, inshallah, that you reach your full amount.
Inshallah, I think whilst, yes, whilst we send our best wishes to you, thank you for your kind donation. And one thing I think which is very important, we've already alluded to the history of Humanity First. They say from small acorns do great oak trees grow, and we've seen about the branches of Humanity First around the world. And I think it is important also to say, whilst it was inspired by the then spiritual head, the head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmad, this program, which he visioned, it was his vision that it should extend, and this has been the tireless efforts of Humanity First. It doesn't matter, as Amir Saab, Rafiq Yatsar has said, what your colour, creed, religion, whatever. If someone is in need, wherever you are in the world, Humanity First, as its slogan says, serving mankind, putting humanity first. And as I've said earlier, it does what it says on the tin. For donations online, 0203 307 0134. If just in the sort of final few moments of the programme, Adam, if coming back to you as well, I mean, looking down the Knowledge for Life programme, which this segment was for, student resources, school buildings, science labs, libraries, multimedia facilities, scholarships, sports resources. And as Rafiq Yatsar just said, education isn't just about, some persons may think a book or whatever. This is a complete kind of syllabus. It's a complete way of building someone's future and saying to them, you need all these facets. But the important thing is then you have to put in the effort, and we will help you reach your aspirations and reach your goals, as our generous donors today are helping us reach the aspirations, not just for Humanity First, but Humanity First is but a vehicle to actually achieve the ultimate goal of helping mankind.
Yeah, so just with regards to the education specifically for the African children, one of the recommendations that we made to the librarian was, or maybe to help keep the library that we set up, the Lord Avebury Library in the Massoura School, to keep it in the Dewey Decimal System, the indexing system that we set up. Maybe the children who are naughty in their class, something, if they get detention.
Well, we all that once, weren't we?
Yes, well, I was going to say.
Although I'm told I was terribly well behaved, but do go on. But
but we recommended that if anyone is naughty in their class and get detention, maybe they can be sent to the library and just do the rearranging of the school books, same as we used to have in my school. What was interesting is when we spoke to them, they kind of didn't understand what detention meant. And I said, well, so if someone's naughty, if they're talking loud at class or not paying attention, I said, we don't have that. Education is so critical. Every child that's in the school understands the value of it. So we never have anyone that is a truant or things like that. So that wouldn't work, and that was fascinating to see. Because one of the other things that I wanted to mention before we close is obviously the telethon is for financial donations. Whether it be £5,000 or £6 to cover the fixing of a hand pump to keep a school going. The other thing that Humanity First, I think again is quite unique at, is also taking book donations. So if there's any teachers or if there's any students that want to get involved and maybe donate finances or books or sports equipment, we take that. We've got
or time, Rafika.
Yeah, I was going to say more importantly.
So if I'm a teacher or whatever,
yeah,
do I need to be Muslim? Do I need to be? Or
no,
can
not
I
at
just,
all.
I think that's an important message, because too often I think people feel sometimes that charities limit them. That this charity has a particular cause or a particular, group of people where this. Yeah. But I think, as I keep emphasizing, this is about putting humanity first. It's about serving mankind. So it doesn't really matter what your background or whatever. You can roll your sleeves up.
So even if you've got an hour or two to donate your time to, even if it's just via online and emails, get in contact, because we need people to help, send out bits and pieces and organise things. Because one of the things that Humanity First have is logistics. So if schools can donate books, like we had some schools in East London, that donated 1,500 books that went to our site in Tolworth, organised and then shipped through Humanity First Logistics to schools in Gambia, and they went to 5 highlighted schools in Gambia that specifically needed reference books and fictional books and things like that to just to kind of feed the minds of the children. So,
okay, just before I come to Fazl, I understand Ijaz Saab joins us again from the UAE. Assalamu alaikum Ijaz Sahib. Assalamu alaikum Ijaz Sahib, क्या हाल है आपका? आपने अभी इजाज साहब हैं लाइन पे?
जी बात कर रहा हूँ।
जी आपका सिर्फ वो अर्ज़ करना था कि शुक्रिया, जज़ाकुमुल्लाह आपका बहुत बहुत। ये ऑफ़र थी और वो जो अगला घंटा है उसके ऊपर जो भी डोनेशंस होंगी उसके तहत फिर हमारे यहाँ जो डोनेशन देने वाले हैं आपसे रब्ता करेंगे। तो इंशाल्लाह आपके अल्लाह ताला ख़ास जज़ा दे, पूरे जो आपके दोस्त अहबाब हैं उनको भी, और हम सबको अपनी ख़ास दुआओं में भी याद रखें। और अल्लाह ताला, अमीर साहब ने भी ये रफ़ीक हयात साहब ने बात की थी कि अल्लाह ताला जो इंसान 1 पाउंड देता है उसमें बेशुमार बरकतें डालता है, और हर इंसान की अपनी अपनी ज़रूरियात के मुताबिक, अपनी हालात के मुताबिक देते हैं। मगर आपके हम नहायत ही मशकूर हैं कि आपने ये बात की है, और इसमें हमें भी ख़ास दुआओं में याद रखें, और अल्लाह ताला ख़ास फजल करे आप पे और आपके प्यारों पे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जी। तो मेरा मैसेज मिल गया आपको कि मैंने अगले घंटे के लिए भी कहा। अमीर साहब से मेरी बात, दुबई के अमीर साहब से मेरी बात हुई है।
आपसे जैसे आप मैसेज दे रहे हैं उसी तरह मेरे यहाँ एयरपीस में भी मैं ये बता दिया गया है। शुक्रिया, जज़ाकुमुल्लाह के अगले घंटे के भी जो डोनेशन है अल्लाह ताला हर रंग में फ़ज़ल करे, और शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत, जज़ाकुमुल्लाह आपको। और सब दोस्त अहबाब जो दुबई में यूएई से ख़ास तौर पे बड़ी डोनेशंस आई हैं उन सबको हमारी तरफ से हम सब उनके नहायत ही मशकूर हैं। मगर ये अल्लाह ताला का काम है, इंसानियत के लिए काम हम कर रहे हैं। अल्लाह ताला बरकत डाले हर लोगों की कुर्बानियों में। Assalamu alaikum. Jazakumullah. Ijaz Saab aapka. We have another caller, I understand. Sayyid Rasil from Brighton. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. The name is Sayyid Rahil and I'm from Burton-on-Trent.
Okay, that's my earpiece. So not only did I get your name wrong, so you're from Burton and you're Rahil. Okay. Jazakumullah, thank you very much. We have donations rolling in by 2 p.m. We had reached, mashallah, £58,200. Jazakumullah, thank you to all the people who are donating. And my particular thanks go out to the 2 people who have promised to match pound for pound. And indeed, if my eyes look as if I'm not focused totally on the camera, I have various people waving bits of pieces of paper. As you can understand, we're in a very dynamic, fast-moving environment. But my thanks to our 2 people from the UAE who've been very kind in matching, firstly, the first hour's donation, and also, as we've heard just now, Ijaz Sahib matching the next hour's donation. Thank you to you both. Thank you for your blessings. But sorry, over to our caller from Burton, Rahil Saab. Apologies for that.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Yes, very well. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah. We heard about the telethon, and we're actually a new Jamaat. It's recently established. And we're in our first year, so we heard about the telethon. We wanted to be a part of it, and we just did a local collection, and we've collected £250, inshallah, which we will make the donation, inshallah.
Rahil Saab, thank you very much. Jazakumullah, and thank you all the good people of Burton for that location. Rafiq Hayat Saab, one of the small communities who are donating there as well.
And I'm very pleased that Burton, which is one of our new Jamaats, has come online and have started donating. I'm certain that other Jamaats in the UK will, inshallah, also come online. If they're not able to join the telethon within the next hour or so, inshallah, I'm certain that they will participate in this very honourable project. I would also like to say to the viewers that one other aspect that they should also consider, you know, those members of a family who've passed away, one way in which we can send blessings on them, Sadqa Jariyah, is to donate in these type of schemes or charitable schemes. And whatever we donate in their name, then that God gives the blessings to them. So I would request all of our people who are listening in today that perhaps they should consider, maybe from their parents, grandparents, and indeed other members of the family who have passed away, that they should make generous donations on their behalf as a part of this great effort today. And I would say to all the people around the world that anything that you do today, inshallah, Allah will bless you immensely for the efforts that you put in. And dig deep into your pockets. It's no good just making a small donation, although I'm not against small donations. I think people, I'm so proud of the people, the young children who are coming in with a £20 donation. I think there's tremendous effort. And I remember when we were raising money for the mosque, exactly, you know, young children came and said, this is all my pocket money I'm donating to the mosque fund. So I think those donations, because they come from the good space from people's hearts, they're just as important. But I say to those people who Allah has blessed, please open up your hearts. This you're doing for yourselves, your own children, because what you will give today, you will receive the blessings of that from God Almighty. And that will be Sadqa Jariyah for your children as well. And as I said, for those of members of family who passed away, they will also receive Allah's blessings. But open your hearts, dig deep into your pockets. You are doing this for the poor people around the world. They also have a right. Because Allah has blessed you and given you a huge amount of money in comparison to what those people have. The people in the West, they, you know, if you compare it with what people in Africa have, they have, I would say, thousands times more than what those poor people have. So if you are able to give a little bit, 10% of what you've got for the poor people, then it will change the lives of those people out in Africa.
Thank you, Rafiq Hayat Saab. We're going to take, and this will be, I think, the final caller for this segment, Shahid Sahib from Crawley. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Ji, assalamu alaikum. You're live on air on the telethon. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. I would like to congratulate Humanity First for doing an excellent service to mankind. And I have just donated £100
Jazakumullah.
and already paid that amount.
That's very generous of you. Jazakumullah. God bless you. And with that, I think, gentlemen, we're going to donation. We're going to call this particular segment or draw it to a close. If I was a director here, I'd say that's a cut, I hope. At least my producer will tell me that. But we're live on air, so I guess that's very much it. It just remains for me to say for this particular rather extended hour, where we were looking at the Knowledge for Life programme, that the generosity of our donations today, we've heard many, particularly from the UAE and the UK, but we didn't hear enough about, we heard dinars rolling in, we heard sterling rolling in, not enough euros. And I know we're not part of the Eurozone here in the UK, but the euro donations would also be quite welcome. Just as a reminder to all the people tuning in, for any donations, you can go and call us on 0203 307 0134. That's 0203 307 0134, or you can go online to uk.humanityfirst.org. We'll be moving. The telethon continues. The telethon or marathon or whatever name you want to give it. The important thing, it's about serving humanity. It's about putting humanity first, serving mankind. And we're now moving to our next segment, which will be introduced with a small documentary piece, which is focused on learner skills. My thanks again. Jazakumullah. God bless our donations to all the donors. Thank you very much for your generosity. And thank you to our panelists for this segment.
Over 1 billion people still live in poverty. People in rural communities are stuck in a poverty trap where lack of access to opportunities forces them to remain in subsistence farming, and a long-term prospect of ongoing poverty and ill health. Humanity First's Learn a Skill program aims to provide vocational training and basic startup resources to students from poorer backgrounds and to inspire them through a practical education. Humanity First is running dozens of subsidized IT institutes across Africa and Central America to provide diploma and certificate level training in Microsoft Office, web design, desktop publishing and infrastructure management. In some countries, a HF certificate is mandated for an IT role in the civil service. Humanity First is running around 10 subsidized tailoring skills centers across Africa. Many women are provided with a 3-month course in tailoring and then embroidery. They are then given financial advice and often a sewing machine to start their own small business. Humanity First runs training in a range of engineering trades such as carpentry, electrical, car maintenance, welding and machine maintenance in countries such as Liberia. Just £30 can pay for someone in a low-income country to gain certificate-level skills, to get a job or to start their own business. Please donate, help with resources, partner or volunteer.
So they're just talking to me in my one thing. There's no cameraman here.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome back to all of our viewers. Joining us here in the Humanity First offices. We've had an excellent program so far, and just before we start, I want to thank all of the volunteers who are working behind the scenes as well. There's a team working, taking the telephone calls, and the production staff as well. They're doing an excellent job. Turning back to the viewers at home, don't forget you can donate. We are encouraging you to give as much as you can. Once again, a quick reminder of how to donate. You can donate by ringing us. Our telephone number is 0203 307-0134. We'll be repeating that a number of times during the program. You can also text as well. If you text, what you have to do is text the letters HFTN14 and then the amount with the pound sign, and you'll have to text that to 70070. So the details are there for you on the bottom of your screen. Do get in touch. And if you are trying to ring in and you find that the lines are too busy, don't forget you can ring in and actually you can donate on our website online. The address is uk.humanityfirst.org. So in this segment, we're going to be talking about Learn a Skill, and that's one of the programs that Humanity First is running. We've already discussed Knowledge for Life, and following on from that, we're talking about learning a skill. Now, why is that so important? Well, to help discuss that, I'm joined by Mirza Mahmood, Managing Director of Humanity First. Jazakallah, thank you for joining us. Mahmood Sahab, can you just give us a brief introduction to the Learn a Skill program and why it's so important?
Learn a Skill program is one of the pioneer programs of Humanity First. And back in the 90s, I think, the first IT schools were established in Burkina Faso. And with this, it grew, and it was a novel idea, very unique in the settings of Burkina Faso. It's a French-speaking African country. And initially, we had set up, those very basic 2 schools, one in Bobo Dioulasso, 2 in Ouagadougou. So with the passage of time, they actually grew from strength to strength. And I still remember the teams that went, all our teams of volunteers of IT, they went to Burkina Faso initially. And they set it up with the donated PCs we had. Right. So the first few batches are still sort of, are in touch with Humanity First, and they are the ones who have set up their own IT schools now. Okay. And they're the ones who are spread across in industry, in Africa, in Burkina Faso particularly. And the thing is that, this Learn a Skill is just not for one aspect. It's the impact of a program which was based on very humble beginning. We did not invest a huge amounts of money. It was that passion that, we had to do something.
Well, so we're going to touch on that a bit later. Yeah. I understand we have a caller on the line. Assalamu alaikum, can we speak to the caller? Assalamu alaikum, I've been told that we have Sheikh Latif for Rahman Sahab.
Ji, assalamu alaikum.
Ji, assalamu alaikum, assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Ji, alhamdulillah, I'm fine, thank you.
Yes, would you like to make a donation to our appeal today?
Yes, we are gathered here in Baitul Wahid Mosque in
Middlesex,
Telethon,
that is. Yeah, in Feltham.
In the Middlesex region. So we are gathered here for another program as well.
Excellent. Okay.
So altogether we are making a donation of £1,250.
MashaAllah, that's very, very generous of you. And tell us, Sheikh Sahab, why did you feel it was so important to donate to Humanity First?
Well, it is very important because it's part of our faith that we must look after humanity, and by the grace of Allah, the work that Humanity First is doing in all the fields is unbelievable. And the resources that we have, we are all aware, and the blessings of Allah with our resources are also unbelievable.
Yeah.
So it's a great work that the Humanity First is doing, and we all will be blessed, we are sure, by being part of this, inshallah.
Okay, Jazakallah, thank you very much for your donation, and I hope that encourages all of our other viewers as well to take part. Like Sheikh Sam mentioned there, the local Jamaat members actually got together to make a group contribution. Now, that's an excellent idea. Not only are we asking people to contribute by themselves, but if you want to come together and make a group, whether it's a family or a local community, make a donation, every penny really does count. So we're really urging everyone to get in touch and contribute as much as we can. So just turning back to what we were discussing then, the basics and the history, the foundation of Learn a Skill you were just touching upon. Yeah. Talking about the sort of economic situation that we find ourselves in at the moment, why is it so important to learn a skill to then go on and find employment?
Well, you have to first understand the settings in Africa, right? In Africa, women are the entrepreneurs more than men. You know, it's a sort of a God-gifted thing to them. And I've seen it from my own eyes. Yes. At 5 in the morning, you know, the women are there in the bazaar opening shops. They're the ones who are setting up, you know, the whole thing. And they run the affairs mostly, sort of, you know. And in Learn a Skill, particularly focusing towards women, Humanity First is invested in its own humble way, but very sustained sort of development towards sewing centers. And I remember when we first had the first batch of women in this, our campus in Budaka in Uganda. Yes. The first batch was given a brand new sewing machine for themselves. You know, they were the first graduates. And somebody donated actually those first machines. You know, we had a donor who donated 10 or 15 machines. And the women were delighted. I mean even today, they come back to Humanity First and they said, you know, we've opened our own business, we've opened our own sewing center.
It's something that we take for granted in this country, isn't it? But it's really life-changing to people out there. Yeah.
And they have actually started earning their own money, sort of, you know, they teach their own daughters. So it has moved on and on from one small step to another. So the thing is that, you know, it's the element of empowerment. Yeah. And the lack of resources has never stopped Humanity First in terms of implementing a program. Yeah, okay. Whatever little resources we had, we went on.
Yeah, empowerment is really the important point I think you've made there as well. Turning back to our views, that's what we're really here to achieve. The disaster aid that we talked about and the medical aid that we talked about before is all about short-term relief, but looking forward in the future, it's all about empowering people so that they can take these developing countries further and improve the economies of those countries. So once again, we are here to ask for your donations, and I just want to remind our viewers again that we've had some very generous donors who have said that they will match our donations as well. There's Ijaz Sab, who's matching our donations for this hour up to a value of £25,000. So we really want to get as many donations in as possible. Once again, a reminder of the phone number to ring in. It's 020 3307 0134. If you want to come and speak to us here in the studio to make your donation and to give a message as well, it's 020 3007 3843. So the numbers are there for you on the bottom of your screen as well. So we've been talking about Learn a Skill, and we have a short video as well which helps to give a bit of a background on this. The video is from Tayyib Saab, who is our project manager for this project, which is Learn a Skill. So we're going to hear from him, which will help give a bit of background on the details of this project. So we're just going to play that video for you now, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tayyib and I'm the program manager for Learn a Skill. Humanity First establishes Learn a Skill program to provide cheap or heavily subsidized vocational training to the most vulnerable people in the world. The purpose of Learn a Skill program is to strengthen people's capacity to help themselves. So far, the program has been providing assistance on the ground in 4 major areas, including IT centers, sewing centers, construction trades, and management skills. As of 2013, Humanity First was running over 30 training centers in 16 countries with over 40,000 students worldwide. Let's first look at the problem Learn a Skill is trying to address. According to ILO Global Wage Report, often low-income countries face the worst outlook because of their limited market
raw materials or unprocessed materials and goods. The uncertainty of markets is making it harder for people to plan ahead, especially in smaller enterprises. The youngest are the worst hit, with 12.4% of people aged 15 to 24 worldwide unemployed, some 73.8 million youngsters. Many of them have been out of work for over 6 months. In low-income countries, the situation is far worse, with 60% of young people in many cases trapped in low-paid jobs or unemployed. Wages are also growing far slower than inflation. A lack of education and training compounds the situation for poorer people who are stuck in poverty cycle. Their lack of resources and poor health leads to reduced chances of engaging in or completing education. They often struggle to afford vocational training and therefore end up constrained in low-value jobs, with a very poor outlook for the rest of their lives. Women have also fallen behind men again in terms of skills, wages and opportunities. In low-income countries, out of necessity, many more women are involved in the labor market, but their incomes are minimal. Humanity First has been providing assistance on the ground through various projects that form part of our Learn a Skill program. For example, Humanity First runs dozens of IT training centers worldwide in Latin America, Asia and Africa, offering a range of certificate and diploma courses covering Microsoft Office, web design, internet, software development, networking, and desktop publishing. Humanity First is also able to offer Microsoft certified training as a Microsoft partner. So far, just over 20,000 students have graduated. These centers have been popular with both men and women and proved to be effective means for the local communities to improve their job skills and employability. Most of the students out of these training centers have found employment or have used these skills in their small businesses. We are in the process of expanding the number of IT training centers in several parts of the world. Humanity First has also been running a number of tailoring training centers worldwide, covering basic tailoring and more advanced skills such as embroidery. Students either go on to work in factories or establish their own tailoring business from home. In some cases, graduates are provided with a simple sewing machine to get started. For example, many ladies in Burkina Faso have gone on to set up their own small businesses, running from home, producing 10 to 50 garments a month. Some of the women have been able to recruit others, or even to set up boutique shops and considering foreign exports of their goods. Humanity First has also started deploying skill centers covering construction trades, such as electrical, mechanical, welding, and carpentry. We also have some centers covering vehicle maintenance, refrigeration, masonry, air conditioning, brazing, and steel fixing. Where most Humanity First vocational centers begin with IT or sewing, some such as Budaka Center in Uganda have expanded to cover a range of other management disciplines, such as business management, secretarial skills, purchasing and supplies, nursery teaching, hotel management, and even hairdressing. I would request you to join us and work with Humanity First to achieve our goals. Thank you.
So we've just heard there from Tayyib Ayub Saab about the amazing work that Learn a Skill is doing, and just another reminder for the viewers, the whole point of this program and the Learn a Skill program that we're talking about in this section is to empower a workforce of people to actually work their way out of poverty no matter how much we help these developing countries, until they can actually work for themselves and help to empower and improve their own economies and businesses, then that's the best way for them to improve their societies, and that's really what we're trying to achieve in this section of the program. So those of you at home who are watching us, make sure that you help to donate. Please donate generously, dig deep. And we've had some fantastic donations throughout the program. Today, alhamdulillah, has been a very successful program. We've already had up to about £50,000 donated so far, but we don't want to stop there. We want to keep going, particularly the youngsters at home as well, who are able to donate via text messaging, via online as well. Don't forget, you can always get in touch. The website address, again, for those of you who are having trouble getting through because of the numbers of calls. If you want to go online, you can donate www.uk.humanityfirst.org. So make sure you do get in touch. In this section, we're going to be talking about learner skill and the importance of that, and inshallah, I hope that we'll be able to actually speak to some of our Humanity First members who are out there on the field working. We'll try to get through to them, but right now I've been told that we have a caller on the line, so we're going to go to our next caller. Assalamu alaikum. Who's on the line now?
Assalamualaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Who is this?
Zishan.
Zishan.
Zishan Masaru Yahya.
Jeez. Assalamu alaikum, Zishan. How are you? How old are you, Zishan?
9.
Just 9 years old. And what would you like to donate today for Humanity First?
When I completed my Quran, I received £30 for my Ameen present. I want to donate all of that plus my money in my jar, which we have saved for poor people, which is an extra £125.
MashaAllah, Jazakallah, that's a very generous donation, Zishan. Thank you so much for your donation. That's very generous. Mahmoud Sabi just reminds us of the way people are donating. You know, even youngsters are taking part in this as well. Jazakallah for donating your money, and it's going to be very helpful for other people who aren't as well off, and I hope that's an inspiration for some other youngsters out there. It doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter how much you want to give, every penny really does count. So please remind everyone again, if you want to get in touch, that phone number is 020-3307-0134 to donate, and also you can donate online, uk.humanityfirst.org. So moving on, we're going to try and get in touch with Nadeem Saab, who works in the Budaka campus in Uganda. So I'll just wait for our control room to get in touch with him so we can speak to him, who's actually there. But Mahmoud Saab, can you just give us a bit of background on the Budaka campus that we have in Uganda?
Yeah, Budaka campus in Uganda is an ideal site for our Humanity First projects. It's on the main road. It's a landscape of nearly 10 acres. And over the last 4 years, we've been developing this site. And one of our Ahmadi engineers, a young student of architecture, landscape architecture, he went there on his own. He volunteered his time, and he gave the whole landscape development plan to us. So since about 4 years ago, we've been developing this property, and alhamdulillah, we've got 2 hostels now, an IT complex in it, and some other projects are going on in terms of residence of the caretaker, the swing center, and a science block, an auditorium for the medical courses. Yeah. It's ideally located because it's in the middle of 2 big cities. On one side we've got Jinja Lakes. Jinja is a very beautiful spot in Uganda, and on the other side we have Ambale, which is again a big city. Yeah. And people from these rural settings actually benefit a lot from us. And not only does it provide an academic setting, but we also plan to develop a football field, a proper football stadium for the area. And football like in Europe is as popular in Africa, and once they have that sort of facility in their neighborhood, they don't have to go far for it.
So let's go back to the actual skills that we're teaching in this campus. What kind of courses are taught there?
At the moment we have an IT full-fledged graded IT school. which has different levels of qualifications. We provide Microsoft accredited courses. We've got basic Microsoft Word, Office
So,
tools.
I mean, you mentioned accreditation. If a student goes through this course, they actually get a Microsoft certified certificate that they're certified on their software.
Once they qualify, once they take the online exams, they actually get the Microsoft certificate accreditation. And not only that, then actually I think 2 of our tutors who were students previously.
Okay.
And then they sort of, as soon as they qualified, they were so passionate about the work that they had already seen, they actually saw us doing, that they said, they don't want to work elsewhere. They want to come and work for Humanity First, and whatever they learn, they want to impart it sort of, in their local area.
That's a very good point. I just want to mention that to the viewers as well. Not only are we asking for donations of funds, but also donation of time. If you're a professional, if you're someone who feels that they're able to teach in a certain field, then please do get in touch. And if you're able to donate some of your time, a week or 2, then we can really cater for that and organize some sort of trips to come and help with the campuses that we do have. I've just been told that we've had another very generous donation from Munim Namesab, who's chairman of Humanity First in USA. And he's very generously donated $1,000, which will be very, well, I've just been told that he's online now, so it'll be fantastic if we could speak to him as well. Munim Namesab, Assalamu alaikum, are you there online?
Ji, walaikum salam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, fine, thank you. How are you?
Wonderful, mashallah. I've been watching the program since the morning. Wonderful program, a lot of great effort.
Namesab, can you give us a bit of background on the work that you've been doing with Humanity First as well?
Right, okay. I think, by the grace of Allah, we established the Humanity First under the direction of our beloved Azur in 2004 in USA. So we are almost going to be celebrating our 10 years here in USA, and just as various countries are assigned to the USA and Canada and Germany, we have Mali, Liberia, Ghana, Guatemala, Tanzania, Indonesia, and USA, and a few other countries I'm sure I'm missing in this thing. And also we have certain countries in South America as well. A lot of great work by the grace of Allah is going on. I think, it's just the passion of the people, specifically from our Jamaat, as well as outside within the United States. People really are very soft-hearted, and they feel the pain of people. And so we have a large volunteer pool, and people who are really, feel the pain for people. So we have various programs going on within the United States. For instance, I think we talked about earlier, Feed the Hungry program. Believe it or not, there are 40 million people in the United States as well, who don't know where the next meal is coming from. And then across the world, that where we have various projects going on. We have in USA, our educational program that we just talked about with Risab and Todd Ahmed and all that.
Okay.
So there is that effort goes on in the United States. That there are schools who do not have a basic infrastructure to begin with, and those students don't have a fighting chance to succeed in their life. So those are the programs that we are working in the United States, as well as disaster relief. But as far as worldwide effort is concerned, Mali, for instance, is one of our country that is assigned to the United States, and there have been various beautiful programs that are going on that are helping the people there, and that motivates people here in America to help their fellow human beings across the globe. From in Mali, by the grace of Allah, we have a clinic that started with the direction of Azur, and now the clinic is expanding and is serving 100 people every day. And similarly, we have in Mali we have a computer school. Sewing school is one of the best programs that is going on. There are 3 schools there. There are hundreds of students which are enrolled there, empowering the women. And there are Feed the Hungry program. And I think Mahmood Saab is there. We were just talking about the vocational school, and I see the slide that you're showing for Liberia. This was a program that, on the request of the Vice President of the country, started back in 2011. And,
Names we were just looking at some of the pictures from the Liberia Vocational Center that you were talking about. I mean, we have to move on due to a lack of time, but thank you for your participation. Humanity First USA is doing an amazing job, and inshallah will continue to do so. Keep the donations coming in as well, and I hope Namesab you can encourage some of the other members from the USA to donate. Moving on, we're going to be speaking to Sadr Lajna of Manchester, so I want to see if we can get her on the line. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Sadr Saiba, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes, would you like to...
Sadr Saiba UK, by the way.
Yes, Sadr Saiba UK, who is speaking from Manchester, I've been told.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How have you found the program so far?
MashaAllah, from what I've seen, I can see it's very successful, and congratulations to the way it's been set up. And MashaAllah, the amazing thing about the program, I can see it that Lajna and the worldwide, we do contribute to Humanity First, but by actually seeing and listening to all the amazing stories and what Humanity First does, it's encouraging people to donate more.
Excellent, fantastic. And Sadr Saiba, do you have a donation that you'd like to make?
Yes, inshallah. I mean, Lajna do regularly contribute, but for today, I hope the Lajna who are watching and listening do make a contribution, and to encourage them, I'd like to Lajna UK will donate £2,000 towards today. Inshallah.
Okay, inshallah, jazakallah. Thank you very much for that generous donation, and I hope that again has encouraged many more people to participate. Like Sadr Saiba was saying, that this is a scheme that everyone can participate in, and we thoroughly encourage that. Once again, the numbers are there for you at the bottom of the screen. Do get in touch and participate in this worthwhile scheme. So moving forward, just one thing I just want to mention before we do mention as well, that Ijaz Saab from Dubai had mentioned that he wants to match our donations as well. So that's another impetus for us to, an encouragement for us to donate. Try and get as many donations as we can in this hour, and inshallah that will be matched. We've had some very, very generous donations from people from all around the world, and we do encourage that, and hopefully that will continue for the rest of the day. So moving forward, we've talked about these Humanity First training centers, and I just want to mention a few facts and figures because they're really eye-opening. At the moment, Humanity First has run over 30 different training centers around the world, and we've trained over 40,000 people to date. Now, inshallah, that will continue, but 40,000 people is a vast amount of people. Over 80% of all the IT staff who are qualified in the Gambia have been trained by Humanity First. And also 90% of the students who are trained by Humanity First then go on and find employment. And Riza Saab, this is something that we were discussing before.
Yeah.
That's the final goal, isn't it? That we want them to find employment. Why is that so important for people who are living in these rural areas?
Well, the thing is that we have to understand the concept that one day in each of these countries, they will themselves take the ownership of teaching. They will themselves take the ownership of the same passion and drive and the ethos which Humanity First, under the guidance of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Rabi, initially when he had that vision of Humanity First as an entity to go out in the world and help just for one consideration, to serve mankind. So this passion has to be instilled, and we have seen over the last 20-25 years, it is instilling in those countries, and we've seen local sort of people coming in and taking over the projects. And that's the beauty, and that's sort of the fruit that you see after the prayers and a lot of hard work. Yeah. And I think it's critically important that on the ground we have to have that level of assistance.
Mahmood Saab, I mean, you've been personally involved in some of the projects. You've had a chance to go and visit some of them at work. Have you had any personal experiences that you found inspiring, or things that have really touched your heart about how important these projects are?
There are many stories. Off the cuff, I can remember this particular man in Uganda. He was driving us around. In fact, we were going to Bidaka project. And we were chatting sort of, what he does and how he sort of, sort of, how he's been educated. So he said a very a unique story of his life. He said that, I was taught from funding of one of my family members. And he was earning a small salary of a driver or whatever, but he had that passion of learning. So one of his family members took the ownership of funding for his education. And now that he is employed himself, he said, with this small salary even, I'm actually funding another student.
Really? So he's passed that on in the future,
So it's amazing, sort of, I remember that saying that, to teach is to light a life forever.
Yes.
So, that thing is going on from one generation to another, and the person he's actually helping and sort of, giving his scholarship, one day he'll be helping someone else.
That's right.
Or not just one, maybe inshallah 2 or 3, or maybe more.
Who knows how much it might flourish. We have another caller as well. So I just want to get our callers involved. I've told we have Zoya Saqib from Canterbury. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Zoya, how are you?
My name is Zoya and I'm 7 years old.
10 years old.
I'm talking from Kent.
Yes.
And I would like to give £150 for the donation, please.
MashaAllah, that's very generous. May Allah bless you. Thank you so much for your participation and your donation. That was Zoya Saqib, 10 years old, and she's donated £150. That's very, very inspiring. Your money will be really well used, and something that we mentioned earlier, probably worth repeating, is the minimal administration costs that we have in Humanity First. That's something that makes this truly unique. 93% of the donations that you give us can actually be used in the field, and that's definitely one thing that makes Humanity First unique, because we have very small donation costs. Can you just mention briefly some of the volunteers who work behind the scenes in making these programs happen?
The backbone of all our volunteers are those young volunteers who are associated with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association youth chapter in each of these countries. And I can give you a very recent example of a disaster response which sets the Humanity First settings in a unique, advantageous point when the Japanese tsunami was hit. So within the 24 hours, the Youth Association of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Japan, they got activated. Yes. Within the 24 hours, they had the manpower, they had the groceries and the rations, yes. They had the equipment, and they decided to just drive into the disaster zone.
So
and straight away. Yeah. Without any sort of fear of of another disaster, because that disasters whenever it hits, there's a looming thing which is coming back again and again. Yes. And people we were told that people in those areas, whoever could, they were getting out of that area.
Right.
And there was just one car was going towards it.
Okay, right.
So it's amazing that within the 24 hours there was a car that was going out just for the sake of setting up a soup kitchen. Yes. Nothing fancy, just to provide food and a kind word and a kind pat on the back. That's it.
Yeah, and those are the things that really make a difference.
And no other charity was there in that time frame. And this was sort of recognized and appreciated.
Yes.
By the Japanese government, by the local government.
Definitely.
And they were really thankful and grateful. And all owing to the sort of the local chapter of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community.
It's all about that passion and zeal, and we want that same passion and zeal to come through in our viewers as well. Please do try and donate as much money as possible. Just going back to the different programs that we've already mentioned today, we've talked about disaster relief, and we've talked about water for life, feeding villages, knowledge for life as well. There's so many different programs, and I'm sure that there's must be one or two that really touch the hearts of our viewers at home, something that we really can associate themselves with. If there's something that you really feel passionate about and you want to make a difference, this is the best way to make a difference in the world. Humanity First is based all around the world, and we're really able to get relief on the ground, to the places that need it the most. So please donate. Our phone number once again is 020 3007 0134. If you want to talk to us live in the studio and make your donation and give us a message as well, is 020 3307 3843. Once again, you can text as well. I'll just give you a reminder of that. If you text HFTN14 with the amount that you'd like to donate to 70070, or you can donate online uk.humanityfirst.org. So I want to make sure that everyone out there is really getting involved, whether you're young or old, rich or poor, it really doesn't matter. However much you can donate will be graciously received. So we've already spoken to Munim Naim Sabi, touched upon the different work that they're doing as well. There's a number of vocational training centers that Humanity First is doing, particularly in Liberia. We're going to try and keep this going, and there's a few other details we want to mention, but I'm just being told that we're going to take a short break. So we're going to have a short break, and then we'll join you back again here in the studio shortly.
Okay, so what is it, Daniel?
This is here, as you can see, it's a 5-story building.
Wow.
Apartment.
So it's a rubble now, eh?
It's a rubble. Went down with everybody.
Wow.
They all died.
Yeah, so did you guys take them out?
Who went here when you were Bazaar?
No, not yet.
Not yet? How many people are in here? How many people?
Look.
Hey, Clifford, how many people?
There was somebody, the house fell on her right there. They pulled her out from under the steel right there.
Was he okay? Was he alive?
She died afterwards.
Oh my God, really?
That person died after they pulled her out from under.
How many people are in here?
About 20 people.
Holy moly.
They're saying a lot of people are running out, and all these blocks fell on them and killed a lot of them.
Oh
Right
my
They
God.
pulled them out already.
Oh really?
Yeah.
From
They
this
were
alley?
running from the corridor, yeah. All the blocks from that
Oh
house fell.
shit. Yeah.
The oven
fell.
Everything is lost.
Oh, that's okay. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Millions of farmers around the world live in poverty despite year-round hard work in the harshest of conditions. Tonight, over 900 million people will go to bed hungry. 146 million children will be underweight. And this year, 11 million under 5-year-old children will die due to malnutrition and disease. Without access to markets, Most of these farmers grow for their own consumption only, subsistence agriculture. Without greater income, they cannot invest in tools and are stuck in a trap of low income and low investment. Humanity First's Feed a Village program offers solutions and practical help to grow crops and increase yields, store crops to prevent wastage, and process crops into higher value products to take to market. Humanity First is providing rural communities with the seeds, tools, fertilizer, and irrigation to help them get started and grow essential crops. In many countries, such as Sierra Leone, we are helping them grow different crops in different dry and wet seasons, such as cassava and groundnut. We help to take an innovative, low-tech solution from Nigeria called Desert Fridge and deploy it across Africa to store crops for 2 weeks and reduce waste by some 40%. We are providing clusters of villages with crop processing plant for couscous, rice, cassava and other staples to save time and increase the value of their goods that they're taking to market. And the need is not just in Africa. Even in Europe and North America, Humanity First is running and supporting food banks, providing emergency food to desperate people in cities such as London, Toronto and Philadelphia. Just £30 can provide an emergency food hamper for a month. £500 can help a village to grow crops. And £2,000
Assalamu alaikum, hello and welcome back to the studio. You join us now for the final hour of the Humanity First Telethon. I'd just like to thank everyone who's phoned in already, who has gone to our website, who's pledged money and who's donated money already for Humanity First. You've been listening over the last few hours. Some of you may have just joined us now. But you've been listening over the last few hours to the various work that Humanity First does around the world, and the incredible difference that the money that people donate makes to the people around the world through the projects that Humanity First does. My name is Dr. Hamad Khan. I'm extremely lucky to be joined by a few of my colleagues within Humanity First Medical. And you heard earlier today about the disaster response work that Humanity First does. Allied very closely to that is the medical development programs that Humanity First does as well. And over the course of the next hour, I'm going to be talking to some very good friends, some old friends, Dominic Morgan, Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid, and Dr. Faisal Ahmed. And we're going to be talking about the various programs that Humanity First does. Before we go there, I'd just like to remind everyone of how they can donate. So please call in. The number is 0203 307 0134, or you can donate through our website on uk.humanityfirst.org. I'm going to go to you, Shahnawaz, first of all, and just I mean, we discussed earlier about the disaster response work that Humanity First does, and how the difference it makes to people's lives when a disaster happens, when the worst imaginable thing in the world happens, and how we're able to help those people. But the fact is that there are problems around the world from a medical point of view, and what do you see as the reason for the need for these sort of medical development programs?
I think the whole thing can be summarized in one word, and that's poverty. The fact is that within the world that we live, there's this huge inequality in terms of how much money people have and how much money people have to give towards essential items. And that
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt you there? I think we've got Javed Rahim Saab on the line now, and he is from Jamia UK, but actually he's in Sri Lanka at the moment, so he's calling us from Sri Lanka. And Javed Saab, can you hear us?
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम रहमतुल्लाह।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम। जावेद साहब,
मैं जावेद रहीम बोल रहा हूँ श्रीलंका जमात से और करंटली मैं यूके जामे में पढ़ता हूँ।
Okay.
मैं वो जो मोहम्मद इरफान साहब ने जो दुबई से फोन किया था ना, मैं उसका भाई हूँ।
अच्छा जी।
और मेरे अब्बू भी डोनेट करना चाहते हैं पैसे 1000 पाउंड।
अच्छा, Jazakallah. So we've had a pledge for £1,000, which is wonderful. Jazakallah. Thank you very much for that donation. Is there anything else that you would like to say? कुछ और कहना चाहते हैं?
No, that's all. Thank you, that's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, Shanwaz, please continue.
And so, if you look at the world, for example, if you look at the number of medical personnel there are, trained or even not trained, if you look at the United Kingdom, we have something like 1 doctor for every 400 people. And if you compare that with some of the places we've been to, Haiti, for example, the ratio was 1 doctor for every 5,000 people. You look at places in Africa, in Mozambique, it's 1 doctor for every 50,000 people. And that inequality is something that we have to bridge. And so people are dying with basic, simple problems that actually could be fixed by some intervention, whether that be provision of the knowledge to treat them, or the clinical staff, or the medicines, or basic supplies.
So, Shahnaz, what are the real problems? I mean, what are the illnesses that people suffer from around the world? I mean, some people watching at home probably just don't even know what are the real challenges for people around the world. We're incredibly lucky that most of us in this country are very healthy. We don't need to worry about disease and illness on a day-to-day basis. But a lot of people in the developing world, that's not true. So what are the main things?
If you look at Africa, the average life expectancy in many, many countries is in its 40s, whereas we know in the United Kingdom, in America, people live to 80 and beyond. Many diseases happen in children, and I'll come back to you because you're our children expert, and we'll come back to you about that. But things like trauma, emergency care. In England, if you fell down, had an accident with a car and a vehicle, you'd be picked up by an ambulance, you'd be rushed into hospital, you'd get the highest level of medical care, and you'd have a good chance of surviving it. In some places in the world, you have the accident, there's nobody to pick you up. There is no ambulance service, there's no emergency care. And even if you get taken to hospitals, often the knowledge is lacking, the resources are not there, the infrastructure is not there to deal with these problems.
So there's a lack even of just of the most basic infrastructure, even vehicles, ambulances, things like that.
There's no infrastructure in many of these places, and what we're trying to do is trying to advise, trying to bring up standards, trying to put in an infrastructure and provide a level of training through transfer of knowledge in order to help people at the most desperate times of their lives.
Okay. So we'll talk a little bit further about that. I'd just like to remind our viewers that the telethon now is about to end. We're in the last hour, so I urge people to call. And the number is 020-307-0134, or go to our website uk.humanityfirst.org and donate as much as possible. You can see where this money is going, you can see how it's going to be, you can see what a difference this is going to make to people's lives. So we want you to donate as much as possible. So Dr. Shanawaz, you were talking about how infrastructure is lacking in these countries, and even the most basic things aren't there. And also you mentioned about the different types of diseases that people suffer from and the impact that has on their lives. Could you talk in a little bit more detail about that?
So people need to be healthy to work, people need to be healthy to live. Many places in the world, babies don't make it past childbirth. If they make it past childbirth, there's a good chance they won't make it to 1 year of their life. Childhood diseases are very, very common, a kind of array of diseases, respiratory, chest problems, infections generally, malaria is very common. now in a whole swathe of Africa, you've got problems relating to HIV and AIDS.
Sorry to interrupt you there. Dr. Aslam Daud, who we all know very well, is on the line now. He's calling. He is the head of Humanity First in Canada, a very good friend of ours, and he's on the line now. Aslam Saab, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Assalamu alaikum.
How are you?
I am good, alhamdulillah. First of all, heartiest congratulations for doing a very successful telethon, and I would like to contribute about $1,000 to the UK telethon. Many congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Aslam Daud Saab. Is there anything else that you would like to say to encourage other people to donate money on the telethon?
Yes, definitely. First of all, just to let you know that there are many people here in Canada who are watching this. I'm sure that they must be calling or donating to UK. Because of the time difference, there's a bit of a challenge, but we did receive a few calls here who have donated locally to the telethon, and we will be transferring that fund to you. I want to share that the Humanity First has the unique strength that we are registered in so many countries, and we have a network that can be mobilized within hours. And this is the strength that has made us one of the leading first responders. In Canada, recently, the Prime Minister has listed us in one of the top organizations who are doing international humanitarian assistance around the world. So we are very happy with that, and I'm with this telethon and with a lot of activities happening currently, we are entering a new stage. Right as we are speaking, we have volunteers in Philippines who are still continuing to provide the relief work with Typhoon Haiyan, and that our volunteer last night called and said that the weather is so up and down over there. Situation is ever changing, but the spirits are high, and they're looking forward to the rehabilitation project that we are doing over there. And he wanted to call today, but I think because of the weather, they do not have a lot of telephone access at this time. So I encourage all the viewers to go to the site, our websites, and see the good work and contribute now. Now is the time that is needed for various projects, both in emergency relief as well as long-term poverty elevation projects.
Yeah.
So please do come and forward and donate as much as possible. Dig deep in your pocket.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Aslam Daud Saab. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
And with that ringing endorsement from Dr. Aslam Daud Saab, one of our partners, head of Humanity First in Canada, very closely involved with us and our team in the various projects that we have, the emergency response, disaster response projects, as well as the medical development projects around the world. I'd just like to remind everyone again to call in to donate. The number is 0203 307 0134, or they can donate online at uk.humanityfirst.org. I'd just like to remind everyone we're still running in that hour where any pledges made in this hour will be matched by a very generous donor from the UAE. So if you call now, anything that you give will be doubled, automatically doubled. So please call and donate now. Please go through the website and donate now. Dr. Shahnawaz, again, just going back to, we discussed about the impact that ill health has around the world, and you were talking about the fact that all age groups are affected, children not surviving through to adulthood, as well as adults being affected as well. Can I just ask the question, there are lots of different charities around the world who do this sort of work. There are lots of charities who try and make a difference from the point of view of helping to develop medical systems, if you like, in various parts of the world. Why is Humanity First different?
Well, we've got a massive advantage because all of the medics on our database, and we're talking about nearly 1,000 doctors, nurses, paramedics around the world, are frontline clinicians in their own countries. I mean, you look around the table and you've got people who are the world experts in their subjects, and they're giving up their time for free because they're so passionate about doing this kind of work. So if you can marry that passion and zeal that people have with a structured system, then actually you can change the world. You can actually make the world a better place. And I urge people to give money, because with their money, I'm not going to take any money of that, neither are you, neither are any of us here, but we're going to use that money for enormous benefits for people that need it. And we're talking about babies who would have otherwise survived childbirth, being helped, women going through childbirth, many of whom might die during the process of childbirth itself. We can train the local clinicians, we can work with them. We're not going there to try and sort of as a paternalistic, trying to tell people what to do, but we want to work with people, local doctors, local nurses, and actually raise the standards. And the feedback we've had is absolutely brilliant, and by our interventions we can absolutely save lives. There's no question about it.
So what it sounds as what you're saying is that the focus is very much on sort of building up the capacity of these healthcare systems, training people who are already there on the ground. Before I move on to you, Dominic, just another reminder for people to call in and donate. The number is 0203 307 0134 and the website address is uk.humanityfirst.org. Again, a reminder that any money that you donate in the next hour will be matched by a very generous donor in the UAE. So please call, please donate now, and your money will be doubled. And all of that money, as Dr. Shahnawaz has outlined, will go to help these people around the world who really need this help. I mean, this money is going to impact people's lives, in some cases save lives. Dominic, if I can come to you. If I can just start off by just asking you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name's Dominic Morgan. I'm the Head of Medical Operations for the medical division here within the UK, Humanity First. I come from a background of medical operations, fire brigade operations, and currently work in a clinical commissioning group in the UK. Is that what you wanted to know?
Yep.
Yeah. So my role really essentially is to support medical projects that we've got running around the world. What we have is a system within HF where donor countries sponsor projects around the world. I think what Shani summed up very nicely was that we're quite privileged here. I think all of us that sit here in the UK recognise that. I think all of us that sit in privileged countries around the world recognise that we have an opportunity at birth. We've been given rights that some people don't have. And we all feel that there's something to do to pay back around that. We all feel obliged to do this. As has been pointed out by Shani, everyone is a volunteer. So all the money that is given will go to the projects that we're trying to support. Yeah. There's a very clear realisation that we're very privileged when it comes to the medical services we have here within the UK and within the developed countries. And there's a very clear recognition that we all are obliged to do something in those countries and pass on that knowledge. And that's the key, passing on the knowledge.
Fantastic. Actually, we're going to talk now to Muhammad Attar Zubair Saab, who is the chairman of Humanity First in Germany. He's going to talk about a medical project that is being spearheaded by Humanity First Germany. Muhammad Attar Zubair Saab, are you there? Can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Can you tell us a little something about the project that that has been spearheaded by Humanity First Germany?
Yes, alhamdulillah. Humanity First Germany is working in a couple of countries, and we have countries like Benin, Sao Tome, Togo, Macedonia, the Balkan areas, Turkey, and we do as Humanity First globally, working in different sectors like different projects, medical sectors and orphan care, and feed family projects and different other projects also.
Okay. Jazakallah. Thank you very much for calling. Finally, would you like to say anything to the people who are watching this telethon at home to encourage them to donate?
Yes, I'm not getting you right. Your voice is very low. Hello?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay, very good. I was just saying that, is there any message that you would like to give to the people at home to encourage them to donate to our telethon?
Yes, I would humbly request to donate for Humanity First, as we are really working hard to provide humanity with the best possible help, and Humanity First globally is really working very hard with a lot of volunteers, workers, and a lot of professionals spending their time going in the remotest area in the world and helping the people in disaster responses and also in long-term projects. And this money is very much needed to be able to really change much more and to help poor people around the globe.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. That was Muhammad Athar Zubair Saab, who is the chairman of Humanity First Germany. And he was talking about some of the projects that are being supported by Humanity First Germany. We're very much a sort of global family as far as Humanity First is concerned, and the various projects which go on around the world. So just a reminder to everyone for the number to call in to donate: 0203 307 0134. And the website address is uk.humanityfirst.org. Just to come back to you, Dominic, you were talking about the fact that we sort of take for granted what we have in this country, and perhaps don't realise what people lack in other countries. I mean, you've been involved with Humanity First on a number of different levels. Starting with the disaster response work. So you've seen on the ground the impact that disasters have on people. Can you talk to us a little bit about your experience from that point of view and what the sort of things that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I've responded to personally to Pakistan, to Kashmir, the earthquake in Kashmir, and to the earthquake in Haiti. And I think that we all recognise that countries that have low resilience, so their healthcare systems are not in a good place to start with, are going to suffer much worse on these types of natural disasters. So we recognised very early on that there was a natural symmetry between what disaster response was trying to achieve and what we needed to do in our long-term projects. It's very clear that in some cases people are suffering all the time, and it doesn't take a disaster to highlight that. And we recognised that a long time ago. We've looked at a lot of countries, we've been to a lot of countries, we've assessed some of the situations on the ground, and it was really clear that it was not just about equipment. So there's a natural assumption that if you give people things, that they will do things with it. And what we realised is actually what was really missing was that knowledge transfer. Is how do we bring the skills that we've got, the knowledge that we've got, through the access to the services that we have here, particularly in the UK. I mean, we work for the NHS, 1.3 million people, the world's third largest employer. You know, we are very well equipped to understand a lot of the challenges of healthcare systems, and we recognise that it's about taking that knowledge and actually working alongside our colleagues in some of these lower steer environments. And that's what disaster response and long-term projects have in common. They're lower steer environments. So after a disaster, especially in the initial stages, there isn't a lot on the ground, and you're required to be able to deal with that and try to deliver medical aid on the ground in really tough circumstances. Well, for many people, they'll recognise that's normal for them. And so we recognised very early on that actually getting our clinicians not just to work in disaster response, but getting them to work in long-term projects would not only would it benefit them as individuals, it would clearly allow us to do some influence and some good work now rather than just waiting for a disaster. So, you know, I'd like to dispel the myth that Humanity First is all about disaster response. It's absolutely not. Humanity First is about helping humanity in any way we can. And I would also like to encourage people to realise that every single penny that you send will be used by people that get paid to work in their normal businesses and their normal roles, and they will volunteer to take that money and use it and transfer it into something on the ground. And I've been very close to seeing the disaster response personally, but very close to seeing some of the projects and the difference it makes on the ground for real people, for mothers, fathers, for children, and that's really, really heartening when you see that. So I would encourage people to donate.
No, that's fantastic, and I guess it's that difference of the focus on education, on really empowering people to help themselves and to help them to build up their own systems and the infrastructure within their own country in order to be able to move forward and improve their own systems of working is the thing that makes the biggest difference. I mean, as you've seen, I've seen working in these countries where resource is an issue, where training is an issue, that sometimes the simplest thing, the smallest things can make such a big difference. I remember going and doing some training in rural Uganda and training a midwife in how to do resuscitation of the newborn, which is where after a child is born, if they're having some difficulty with their breathing, they can be helped with that with the simplest of equipment. And all it really took was for the midwife to understand how that procedure needed to be done and to have the right equipment, which was very simple equipment. And once they had that, they were able to immediately make a difference and save some lives. And it's such simple that from our point of view, we take it for granted, as you said. It's such simple things, but it has such a huge impact for those individuals, and it can make a huge difference to the people that they're treating as well.
I think there's something that goes alongside that. It's not just about us taking our equipment and our training, but it's actually something about standing alongside other people and saying, we are all one family. It might not look like it. It might look like that we're protected to a certain extent because of where we've been born, the privileges we have, but we are all one family. And actually, with some really simple things, as you pointed out, can make a big difference. The big simple thing is actually that we work together. And actually, that's what Humanity First says, that the clue really is in the name. That's why I've been doing it for 10 years. Came on board during the Boxing Day tsunami, and I've been working with Humanity First ever since, alongside my normal role. And it's really clear to me that it's going to take human beings helping human beings.
Yeah. On that note, we've got a little girl called Alia who's on the line, and she's from London. Alia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Alia. How are you?
I'm good.
Is there something that you would like to say? Thank you for calling. Is there something that you would like to say?
Yes.
Would you like to donate some money?
Yes.
How much would you like to donate?
I want to donate £70.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. Is there anything else that you would like to say?
Remember in your prayers.
Oh, we will. Thank you very much, and thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. And that was Alia from London, and she just donated £70. So if a little girl can save up all of that pocket money and donate, then you can do so. Please call, and the number to call is 0203 307 0134. And the number is the website address is uk.humanityfirst.org. I can tell you now that our total so far is £86,660. £86,660, and that doesn't include the amount that we're doubling for donations which are being made at the moment. So please donate now. If you donate now, then your donations will be doubled. With that, I'd like to move on, and we've managed to sneak in a new guest, Mansoor Khan Sahab, another old friend, who is Vice President of Ansarullah UK, and Ansarullah UK have been partnering with Humanity First on a number of different projects. I'll really just give you the floor, Mansoor Khan Sahab, and just talk to us a little bit about the projects that Ansarullah have been supporting.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Basically, we started, it's a long history with Humanity First, our partnership, alhamdulillah. And in the last 3 years, we took on some pet projects in order to target, especially the Gift of Sight project, which Humanity First leads. The reviews that started coming from the first year, they led the Ansar of Majlis Ansarullah UK. They gave a momentum and a motivation to the Ansar in order to donate more and more. The efforts made in the first year raised around £25,000.
Fantastic.
That was in Birmingham 3 years ago. And we just managed to have around 1,000 eye operations with that money. But the year after that, when the reviews came, when a child sent her message that that child could see her parents for the first time in his life after 15 years, that was heart bleeding. People were motivated with that. A grandfather saw his children, his grandchildren, for the first time in his life. That's where we help. As Dominic just mentioned, we take things for granted over here, but over there, they are different in sub-Saharan Africa. The next year, we managed to raise around £60,000 for the same project. And last year, we donated over £90,000 for the same gift of sight project. And in addition to that, in Benin, for one eye clinic, the equipment that has been raised, we've managed to secure £20,000 to donate for that, which has been donated already. And as I come here, I've been speaking to some Ansar, and we have a target, inshallah, next month. And on the 1st of June, we intend to hold our charity walk for peace. And our target is to at least collect money for 5,000 eye operations, inshallah, which will be over £100,000. That's our target this year. For this, I would like to request everyone who is listening, whether it's Ansarullah or Khuddam or Lajna, children or elders, each and every person, even if he thinks of one eye operation, which would cost around £35. Can you imagine the money and the elevation that you will be raising for those people?
It's fantastic, and such a wonderful description you've given of the impact that it makes to families, both for grown-ups and for children, and really it's a small amount of money, but it literally is the gift of sight. It's an amazing gift to be able to give someone, and a life-changing gift to be able to give someone. Jazakallah, thank you very much for coming to join us, and thank you for explaining the amazing work that Ansarullah is doing to raise money, to enable Humanity First to do this work and to continue this work. I would again encourage people to donate. Having listened to that, you can see the difference that your donation makes. And I've just heard that Akram Ahmadi Saab, who is the Vice President of the UK Ahmadiyya Association, has just donated £1,000, so that's wonderful. Please continue to donate. Please continue to phone in, and the number is 0203 307 0134, and the website address is uk.humanityfirst.org. Mansoor Khan Sahab, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for talking about this project.
One more thing, Dr.
Of course.
Water for Life project. That is also a very important project which Humanity First is doing at this moment. And we have included that also in our charity walk collection this year. So I'm going to request members to also donate for that. And everyone knows that on average it costs around £5,000 for a new water well, and around £1,500 to £2,500 between that amount in Africa to rehabilitate a water well. And we have had examples of Ansar last year who have donated for a whole water well. There were many.
Amazing.
And we managed to secure 25 water well, monies for 25 water wells last year. And we should try to raise that amount this year as well. As you just mentioned, Akram Ahmadi Sahab, he was one of them who donated as well. And many, they are here who are standing here. We cannot name names, but I'm going to encourage them, all those people, to come forward again and donate. It will be counted in their donations for the charity walk as well.
Thank you, Mansoor Khan. Dominic, just coming back to you, I mean, that really was a wonderful evocation of the sort of work that Humanity First is able to do, and the difference that it can make to people on the ground, the impact that it has on people's lives. We talked a little bit about the training, we talked about the difference it makes to those individuals who, at the end of the day, those healthcare professionals in those low middle income countries, those countries that don't necessarily have all the resources that we have here, they have to do this work day in and day out. And so providing them the skills, providing them the ability to be able to do their job better, it's an amazing thing to be able to do.
I'll go slightly further, actually. I'd say it's an obligation, because if you think about what's happened in many developed countries, we've been very privileged. We've had 200 years of medical history behind us, and that's allowed us to develop in many different areas. And we've done that by making lots of mistakes. It's the nature of science, it's the nature of evolvement. And we have to recognise, why would we sit back and not share that knowledge? Why would we sit back and say, okay, it's just about giving them money? It's not about giving money. Money is really important. I know we're talking about money today because money is important, because it allows us to transfer some of these objectives into real things on the ground. But the reality is, it's about using that money very smartly and making sure that we take the skills, the knowledge, the support, making sure that the resources are the right resources. And there are so many examples of where people think it's just about money. It's not about money, but it is definitely about support. And we can do that. We've got the advantage. And I would say, if you look at that in a different way, you would recognise that's an obligation. There's an obligation on all of us as individuals, but an obligation on those of us that are privileged to come from countries where we have this given to us.
Yeah, fantastic. And as we said before, that one huge advantage that we have is that we're volunteers. People don't take a wage in order to go and do the training, and the money then gets spent on the equipment to do the training and to make actually a direct impact on those people's lives. I think we've got a young girl called Maria on the phone now. Maria, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you?
Bye, thank you.
And would you like to make a donation to Humanity First?
Yes, please.
What would you like to donate?
£50, please.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling.
My name is Mariam Bani from Putney.
Mariam from Putney. Thank you very much for calling. Is there anything else that you would like to say, Mariam?
Please pray for me and my family.
We will. Thank you very much.
I'm 6 years old.
Thank you very much, Mariam. That's very generous of you. Very, very generous. Allah bless you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. And I can say that with that donation from Mariam, now our total has gone up to just over 90,000, and that doesn't include the matching that we've had over the last hour. So please continue to donate. We don't have a particular target in mind, but it would be nice to get over a nice round number. So we've got just a few minutes left. Please continue to donate. The number to call is 0203 307 0134, and the website address is uk.humanityfirst.org. If for whatever reason you aren't able to get through on the line, please donate on the website. If for whatever reason the website is delayed, you can continue to donate even once the telethon is done, but please continue to try as the telethon continues. We have just a few minutes left now in which we'd like to push you and ask you to continue to donate for this very worthy cause. And we've just really been hearing about the various projects that Humanity First does around the world and the impact and the difference that it makes to people's lives. We're joined back again by Dr. Faisal Ahmed, and I'd like to talk to you. Some people who were watching earlier will have already heard you speaking, but if you'd just like to quickly introduce yourselves and just tell us a little bit about your role in Humanity First.
I'm Faisal Ahmed. I'm an eye surgeon working at Imperial College, and that's my day job, and as everyone else's day job, our sort of evening breakfast and lunchtime job is working for Humanity First. I'm head of supplies and deputy medical director. I've been here all day, and I have to say the guys here work tremendously hard, and I hope what's come across on the camera is that whereas most telethons will say, give us this amount of money and we can buy this many items, we're coming across saying, actually, this is the work we do for free. If you give us a bit more money, we can also give them supplies. So, for instance, a number of, say, £400 will give enough treatment for 1,000 people, 1,000 treatments. So when Dr. Shanwaz was saying, oh, we can save a baby and so on, there's no point dropping in £1,000 worth of treatment into the middle of a low middle income country when you've got no one there who knows how to use the treatments. So the purpose is that we send people first to train them how to use the equipment, whether it be water wells or whether it gift of sight or whether it be medicines for patients. We send the personnel first to tell them and give them the infrastructure of how to use the equipment and the supplies we give them, and then we ask for the supplies. So many of my friends actually say to me, Faisal, this is the first time we've done Telethon, but you've been working for Humanity First for nearly 10 years. I said, well, yeah, because the basis of our work is goodwill, is volunteering without payment. So we actually didn't need a lot of payment or money to do the work we've been doing. We've now got to that stage where we have infrastructure set up, doctors going out to give training out in Gambia and Uganda and now in Ghana, and now we're getting the supplies out because the people there know what to do with the gifts that we give them. It's such a long and old story that so-and-so hospital have given a CT scanner, you know, and how many times we've heard that huge bits of infrastructure being sent out to low middle income countries and they're not used, they're not looked after, there's no protocol for using them, and it's wasted money. And actually the waste isn't just the equipment you've sent, but also it's a lot of money to send and ship things over. So we're very, very tightly scrutinise the money that we do use. So I hope that's come across on the telethon that we'll be doing.
That's fantastic. We've got another caller on the line now. Bashir Akhtar Saab from London. Can you hear me, Bashir Saab? Assalamu alaikum, Bashir Akhtar Saab.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. We are in the last few minutes of our telethon now. We're pushing as many people to donate as possible. Would you like to tell us how much you would like to donate?
Inshallah, I'll donate £500 for eyes operations.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much for your very generous donation. Is there a message that you would like to give people?
Well, the message is that we should try to help those who are unable to help themselves.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bashir Akhtar Saab. Thank you for calling.
Okay, Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum. And I think it's sort of those who are unable to help themselves. I think everything that we've said so far today sort of underlines the fact that we want to enable them to help themselves. Ultimately, that's the key, isn't it?
Absolutely, and where we've been around the world, and our experiences have taught us that actually many people can help themselves. They just need that little bit of support, whether it be financial, whether it be in training, whether it be in structure. So not only do we do training, we look at systems and take a systems approach to make sure the strategy is right as well. We're not just delivering isolated healthcare in one location. We're making sure that things are actually going to work long term. I mean, the reality is that I am 50 years old. I'm not going to live my life for that much longer. So there's only so much I can do. And as an individual, I'm not going to change the world. But collectively, Humanity First, and the people that hopefully we can inspire through events like this that come behind us, can continue that work. Yeah. So this is a long-term commitment. I've had that question asked to me many times, why are you still working for Humanity First? Well, I think we all met 10 years ago and we're all still here, and we'll all still be here as long as we can, and we'll just hope that we'll be able to inspire enough people to come along and actually get some money and use it for good.
And I think the people who are watching at home are probably thinking that, well, those of us sitting around here have the privilege, and as you say, we're fulfilling that obligation to be able to go out and to do this training. But actually, their donations, the gifts that they can make, mean that we are able to do this work. It means that it doubles and triples the impact of the work that we do. And it really does make a huge difference. And I'd just like, in the last few minutes now, we're coming almost to the end of the telethon, so in the last few minutes I'd just like to continue to push people to phone in, and I've just been told that our telephone lines, which are being manned by volunteers, and so again, you know, we're not a commercial setup here. We don't have any sort of a company that's able to do the man the phone lines for us. It's individuals on their own phones. These are volunteers, and they're taking your calls, and they've been doing it since early this morning, and they're going to continue to do that now until 5 o'clock this afternoon. and our website will continue to be open to take donations. Just a reminder, the telephone number is 0203 307 0134 and the website is uk.humanityfirst.org. We've been hearing about the impact, we've been hearing about the difference that this makes to people's lives, and we've been hearing about how even the smallest donation can change a family, can change an individual's life, can make a huge difference, can save lives, and can really turn people's lives around and enable them to be able to pick themselves up and really carry on with their lives and build a better life for themselves.
Can I just come in there for a second? The reality of it is this: there are people right now who are going to die from treatable diseases, and by that I mean things that if they were in the UK or Canada or America or developed countries, they would be absolutely fine. There was one boy who I looked after in the Gambia many years ago. He was 16 years old, a really bright, intelligent boy, had his whole life ahead of him, and he got severe asthma. And the management of asthma in this country has become very advanced, and we would have done all sorts of things to keep him alive. And in that hospital, in that setup, in that place, we just didn't have what we needed to keep the boy alive. And I literally held him in my arms as he died in front of me. And that was 16 years ago. And what I said to myself then is that this can't continue like this. We cannot have a situation like this where people have got treatable diseases and will be fine. That boy would have been 40 years old by now. He would have had family. He'd have had, he'd have had a whole life. And there's many stories. There was one woman who was heavily pregnant, who went to a local hospital. They tried to deliver her. They couldn't manage. She was trying to deliver the baby. She was bleeding very heavily, and she died and the baby died. And what I'm saying is that there's simple measures that we can put in, and with people's help, if they can help with that, then as a collective we can help these people.
These are graphic and devastating stories that you've outlined, but also we hear the stories about how the work that Humanity First does makes a difference and prevents things like this from happening, saves lives, and makes a real difference to people's lives. Saves the lives. Actually, the training that we provide saves the lives of young boys like the one that you're talking about every single day.
And Mark, if somebody knows how to use the antibiotics, it's 30p for a course of antibiotics for one person. 30p, that's, I know, you can't even buy a can of Coke for 30p now. Yeah. That's too, it's amazing how such a little amount of money can make such a big difference. Yeah. And dying of antibiotics is one of the commonest ways of dying out in low middle income countries. So 30p saves lives. So I would urge anyone who is about to spend 30p or 50p or a pound on some sweets or a packet of crisps just to stop there, just donate in.
Makes a huge difference. Sorry, Don, we now come to the end of the telethon. Final few words. First of all, I'd just like to, for those of you who are sitting at home wondering how we've managed to do the telethon, how we've managed to organise all of this, well, the support that we've had, the technical support that we've had, the streaming support for you guys to be able to watch this at home, the cameramen, all of these guys here has been provided by a non-profit organisation called MTA International. Their website is www.mta.tv, and they have provided this support absolutely free of cost. We haven't incurred any cost at all, and they have given freely of their time and their equipment and everything else in order to enable us to be able to reach out to you guys and to be able to tell you our story, the story of Humanity First, in order to get you to donate. So I'd like to ask you to continue to donate. Remind you of the number 0203 307 0134 and the web address, which is uk.humanityfirst.org. Finally, we have the chairman of Humanity First International, Ahmed Yayasab, and he's on the line now, and we will end with a message from him live. Ahmed Yayasab, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Jazakallah, thank you for joining us. We can see a picture of you on our screens now, looking extremely handsome. I mean, we have been blessed, I can say, by the amount of donations that people have been making, and just by the generosity of people phoning in and making their pledges and making their donations, and I'm sure that you would join me in thanking them.
Jazakumullah Hamad. I would just like to take a few minutes to make my remarks. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Dear viewers of Telethon around the globe, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. The peace and blessings of Allah be with you. On behalf of Humanity First, firstly, I would like to thank His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, Khalifatul Masih Khamis, for his kind support and guidance. In his recent message with reference to Telethon, he said, "May Allah the Almighty grant success to your program and enable Humanity First to extend the best possible service to humanity. May He enable more and more people to participate in this cause, and may the world come to understand the task of service to humanity and develop the spirit of sacrifice for it. Ameen." This was the extract of the message from Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Khamis. We have just witnessed in the last few hours how His Holiness prayers have come to our help. Alhamdulillah, we have a very successful fundraising event today. I keep getting feedback from the callers that they are waiting for their turn to make the donation, for some of them saying for over 30 minutes, or some of them they were not able to reach. Therefore, it is evident that we had no shortage of donors calling today. It was our first time, and some of our system glitches didn't help, and maybe we could not cope with the number of calls. So I apologize to all those who had to wait and face the inconvenience of waiting. You can make your contributions even after we close this telethon today. The lines are open, the staff is there. And also, I like to take this opportunity to thank all our donors who have shown lots of generosity. We have witnessed donors of all ages calling from various parts of the world. We have witnessed the generous support of individuals like Ijaz Khan Sahib from Dubai, who initially donated 25,000 pounds on behalf of his family. And then he inspired other donors by offering to match another 25,000 pounds for the final hour. That has really set the speed of donors coming in through in the last hour. And I understand that the last figure, which was given to me about 10 minutes ago, was that we have reached 95,422. This does not include the matching figure. So inshallah, we will have in few minutes the final hour concluded figure, and then we will continue to take calls for those who were not able to make their contribution due to our call center problems. We also had another donor from Dubai who made a significant donation, Mr. Irfan. He also inspired in the beginning with his donation and matching giving an offer to match. May Allah bless you all. Your donations will, inshallah, help to serve humanity for the sake of Allah, and only remember for the sake of Allah's love. I also like to thank our management, volunteers, MTA staff, presenters, anchors, and lots of volunteers working in the background. I know, there is technical staff, people in the hospitality, people who are working in offices, people who have been working in finance. So their assistance and hard work has made it possible to achieve this success on our first telethon in UK. Also, I would like to make a special mention of Humanity First Dubai, who have made a significant contribution to the success of this event. And I would like to especially thank Farooq Sahib and Muhammad Ashik Sahib, who is the chairman of Humanity First Middle East. Next year, as you know, Humanity First will be marking its 20th anniversary. And we will, inshallah, try to organize a 24-hour telethon across the globe. So remember, this was just 6 hours. We will run a 24-hour telethon, and we should be achieving at least £1 million. This is a very, I think, small target when we look at the number of people across the globe who are our supporters and regularly well-wishers. May Allah bless you all. And once again, thank you so much. We highly appreciate your support. And honestly, we are at Humanity First, we are all humbled today with the response of our well-wishers, our donors and supporters. Jazakumullah. So Hamad, now you can carry on, and then we can see what are the final figures in few minutes, inshallah.
Jazakallah Ahmed Yahya Saab, and that was the chairman of Humanity First International, Ahmed Yahya Saab, with a message to all of our supporters and a message of thanks for all of the donors who have phoned in. And just to reiterate, he said that our lines will continue to stay open, and we really have been overwhelmed with a number of people who have been calling in, and in some cases people have had to wait, or we've not been able to take the call. So continue to call, please continue to call in, and those lines will remain open for the next hour until 5 o'clock. The generosity of your donations really has been, as I said, absolutely overwhelming, and now we've reached a figure of over 95,000, and we should have a figure significantly more than that once we've added up all of our final figures, all of the final donations, including all of the matched funds that we've been promised as well. So it just, the final thing for me to say again is thank you. Jazakallah to everyone who's called in. Thank you for all of your support. You've seen the amazing work that Humanity First does. You've seen that the difference that it makes to people on the ground, whether it is in terms of educating people, whether it's in terms of getting clean water, whether it's in terms of getting good health care for those individuals and enabling them to build better lives for themselves. So I'm going to end there. Thank you very much, Jazakallah. And finally, to close us off is Dr. Shabir Bhatti Saab, who is Vice Chairman of Humanity First International. So from us, Jazakallah and Assalamu Alaikum.
Can you put it back on?
Yep.
Put it on again. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. Hamad has just given you the closing remarks, and I have got the pleasure of announcing to you how much was collected in total. So with the matching, we have, by the grace of God, managed to collect £120,948. And that is a blessing from Allah, because we have had, as you heard from our chairman, considerable problems with our telephone lines. So congratulations to all. Zindabad. Zindabad. Allahu Akbar.